let's look at those two in particular. We recall that one of the prerequisites of the beginning is the sealing of a non-aggression pact which allowed both Stalin and Hitler to invade Poland and the Baltic states and simply divide up the territory between them. That meant that a significant number of Jews found themselves inside the Soviet orbit between 1939 and 1941. I have a longer lecture on that topic specifically in a different series. See my YouTube channel on the Holocaust for a longer discussion of what happened there. But basically, Jews there, like the surrounding people, were subjected to rapid communization, collectivization of farms, arrest of intelligentsia, and so on. The Holocaust per se really begins, in my humble opinion, with the end of that Soviet period on June 22nd, 1941, with the launch of Operation Barbarossa, which was the Third Reich's double crossing of the Soviet Union, abrogating that non-aggression pact as Hitler surprised Stalin with a massive, rapid advance into Soviet territory. Now, why that is specifically connected to the Holocaust is because behind the Wehrmacht troops, behind the regular army that was sent in to defeat the Soviet Union, Hitler sent 4 mobile killing squads called Einsatzgruppen. As you can see in this map here, these 4 squads spread out throughout the territory that they conquered in the Soviet Union, and their task was not to prosecute the war against the Soviets, but to prosecute Hitler's war against the Jews. They would go into the local villages known as Städtlach, little Jewish townlets that dotted the countryside, round up the local Jewish population, along with other enemies of Hitler, such as communist leaders. The Einsatzgruppen would march these Jews and others out to local ravines. If there were no dry riverbeds in the vicinity, they would have the Jews dig their own graves, and then they would simply shoot them by firing squad. This is sometimes called the Holocaust by bullets because it represented a remarkably large number of casualties, civilian casualties of the war. Estimates range from 1.5 to 2.5 million Jews were killed during this process. And here you can see a map from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum that gives you a sense of the scope of the townlets that were attacked in this nature. Kiev, which was not a town but rather a large city, had one of the largest of these mass killings. 33,000 Jews killed in the space of 2 days. The ravine called Babi Yar was used for a much larger number of Ukrainians and other opponents of the Third Reich for coming months. The so-called Holocaust by bullets, however, proved to be a very inefficient and psychologically a very taxing form of mass murder. So the Nazis looked to a new way to rid themselves of their Jewish problem, so to speak. This was discussed at an important conference that took place at a resort at Wannsee on January 20th, 1942. Note the rather late date. You know, the war began in 1939, Operation Barbarossa, which represents the first mass killings of Jews. You know, the only thing that comes close to it before that would have been Kristallnacht in 1938, which had about 260 Jews killed. Now we're talking about hundreds of thousands, even millions of Jews killed in Barbarossa. But that was not fast enough, and it proved to be too hard on the psychological makeup of the soldiers who were engaged in these killing squads. So at Wannsee, this conference, which was chaired by Adolf Eichmann, shown here, they drew up a list of all of the Jews in Europe, a terrifying list. In my humble opinion, perhaps the most terrifying document that survived the German archives of the period. And you can see from this countries that it included countries that had not yet even conquered by, such as, for example, and it included even 100 Jews living in Albania, giving you a sense of just how determined the Nazis were to hunt down every last Jew of Europe. They counted up 11 million Jews, and from the Wannsee conference, it appeared that they intended to massacre all of them. The means to be used was gas poisoning, which they had already been experimenting with for some time. Chelmno was one of the regions where a gas chamber was constructed in order to see if they could scale this up, and in fact the Nazis committed themselves to do so at that Wannsee conference. Here is a map that shows you the 6 so-called extermination camps. I personally don't like that term. The German term was Vernichtungslager, which means make into nothing camps, or destruction camps, or perhaps most simply death camps. These 6 death camps, Chelmno, Treblinka, Sobibor, Majdanek, Belzec, and Auschwitz, were situated in and around the Generalgouvernement, which still had a very large concentration of Jews in the ghettos that we discussed in the previous video. And they were very different in terms of camps from the concentration camps, which Hitler had set up from the early 1930s. Unlike the concentration camps, which held largely non-Jews, particularly in the early period, they're political enemies of Hitler, the concentration camps were horrific, awful places with a significant death rate of people dying from things like starvation and abuse, but they were nothing like the death camps. The death camps were intended primarily for the purpose of creating death. They were factories of death. Many of them had satellite camps that were used for slave labor, but it only represented a very small proportion of the Jews who were interned in these death camps. Here you get a sense of the process of the deportations from all around Europe, including regions that were conquered nearly at the very end of the war, when it was clear that Nazis were going to lose World War II. Places like northern Italy and Hungary, Jews were deported there in a last-ditch attempt to murder as many Jews as possible. What was the process? Jews were rounded up and placed on cattle cars, some 6,000 a day leaving Warsaw. And then when they disembarked, often after a terrifying and horrific long journey from places as far away as Paris, where many of whom had died actually en route, they disembarked and they were subject to selection, where those small numbers of Jews who were deemed to be healthy enough to work in the slave labor camp were isolated and sent away to those satellite camps. The vast majority of the Russian Jews were shorn of anything that could possibly be of value on their persons, not only their personal belongings, but also their prosthetic limbs, eyeglasses, gold teeth. Even their hair was taken from them, and then they were sent to these gas chambers where they were made to think they were being sent to be deloused, to have lice removed from their bodies. It was very common in many of these camps that even the Americans later would use DDT to try and remove lice from troops and from prisoners. But in reality, the gas that was used was Zyklon B, a rat poison that was poured in typically through the roof, and then Jews were exposed to it and died within 20 or 30 minutes of horrible asphyxiation. Then bodies were sent to crematoria in an attempt to get rid of the huge number of corpses, perhaps 1,500 a day in Auschwitz that would pile up. The crematoria, however, were very inefficient, and frequently the bodies simply had to be burned out in open air. Those small number of Jews who were sent for slave labor were sent to live in barracks and labor under unimaginable conditions. The vast majority of them died within a very short period of time because they were considered disposable. But those Jews who survived the Holocaust in these camps were typically the Jews who were not immediately processed for gassing, but rather managed to live because they were sent for slave labor. Other Jews were selected for medical experimentation, horribly cruel, genetic experiments were conducted on children in particular if they were identical twins. In the end, when they liberated the camps, they found a small number of emaciated Jews who had just barely survived the war. This is one of the most horrific chapters in Jewish history, perhaps in world history. Thank you very much for watching.
at Rogan's request, and Spotify is known for shaking their head at censorship. But now it's different. Now they're in the driver's seat. Having said all that, I'd be surprised if Rogan didn't address this pretty soon in one of his podcasts. He never really shies away from this stuff, and he's always been pretty open and honest about his relationship and dealings with Spotify. But yeah, everyone's happy until they start losing money, right? Anyway, that's my breakdown of Rogan's new Spotify deal. I hope you enjoyed it, because all I've seen, like I said at the beginning, is commentary and analysis about how Rogan is still the man and how he beat the woke mob, he's uncancelable, etc., etc. I haven't seen anyone make a serious attempt to go over the actual details and consider why this deal is just so different to the previous one. So make sure you guys drop a comment below and let me know what you think about all of this. Maybe I missed something, or you want to challenge me on something I said. But remember, if you haven't subscribed yet, make sure you hit that subscribe button so you get all my uploads right there in your feed. That's it from me. I'll catch you in the next one. Since 2000. And crazy, at the beginning when we first started doing that, we was like, what the fuck are you doing? We tried a few different versions of like this idea that we could just stream stuff and have fun. It was just, but that's, I think, why it worked. Because it was all just fun. Like, no one ever thought it was going to be a business. Are you angry right now? Yeah, I'm wondering why you're so angry. I'm not angry. If I was glass, so fuck up. We're not having fun time. You're having a blast, but whenever you look at me, I see anger. I love you, dude. I'm just saying, you want to be weird about that. Okay, mommy, good to see you. I have to say that I'm not you. Okay. Seems like a scallop. So I have to do what I can, you know what I mean? I'm like a fatter peekaboo. You know? Mommy's recording in the improv. What's up, guys? Welcome back to the channel. If you haven't heard, Bobby Lee just Barbra Streisand himself. This whole thing is pretty wild. There's so much to talk about. So if this is your first video on this channel, you've come at the right time. And speaking of first timers, the last time I spoke to you guys just a few days ago, we were pushing for 80,000 subscribers. And now we're going to hit 90,000. You guys are unbelievable. I'm not quite sure what's going on here, but I'm always thanking you, and I'm not going to stop. Hopefully we'll hit 100k by the end. So if you're not subscribed yet, sort that out and join us as we push for 100 and beyond.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Welcome to another lecture in the Jewish History Lab series. We are now continuing our discussion of the Holocaust. These lectures are intended for educational purposes only. One of the historiographic challenges of studying the Holocaust is defining precisely what is it that we mean when we're speaking about the Holocaust. Are we talking about the overall period of persecution that the Jews suffered through, as well as other peoples, during the reign of terror of Adolf Hitler? That could easily take us back into the early 1930s. Or are we speaking about something more narrowly focused, like the persecutions that came along with the invasion of Poland in September 1939? That's also quite a reasonable possibility. But the Holocaust and World War II are overlapping and not identical phenomena. Coming to the core of the events which we associate with the Holocaust in periods of Nazi activity, the period of the Einsatzgruppen and the period of the death camps. This is the era in which the Nazis enacted actual mass murders, as opposed to the horrific conditions that were endured by Jews during the period of the ghettos. So let us look at those two moments in particular. We recall that one of the prerequisites of the beginning of hostilities in September 1939 is the sealing of a non-aggression pact between the Soviet Union and the Third Reich, which allowed both Stalin and Hitler to invade Poland and the Baltic states and simply divide up the territories between them. That meant that a significant number of Jews found themselves inside the Soviet orbit between 1939 and 1941. I have a longer lecture on that topic specifically in different series. My YouTube channel on Holocaust for a longer discussion of what happened there. But basically, Jews there, like the surrounding people, were subjected to rapid communization, collectivization of farms, arrest of intelligentsia, and so on. The Holocaust per se really begins, in my humble opinion, with the end of that Soviet period on June 22nd, 1941, with the launch of Operation Barbarossa, which was the Third Reich double crossing of the Union, abrogating that Russian pact, as Hitler surprised Stalin with a massive, rapid advance into Soviet territory. Now, why that is specifically connected to the Holocaust is because behind the Wehrmacht troops, behind the regular army that was sent in to...
How you living, big dog? Oh, dog. Kicking a second inch. How'd you find out about me?
You were just in another server.
Okay, what Discord were you in?
A door?
Oh, okay, very cool, man. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Sure.
I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother Pimp? Okay, excellent. Well, that's essentially what I do. If you didn't know, The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data was Earth's #1 resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, petroleum, everything. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And when that happens, I'm going to make you, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy if you're not already. I'm going to make sure that you have generational wealth if you don't already have. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
Good.
Excellent. I talk about other things to help the world in addition to world peace, ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. That's what all my merch is. It's worth about $100 million. Things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria. I'm an advocate for the Lifestrap program, but most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land and make it drinkable. How do those things sound to you?
Pretty awesome.
Excellent. I talk about other things like futurology, future technology, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like alien disclosure, quantum computing, things like artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence, Santa Claus machines, nuclear energy, nuclear fission, nuclear fusion technology. People know this, but the first successful detection took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex in France. Fast forward to 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, has founded the most colossal bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant circuits. I just think this is a mind-blowing project, and I'm excited for it to occur. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. They recently made headlines with their direwolf projects. Joe Rogan has met them. There are 3 of them. They are located in Texas. You can meet them yourself. I talk about other things, Pimp, that may affect you, your friends, your family, all with your consent. But I talk a lot about life extension technology. Pimp, when you were born, the average life expectancy for you was about age 80. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology such as agriculture, peptides, human growth hormone, stem cells, things like perhaps red light therapy, ambrosia therapy, things like cold shock therapy, nootropics, cryonics, cryogenics. But eventually you may get to be 120 years old. You may say, Rabbi, everything that you said has taken place and it's been amazing, but my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? This is, again, with your consent, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology. Again, with your consent, if you want, we'd be able to scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scanner or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying, you pimp, is that you may be able to have a life in the future of digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
You said, do I have any thoughts?
Yeah, what I mean, I just said a whole lot. What are your thoughts?
That is, it's interesting, very interesting.
Excellent. That's what I like to hear, my man.
It's a lot to take in.
Oh, everybody says that. Yeah, no, you're 100% right. I've gotten a lot of people, though, who are definitely motivated by what I do and excited. It's got 1,900 people on the server. It's not that old, and it continues to grow. And if you're like, all right, well, Rabbi, but you just are sitting there, how are you going viral with that? Well, I'm live on 20 different YouTube streams simultaneously, which is more data than anybody's putting out on Earth right now. Individual. There are organizations that put out more data than I do, but no individual is live streaming their life from 20 different angles for 360 degrees. But also, I create robots. So I've got robots here. I've got 4 robots here. I've got another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Another 5 here. And basically, they're auto clickers. And what they do on platforms like Kick and Twitch, they put my link in clips and basically are working 24 hours a day. And then random individuals see that. They come in here, they learn about me, they become positive and allies, and they spread the word. So it's just a matter of time until we go viral. And I make all your dreams come true. How's that sound?
Pretty awesome.
Exactly. So you see that I'm in other Discords as well. I don't speak in them generally because, frankly, I don't want to speak with children. A lot of times there are people who aren't 18. Nothing against children. Children are great, but I don't want to talk with them. So yeah, you'll find me.
Children are my relatives or my siblings,
Yeah, exactly. I mean, as you understand, like they're our future, but that doesn't mean I have to talk with them. Usually they don't have the same type of maturity. And a lot of times, people, at least in here, want to have more mature discussions with me, and I don't want them to hear that. So what you will hear, or what you will see, I should say, is me, is where I stream my life in the servers to give people a portal into my world. And I don't really care. You can watch me at any age there. I keep everything PG. But it's just the things that I say, sometimes I don't always want. They're not always for children's ears. Though the majority of the things that I talk about, futurology and life extension, all that, that's fine. But you'll get people in here who want relationship advice and things like that. So I do my best to censor that.
Yeah,
Absolutely. So that's what I do. How about you, Pimp? What are your hobbies? What are your favorite things to do?
I recently cut my hand, so
How'd you do that?
I can't really do anything. Cut two of my extender tendons, and 75% of it was my finger bone.
Well, how did you do that?
It was serrated blade that work couldn't cover.
Ooh, wow. Okay. Did they put you on workers' compensation for that?
Fortunately, they did, but unfortunately, it's only 60%.
Right.
So,
Isn't? Yeah, that's unfortunate. Have you gone back to work yet?
no, they're telling me 6 months. It's only been a month.
Oh, no way. Okay. Are you going to be able to survive on 60%?
Gonna try.
Yeah, you got to do your best. Is it your dominant hand?
Yep.
All right. Do you think you'll ever get full use out of it again?
Gonna give it a all.
Good for you, man. Absolutely.
I'm not 100% sure that I will go out of my full function, but I'm gonna try.
That's okay. You'll be able to do with it what you can, and then just like we'll go viral. We'll be able to get you some type of bionic arm. You'll be able to do things with your arm better than you ever would have done previously, if you want, or you can keep it organic, whatever you want. But just know that there are opportunities out there for you. All right, so that's an unfortunate thing. What hobbies do you have?
Well, I was a gym short before this happened. So,
Okay. So getting swole.
yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah. I understand how this might put you out of commission for a little bit, but it's only been a month, and give it a few months, and you might have some necessary recovery. Um, are you? I mean, you seem like you're in good spirits. You've got the right attitude. Do you have good people around you?
No, I don't have anybody.
Well, you have me. And if you ever need any support, I'm here for you. Like I said, I'm live 24/7. So you can literally live in here. We've got Brandon who lives in here. And I have some other people who spend a lot of time in here. And you're more than welcome to as well. I understand that there are a lot of people on the internet and they don't all care about you, but I do. And meaning I'm here to hear your highs, I'm here to hear your lows. I'm here to be a positive person in your life, have a part of you in the world. I'm here to have an optimism on the future and just really I want to give people hope. So if you need a friend, I'm here. Okay.
I appreciate it.
Absolutely, my friend. Do you play any sports or did you play any sports? No? Okay, do you follow sports?
Um, kind of.
Dog, the NFL season kicks off now. Are you in it? Well, not in it, but are you in fantasy leagues?
I'm nah, I'm just a college fan.
Okay, well, that off last weekend. What did you think about the big game?
I think they never deserved to be in first place.
There you go. All right, I understand that. Yeah, everything right for them. They basically
They have Matthew McConaughey, and that's what makes them.
they basically shipped the Heisman Trophy to Austin already. It looks like they're going to have to return to sender because Arch Manning did not have that good of a game. I'm not saying that he can't still win it or that he's still not the probable favorite, but he didn't play that well.
You are correct.
He did some things that surprised me. He didn't throw that well. He can run pretty well, I would say, but he's riding on his last name, and that's cool. I think everybody kind of expects that. But Jeremiah Smith, Ohio State, showed why they were the national champions last year, and even though they lost a lot of their talent, showed why they could be the national champions this year. So that was really interesting. We had Florida State beating Alabama. That was an interesting one. I don't know how long Caleb DeBoer has as the coach there, but it was nice to see the Knowles have. I mean, like when I was a kid, Florida State was a powerhouse, and they've just been on the downswing recently. So it was nice to see them put Alabama in their place. And I'm someone who likes dynasties, but man, Alabama, they've had their run. I think the world would be okay if they didn't win another national championship this century because they had enough. So that was an interesting one. Who's your college? Who do you like?
Carolina.
All right, North Carolina or South Carolina?
Carolina.
Oh, okay, excellent. All right, so they played. Uh, who did they play? They played. Do you remember who they played? It was a big game.
Yeah, we played Virginia Tech.
There you go. That's right. And they won, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. There you go. All right. So, how are you guys supposed to be this year?
Supposed to be really good.
I really like.
One of the best quarterbacks, number one drafted quarterback for the college team.
Okay. Very well. Excellent.
Yeah, first pick. Yeah, number one pick from college on the quarterback draft.
That's great. All right. So, South Carolina. I've been there, been to that state, been to Charleston, beautiful city, absolutely stunning. Um, had some friends there, Myrtle Beach, that whole deal. We've got quite a tradition that South Carolina being sometimes they've had some names. Jadavian Clowney sticks out in my mind. Probably one of the best defensive players of the century. Uh, and some great coaches. You've had Steve Spurrier, who was there for a while, Lou Holtz. So I'm kind of, I don't know all the more recent things, but at least from a tradition standpoint, you guys have a lot of uh, pride. What are your thoughts on Clemson? That's your rival. There you go. All right. Well, they lost this weekend. You got to be happy about that, right?
Oh yeah, they knew they was gonna lose.
All right. So Dabo doesn't have the team that he normally has.
He doesn't have Trevor Lawrence anymore. No.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. You know, Trevor Lawrence is a guy who I thought would have been like a big time quarterback in the NFL. And while he's not terrible, he just hasn't come to fruition. Now, I know Jacksonville, and Jackson absolutely blows and has been for since they've really been a team. But nevertheless, he's been not that good, frankly. And I think it'd be really interesting if he ever went to another team, how he would do, because he's got the fit of a pocket passer, and he just doesn't have any weapons.
He'll probably get good.
Yeah, I think so. He's been in the league long enough that he's starting to figure things out. And again, they just gave him Travis Hunter, the Heisman Trophy winner. No, I don't know how that's going to go. He's going to play both sides of the ball. And in the NFL, it seems like you can do that, especially in the modern NFL. Maybe in the past, Deion Sanders and stuff, but the modern NFL, you've got to kind of pick a side. So I think he'll probably end up permanently at probably cornerback. But I don't know. Maybe he wants to be a wide receiver. They said that they were going to let him play both. But again, you kind of need that break between offense and defense a lot of times because the guys are just so fast. So we'll see how that goes. All right. So we covered Clemson, South Carolina. Dude, your fucking women's basketball team, now that's a dynasty. Do you follow women's basketball at all?
Yeah, we're champions, not any champs. Women's basketball.
Oh, definitely. You guys are amazing.
For like multiple years,
Word.
I don't think we won this year.
Yeah, that's fine. You guys have a dynasty there, and you should be proud of those girls. They kind of came out of nowhere, meaning for like the 90s, the teams that dominated were like Connecticut, Tennessee, and then basically like with your coach, I forget her name, but she's so good that they were considering her for the New York Knicks. And then, yeah, and which is unheard of. All right, yeah, that's cool. Shout out to that lady. What's her name? All right, that's cool.
Defeat the Soviet Union. Hitler sent 4 mobile killing squads called Einsatzgruppen. As you can see in this map here, these 4 squads spread out throughout the territory that they conquered in the Soviet Union, and their task was not to prosecute the war against the Soviets, but to prosecute Hitler's war against the Jews. They would go into the local villages known as Städtler, little Jewish townlets that dotted the countryside, round up the local Jewish population, along with other enemies of Hitler, such as communist leaders. The Einsatzgruppen would march these Jews and others out to local ravines. If there were no dry riverbeds in the vicinity, they would have the Jews dig their own graves, and then they would simply shoot them by firing squad. This is sometimes called the Holocaust by bullets because it represented a remarkably large number of casualties, civilian casualties of the war. Estimates range from 1.5 to 2.5 million Jews were killed during this process. And here you can see a map from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum that gives you a sense of the scope of the townlets that were attacked in this nature. Kiev, which was not a town but rather a large city, had one of the largest of these mass killings. 33,000 Jews killed in the space of 2 days. The ravine called Babi Yar was used for a much larger number of Ukrainians and other opponents of the Third Reich for coming months. The so-called Holocaust by bullets, however, proved to be a very inefficient and psychologically a very taxing form of mass murder. So the Nazis looked to a new way to rid themselves of their Jewish problem, so to speak. This was discussed at an important conference that took place at a resort at Wannsee on January 20th, 1942. Note the rather late date. The war began in 1939, Operation Barbarossa, which represents the first mass killings of Jews. The only thing that comes close to it before that would have been Kristallnacht in 1938, which had about 260 Jews killed. Now we're talking about hundreds of thousands, even millions of Jews killed in Barbarossa. But that was not fast enough, and it proved to be too hard on the psychological makeup of the soldiers who were engaged in these killing squads. So at Wannsee, this conference, which was chaired by Adolf Eichmann, shown here, they drew up a list of all of the Jews in Europe, a terrifying list, in my humble opinion, perhaps the most terrifying document that survived the German archives of the period. And you can see from this list of countries that it included countries that had not yet even been conquered by Germany, such as, for example, the United Kingdom, and it included even 200 Jews living in Albania, giving you a sense of just how determined the Nazis were to hunt down every last Jew of Europe. They counted up 11 million Jews, and from the Wannsee conference, it appeared that they intended to massacre all of them. The means to be used was gas poisoning, which they had already been experimenting with for some time. Chelmno was one of the regions where a gas chamber was constructed in order to see if they could scale this up. And in fact, the Nazis committed themselves to do so at that Wannsee conference. Here is a map that shows you the 6 so-called extermination camps. I personally don't like that term. The German term was Vernichtungslager, which means make into nothing camps, or destruction camps, or perhaps most simply death camps. These 6 death camps, Chelmno, Treblinka, Sobibor, Majdanek, Belzec, and Auschwitz, were situated in and around the Generalgouvernement, which still had a very large concentration of Jews in the ghettos that we discussed in the previous video. And they were very different in terms of camps from the concentration camps, which Hitler had set up from the early 1930s. Unlike the concentration camps, which held largely non-Jews, particularly in the early period, they're political enemies of Hitler, the concentration camps were horrific, awful places with a significant death rate of people dying from things like starvation and abuse, but they were nothing like the death camps. The death camps were intended primarily for the purpose of creating death. They were factories of death. Many of them had satellite camps that were used for slave labor, but it only represented a very small proportion of the Jews who were interned in these death camps. Here you get a sense of the process of the deportations from all around Europe, including regions that were conquered nearly at the very end of the war, when it was clear that Nazis were going to lose World War II. Places like northern Italy and Hungary, Jews were deported there in a last-ditch attempt to murder as many Jews as possible. What was the process? Jews were rounded up and placed on cattle cars, some 6,000 a day leaving Warsaw. And then when they disembarked, often after a terrifying and horrific long journey from places as far away as Paris, where many of whom had died actually en route, they disembarked and they were subject to selection, where those small numbers of Jews who were deemed to be healthy enough to work in the slave labor camp were isolated and sent away to those satellite camps. The vast majority of the rest of the Jews were shorn of anything that could possibly be of value on their persons, not only their personal belongings, but also their prosthetic limbs, eyeglasses, gold teeth, even their hair was taken from them. And then they were sent to these gas chambers where they were made to think they were being sent to be deloused, to have lice removed from their bodies. It was very common in many of these camps, and even the Americans later would use DDT to try and remove lice from troops and from prisoners. But in reality, the gas that was used was Zyklon B, a rat poison that was poured in typically through the roof, and then Jews were exposed to it and died within 20 or 30 minutes of horrible asphyxiation. Then bodies were sent to crematoria in an attempt to get rid of the huge number of corpses, perhaps 1,500 a day in Auschwitz that would pile up. The crematoria, however, were very inefficient, and frequently the bodies simply had to be burned out in open air. Those small number of Jews who were sent for slave labor were sent to live in barracks and labor under unimaginable conditions. The vast majority of them died within a very short period of time because they were considered disposable. But those Jews who survived the Holocaust in these camps were typically the Jews who were not immediately processed for gassing, but rather managed to live because they were sent for slave labor. Other Jews were selected for medical experimentation, horribly cruel, genetic experiments were conducted on children in particular if they were identical twins. In the end, when they liberated the camps, they found a small number of emaciated Jews who had just barely survived the war. This is one of the most horrific chapters in Jewish history, perhaps in world history. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I hope you are well. I am really excited today. I have a piece of important news that is a significant milestone in my life, and I'm hoping it will also have a positive impact on yours as well. And those of you who have been with the channel for a while know that just before the pandemic, I signed a contract with a fantastic publisher, Koren Publishers in Jerusalem, to produce a 3-volume history of the Jewish people from earliest times to the present day. My goal was to create something that will be dignified yet affordable, and it will be the perfect bar mitzvah gift for the next century. That's my goal. I think it's going to be a really useful project. And the news for all of us today is that this very day, I am sending the manuscript to the publisher for the first volume. It looks like I've been working on it since the beginning of the pandemic, a few months before is when I really got started. And I'm just really pleased to reach this particular milestone. I want to take a minute in this video to tell you a little bit about how you can be involved if you haven't been already. First of all, the really different thing that I think I tried with this particular volume, and I think it's been successful, is I crowdsourced a certain amount of the research by sketching out the chapters in a series of about 100-odd videos, which I call Jewish History Lab. I've added a few other series as well since then. And I'm really pleased to say that it's gotten a big response. There have been 9.2 million views on the channel. You can find volume number, about 75,000 subscribers, and 300 channel members who get involved at a much deeper level. But here's the part that's specifically connected to the book. I created a biblical Jewish history course where I could put all of the videos and organize them so that, because my channel does tend to get a little bit confusing when I work on different projects, I put the videos in sequence and by relevancy, and then I added the draft chapters as we went along. So far, 120 students have gone through the Biblical Jewish History course, and in this particular course, I've gotten the best feedback ever. Really, really useful stuff. I'm so grateful to you for telling me a little bit about how I might shape this particular book, and it's been fantastic. If you are interested in participating in the Biblical Jewish History course yourself, welcome. It would be great to have you there. I'll put the links in the information section. So if you are interested in reading this draft text and giving me some suggestions as to how I might, shape it one way or another, or you'd like to read what other people think and maybe engage in a little bit of community interaction, if you like, it's entirely open to you. We would love to have you. Okay, I have to get started on volume 2 right now, and I want to thank you so much for helping me out as I put together volume 1. Enjoy the videos, and I hope you have a really good day. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'd like to continue our discussion of Jewish civilization now at the beginning of the so-called medieval period or Dark Ages, with a look at the Jews of the land of Israel. Now, let's understand the role of geography in the development of the Jewish people. Have a look at this amazing map by Heinrich Bunting. This is a 16th century map. He called it the cloverleaf map. He was a fascinating kind of individual. He liked to make these kind of map ideas that expressed like more philosophical thought about how the world was organized, and this is one of my favorites. And it shows in this cloverleaf, the top left is Europe, the top right is Asia, and the bottom is Africa. Of course, these 3 continents, and they all join in the land of Israel, which is featured at the center with Jerusalem there. Now, this is not a Jewish map, obviously. We can see the 3 crosses there. Bunting himself was a Protestant minister, not especially successful in his career as a minister, but really successful, I think, as a map maker. You can see America, the New World is off to the left there, and there's a whole bunch of mermaids and sea monsters and things like that. Now, Israel, of course, is right at the center of 3 continents. And in fact, when you look at Israel from a satellite map, you can see that it's basically true. Africa connects to Europe and Asia through the land of Israel, and
Yo, what up, Sinful?
Note that this is exacerbated by the Jordan River Valley Rift, which is
Sinful,
very
can you hear
common
me?
in the satellite photograph. Basically, to the right, to the
That's
east
cool,
of
though.
that Jordan River Valley, is like an impassable desert. So basically, if you want to go anywhere from, let's say, the very rich agricultural area of the Nile Delta in Egypt, which you can see just to the left of the land of Israel there, up to the region of Mesopotamia, which would be on the extreme right towards the middle, that green area there. The only way to get from A to B is through Israel. That's called the Fertile Crescent, by the way. The sort of C shape was formed from Egypt through Israel and down into Mesopotamia. And Israel really is at the crossroads. There's no other way by land to get between these 3 continents, so Bunting himself was not so far off. The roads developed this way from ancient times. Here's a map showing the roads from, on the bottom left, Egypt to the middle right, the Fertile Crescent, and they have to go through the land of Israel. There are 2 major routes. One is called the Derek Hayam, the Via Maris, or the Way of the Sea, which basically hugs the coast about halfway up the land of Israel and then cuts to the east. And then there was the Derek HaMelech, the King's Highway, later transplanted here to the holy city of Brooklyn, New York, where it skirted under the Dead Sea and then made its way up the eastern part of the Jordan River Valley. This is kind of like the turnpike version, where there are maybe more tolls, but it's a faster highway, right? That's scenic, of course, but nevertheless a faster highway. Everything goes through Israel. There's no road really to the east. True, you can do a camel caravan, dangerous, expensive, all kinds of robbers and brigands on the way. The much easier way to travel through Israel. So Israel really was at a crossroads, geographically, economically, And that was the case for thousands of years. It's important to note, of course, that not only goods travel up and down this tiny strip of land, but also ideas, right? All kinds of thought traveling, notions from Mesopotamia, notions from Egypt, those notions from further afield as they make their way to this region. So, more to say about that later. Now, how would people have seen it in the early Dark Ages? Let's have a look at this fascinating map called the Madaba map, which is located in Madaba, Jordan. It's also pronounced Mizabah in Hebrew, but in Arabic it is Madaba. Here is the map itself, which was made originally as a mosaic of a church in the 6th century of the Common Era. It's a Byzantine church, and it was covered over. The church itself was abandoned when there was an earthquake in the 8th century, and it was eventually resettled, and they covered it over with tiles, which were discovered again during an 1884 renovation of the region. It's partially damaged and obscured by the pillars and things like that, but we get a much better look at this fragmentary map in this reconstruction here. It's absolutely gorgeous and amazing. It's obviously designed for Christian pilgrims coming to the Holy Land. They're coming from points east, and they stop in this region, and they get oriented as to what's going on in Israel, what should they look for. Now, like many ancient maps, it is oriented with east to the north, right? So you have to imagine, as we're looking at this map, the south of the map, or let's say the bottom of the map, you'd like standing with your feet in the Mediterranean Ocean, and you're looking towards the east, and that big sort of blob in the middle is the Dead Sea. To the left of it, the Jordan River flows into it, and all through the map there are various sites of Christian significance. They're mentioned in Christian scriptures and things like that, so visitors will be able to, tour these sites and understand something about where they're located from this map. Here's a beautiful depiction of the holy city of Jerusalem. You can see that this mosaic, which, by the way, has literally millions of tiles, over 140 square feet, and it says at the top there is in Greek, Hagia Polis Jerusa. The last part is cut off, but the holy city of Jerusalem. It is, you can clearly see the original design of Jerusalem. Running through the center is a Roman road known as the Cardo. I actually have personal experience with the Cardo because when I was a young undergraduate at Hebrew University, I worked at Richie's Cardo Cafe. They just actually a pizza joint right on the Cardo there. To the left would be the Damascus Gate, and it's actually laid out with pretty specific proportions and very accurate to what archaeologists have been able to reconstruct about it. So here you get the idea of Israel still as a great center, a focus of pilgrimage for Christians, of course, holy to Jews who are still living in the land of Israel. Of course, we're going to continue with that in another lecture. But this region eventually was conquered by the Muslims in the 7th century as Islam sweeps through the region. And of course, that will be the subject of much more discussion as well. Just one last detail to go before we leave this map and the Muslims. This is a fascinating picture. This is a close-up of the two fishermen on the Dead Sea. And as you can see, the boat is very clearly delineated. You can see the mast, and there's like a furled up sail there, but what's going on with the fishermen themselves? So it appears that the Muslims, when they encountered this Madaba map, they were like hesitant to destroy it. Obviously, it's a tremendous work of art and extremely useful, but at the same time, it depicts the human form, which was considered anathema to the Muslims in the 7th century in particular. And so what they did was they as it were, vandalized the map. They removed the bodies and faces of the fishermen, and they painstakingly recreated the mosaic with other tiles to disguise their original form. You can just see their hands and feet sticking out of those sort of potato-like shapes. So you see how the Muslims also left an impact on the region, which of course will be the subject of our discussions in the future. I hope you found useful. Thank you very much.
Take all your benefits. practice that. You know, it's not even practice. You have formations, and it's so much pressure on a young kid. But that's what you sign up for, right?
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let's continue our discussion of the early Dark Ages, and let's look at the land of Israel and Babylonia simultaneously. Let's start a little bit with a review of the important political history. So here in the background is a beautiful image of the Beit Alpha mosaic. We're going to return to this in a little while. But what were the major political events between the year 200 and the year 634, specifically in the land of Israel? We've spoken quite a bit about the middle of the 2nd century, in the immediate aftermath of the Bar Kokhba revolt, and how Judea, the southern part, central southern part of the land of Israel especially, is attacked by Hadrian and his successors. Tremendous devastation wrought on Jerusalem in particular, and all kinds of terrible things. A lot of the Jewish population moves to the north, where there's a new center developing there. Then at the end of the century, there's a very brief moment of respite, largely as a result of this relationship between one of the Roman emperors, who was known in the Talmud as Antoninus, and Rabbi Yehuda Nasi himself. This mysterious Antoninus is difficult to identify because Antonin was the name of an entire dynasty, and there's several emperors that had the name Antonin in their names, usually the second or third name, and so it's hard to determine which one it is, but most likely the one that's called Caracalla, because they had similar names, they often had nicknames. So during this period, when, according to the Talmud, actually the reason for their very close relationship was because at one point their mothers actually switched, and Antoninus was actually nursed by Rabbi Yehuda Nasi's mother, and that experience changed him dramatically, although it is important to note that his father was also positively disposed towards Jews. At any rate, what this means for us is there's that moment in time when Rabbi Yehuda Nasi decides that he's going to take advantage of it, and he specifically organized the codification of the Mishnah. The Roman Empire, of course, is going to be divided. You're going to have the western part ruled by Rome, the eastern part ruled by a place called Byzantium that would later be renamed after Emperor Constantine as Constantinople. Eventually, when the Muslims would conquer it, they would rename it Istanbul. This represents an eastern and a western Roman empires, and they're going to be quite different in so many ways. And in general, the Jews begin to experience a steady decline in their status after that brief moment of respite under Antoninus. There is a couple of punctuated moments where it seems to look a little bit better, like Julian the Apostate, a very short-lived leader of the Roman Empire in the middle of the 4th century, proposes to the Jews, quite possibly because he wants to get an alliance with the Jews of Babylonia. It didn't really work out, but he proposed even rebuilding the temple, which generated a certain amount of enthusiasm, but not enough to keep him from being killed on the battlefield, and that idea simply disappeared. By the way, the term apostate is something that's applied from a later Christian perspective, obviously, because he was bucking the trend towards Christianity that would be strongly promoted by his predecessor, Constantine. The Persians will end up invading, the Persians will get the upper hand over the Roman Empire, and they will end up invading the land of Israel in the year 614. And then the Eastern Roman Empire, now called the Byzantine Empire, will invade back again just a couple of decades later, and then the Muslims will come in just 5 years later in the year 634 and kind of bookend this period that we're talking about. So we're looking at about 400 years now in just a couple of short lectures, but I hope this orients you to the overall picture of what's happening in the land of Israel. Perhaps one of the most important things for the long-term survival of Jewish people is, of course, the development of the academies, the yeshivot. And we have two major centers. In the land of Israel, they're centered primarily in the north. This particular map is a little bit, distorted in the sense that all the dots are the same size, and you get the sense that there's yeshivas all over Israel, but really the most most important ones, the concentration of the most significant figures were north. There were definitely significant figures in the south, Lida, for example, and the Talmud speaks about the Chachmei Darom, the sages of the south, but most of the activity is happening in the north. The two most significant figures after Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi passed away were none other than the great Rabbi Yochanan and Reish Lakish, phenomenal thinkers of the late 3rd century, who were perhaps the most important in bringing together the text for what would ultimately become the Jerusalem. They and their successfulness, especially after another revolt, this one much more localized, against a local governor named Gallus in the year 352. After briefly gaining some momentum against the Romans now having gone through two major wars against the Jews, a minor war in 115, they put it down almost immediately and in a terrifying manner, completely destroying the Jewish population of Sepphoris, for example. But it was against this backdrop, and perhaps because the Jews saw that moment that they had enjoyed under Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi was perhaps going to close forever, that they decided to codify their lengthy discussion of the Mishnah into the first Talmud. Now, it's called the Jerusalem Talmud. This is something of a misnomer. Almost all the activity was happening to the north. In fact, Jews were barely allowed in Jerusalem at all during this time. The other term that's frequently used is the Palestinian Talmud, which is certainly more accurate if we want to refer to the land of Israel as Palestine. But it also carries a somewhat strange distortion as well. So the Jerusalem Talmud is the Yerushalmi is the term that's most frequently cited in Hebrew at any rate. They don't use the term Palestinian Talmud in Hebrew. In English, you will see both of those terms. But the Talmud is basically a lengthy, almost like an edited transcript of the discussion of hundreds of rabbis of the Mishnah as it was recorded by Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi at the turn of the 3rd century. Now, over in Babylonia, this is a period when you get the expansion of the great yeshivas there, which would ultimately eclipse the yeshivas in Israel. Pumbedita and Sura are perhaps the most significant of this period, and they end up writing the Babylonian Talmud, which is, of course, distinct from the Jerusalem. It's written afterwards. It encapsulates what they said in the Jerusalem Talmud, but they expand in other areas. Of course, they're able to look back and discuss it. And one of the most significant elements in creating this Talmud is the activity of the so-called nechute. The term nechute is Aramaic. It means those who go down. It's the same term used in Hebrew today as yordim for those who leave the land of Israel. Today it carries a slight tinge of derogatory tone sometimes. That's not necessarily used in the context of the Talmud, because there was actually a lot of commerce between the land of Israel and Mesopotamia. Jews were going back and forth all the time. Quite often, the Babylonian will start with a phrase like Ki Asa Rav Dimi. When Rabbi Dimi came, i.e. from the land of Israel, and he said, hey, this is what they're saying in Israel, that really cross-fertilized ideas and was extremely important in creating this much larger Talmud. The Babylonian, which is essentially the one studied today. This is a period also when there is a major invasion of someone named Odenathus Septimus. He was the king of nearby Palmyra, in the Talmud is Tadmor. This is a region that was allied with Rome, and was actually kind of like a minor principality of sorts. And rather than showing Rome's strength, it actually showed Rome's weakness, that Rome could not really mount an effective attack on the Persian Empire, and so they had to rely on this proxy. But why it's important for us is that he ravaged much of the region where the Jews lived, completely destroyed the yeshiva of Nehardah in the year 259, which was right when it was at its peak under Shmuel, and a lot of things changed as a result of that particular event. It really resulted in the expansion of Pumbedita and so on, but that's maybe a little more detail than we need. But by the time we get to somewhere around the year 450, maybe a little bit later, the dates are not entirely clear, Rav Ashi and several others, Rav Vina, were involved in the closing of the Talmud, just as it happened in the land of Israel. So it happened also in Babylonia, where they brought together all of the texts that they had been discussing. They edited them. It was primarily an oral document, but then it was committed to writing, and that's ultimately what became the Babylonian Talmud. Now, I should mention that Rav Ashi cannot be the last person who signed off on the Talmud, because the Talmud has passages that refer to events after his death and question some of the things that he said, for example, after his passing. So it's more likely that Rav Ashi perhaps formed the essence of it, and then later editors added a few things. But that's a whole other discussion, very active in the world of academic Talmud study. This Babylonian Talmud had tremendous implications for the rest of Jewish history. Perhaps its most significant modern development is the institution of something called Daf Yomi, which means literally a page a day or a folio a day. A daf is both sides of one page, and this is essentially the world's largest book club. It's been running since the 1920s, where Jews all over the world will follow a single calendar and will learn the same folio of Talmud on the same day worldwide. So you can study the Talmud, here in Brooklyn, get on a flight out of JFK and go to, I don't know, Tokyo, and you can pick up the next daf in Tokyo the next day. And you can travel the world like this. It's a tremendous unifying feature. Tens, maybe hundreds of thousands of Jews are engaged in it daily. And I'm very proud, I'll put in a little plug here, for participating in something called Al Daf, which I'm putting on the screen here. Al Daf is taking the whole Daf Yomi experience and putting it onto the internet. This is an app that allows you to choose from dozens of different Magidei Shir, people who teach the page of Talmud, in many languages, English, Hebrew, Yiddish, you name it. And then there's a whole bunch of other supplementary materials. The part that I do that I'm really happy about is I give a 2 to 5 minute lesson on some historical datum that occurs on that particular page of the Talmud. I'm really proud of it. Check it out. It's called Jewish History in Daf Yomi. At the same time as all this is happening, we also have a tremendous culture of Babylonian Jews that's not really well known. I think one of the greatest illustrations of this is the discovery a while ago of about 1,500 of these things. They're called incantation bowls or curse bowls, and no one's exactly sure precisely how they were used, but they were clearly produced by Jews, perhaps for a general market, not just other Jews, but also for local Babylonians. They typically involve all kinds of spells, prayers. You can use different kinds of words to describe the tone of these things, sometimes featuring drawings like this one, sometimes demons. And they're often, they were discovered by archaeologists in place, and apparently they would be turned upside down as if to, I don't know, capture evil spirits and keep them in the house contained, or perhaps to affect the spells that were written in Aramaic around the outside of the bowl. Sometimes they were broken, sometimes they were whole. Were they intentionally broken? Wow, so many questions. But this is just an example of the popular culture that we just don't know a lot about, and hopefully that we'll get more answers as the research continues. Okay, let's stop here. Thank you very much for watching.
You need beef jerky? They have an entire deli of just jerky. Yeah, I ate. What I did was I went to Shake Shack and had the double smoke shack, and then I had a milkshake. And I had trouble with it, bro. I had trouble digesting that for a good day. I was like, well, this. I don't know what they're putting in this shit, but this is not good. I started creatine. I started Jocko's Mass Creatine now.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let's pick up our discussion now of the history of the Jews in the land of Israel and in Babylonia in the early Middle Ages, the early Dark Ages, if you will. And I'd like to emphasize one thing that is among the many contributions that Jewish civilization has rendered to humanity as a whole. I've explored this in much greater detail in text. If God willing, you have a chance to look at the book, or you can look at the draft version of it in my course on biblical Jewish history. One of the, we've talked about several of these contributions that Jews made, Jewish civilization made to humanity. The Sabbath is a massive thing, right? The idea of having one day off in 7, a day of rest, a day that's dedicated to religious growth, the family connections, something that's way more important today than it ever has been, since we live in such a connected world where, you have in your hand the electronic attachment to everything in the world. The Sabbath is a mandatory, calm down. Focus on the people you live with. Focus on your community. Focus on your direct relationships with other people. Well, I can go on for a long time. Of course, prior to that, but connected to it, is the idea of monotheism. Very, very significant contribution to world culture, especially Western civilization. A smaller but very significant one that we should talk about today is the synagogue, which is essentially a gathering place, a local gathering place for the public communal worship of God, which was a new institution. Typically in the ancient world, you would have temples, which were manned by specialists like priests, who would be the only ones allowed into the center. The ancient temple in Jerusalem is similar in that, the actual work of the temple was only performed by Kohanim and Leviim. There are lots of other people who could kind of be on the outside, but the real stuff that happens there was for specialists. A synagogue is a public place. A synagogue is where everyone can go and can express their spiritual yearnings and be reinforced by a community engaged in the same kind of spiritual activity. Very, very important. It later, of course, morphs into the church and the mosque. These are the direct descendants of the synagogue. The very idea of the synagogue is something that we tie to the ancient Jewish world. Let's have a look at some of the archaeological record. Now, there's a lot of mystery about synagogues, about exactly when they started. There's some theories that say it goes all the way back, let's say, for example, to the Babylonian diaspora. The Talmud speaks about a very ancient synagogue there, established in the 6th century before the Common Era. And it stands to reason that you'd want to have synagogues when you are forcibly exiled from the temple, but not really definitive sources. We haven't found any remains of synagogues that date back that far. There's also a good argument to say that it's associated somehow with the rebellion of the Maccabees, when there was a big surge of enthusiasm for Judaism as a whole, and we see a lot of archaeological evidence of the development of more and more mikvaot across the land of Israel, ritual baths and so on, the use of chalk vessels, which are important for the laws of purity and so on, and perhaps it's associated with that period. But the earliest actual archaeological evidence we have for synagogues is this document, the Theodotus inscription, which basically says that as long as there have been synagogues, there have been dedicatory plaques, right? Which I'm smiling because if you walk into a synagogue today, you would see they are filled with plaques. Shlomi dedicated the Aaron, and Rivka dedicated the Kisei Shel Eliyahu to her father. And, this is something that Jews do in exchange for financial support for the community and the synagogue specifically. You put up a plaque that memorializes the donor. This is the Theodotus inscription, which was discovered just outside Jerusalem, and it dates. It's difficult to exactly place it because it was not in its original place. It was thrown into an empty cistern with a lot of construction debris, so it's hard to exactly date it, but it's probably from the 1st century before the Common Era, maybe as late as the 1st century of the Common Era, but it seems to be around the time when the temple was still standing. Here's the text. Theodotus, son of Etenus, priest and head of the synagogue, The term here is used quite frequently in these dedications, archisynagogos, which is actually a term that is quite frequently applied to women. About 1/3 of the surviving inscriptions refer to women as being the head of the synagogue. Son of the head of the synagogue and grandson of a head of the synagogue, which sounds like the joke about the Kohanim, which indicates that, you know, if this dates from, let's say, even a late date, let's say the year 50 of the Common Era, his father and his grandfather were also heads of something called the synagogue, so we can certainly place it, you know, in the 1st century before the Common Era. And he built the synagogue for the reading of the law, right? Meaning that they would actually have public Torah readings in the synagogue, which still happens today. And by the way, we have, you know, not archaeological remains, but literary remains. The Christian scriptures, for example, descriptions of what's going on in the synagogue appears to be reading of the Haftorah, for example, and for the teaching of the commandments. So it's like an educational institution of some sort, as well as the guest room, the chambers, and the water fittings as an inn for those in need from abroad. So it appears this synagogue, at any rate, had a more expansive purpose. It seems a little bit more like maybe a JCC hostel kind of area. It's fascinating. The synagogue which his fathers founded with the elders and Simonides. We have some examples of archaeological remains of ancient synagogues. Here's one that's absolutely fascinating to me. This is a little bit later, and it dates from the period that we are focused on. It's located in a place called Hamat Tiberia, the hot springs of Tiberias, which is in the north, and it dates from the 4th century. Now, if you look at this, this is an aerial view. There's some kind of like wall that was constructed that bisects, unfortunately, this gorgeous floor mosaic. And on top of it is this interesting kind of panel or register. Let's bring this up here. And it has 3 centuries after the destruction of the temple. It has all of these symbols harkening back to the temple. It has a depiction of the Ark of the Covenant, has incense shovels, which would be unfamiliar to the Jews in the 4th century because this particular form of worship ended with the temple's destruction. It has, of course, the shofar blown on Rosh Hashanah and the menorah, a perennial symbol of Judaism. So they're still thinking of the synagogue as a mikdash ma'at, as a small sanctuary, some kind of like echo of the temple, which is the way Jews think of it even to this day. Looking at the zodiac that is in the floor, however, this is just bizarre, right? First of all, very beautiful artwork, a very realistic example of 4th century painting art. And you see the 4 seasons around the outside. You've got all of the you know, the 12 signs of the zodiac labeled in Hebrew, a certain amount of nudity, which is somehow shocking, but we also see it in the Dura Europos synagogue. I'll show you that later. It's not necessarily nudity, but the Dura Europos synagogue. But what's going on in the center there? You have what really looks like Helios, the sun god, which is a typical representation in non-Jewish zodiacs, where you have the 12 signs of the zodiac surrounding the sun god. How is this possible in a Jewish house of worship? And especially because for much of this period, Jews tended to be very aniconic, meaning when they portrayed artwork, it was typically decorative in nature, using geometrical symbols and patterns rather than, you know, depictions of the human form. So theories are still being developed as to what's going on here, but perhaps one of the most significant or more convincing theories is that, you know, Jews didn't look at this like it was the god Helios. They looked at it as if it was a representation of the sun. That's just the convention. When you want to display the sun, you display it like a guy sitting there with his face shining. And it's not like they took it seriously as, oh, there's Helios, the sun god. They would say, oh, isn't this a beautiful, you know, you've got the sun and all these other things around it. You can be convinced or not, but if you have a better idea, put it in the comment box. Here is another example of a zodiac, not nearly as beautiful, I think, from the Beit Alpha synagogue. Dates a little bit later. You can see that the artwork is, I think, a little bit more primitive in nature, but very similar kind of decorative elements. And you see, of course, Helios with his 4 horses, you know, and so we have multiple examples of this kind of convention. This is also a mosaic from Beit Alpha, which has a very, very stark kind of representation of the Akedah, the binding of Isaac. You see that on the far right there is patriarch Abraham, and he's holding a slaughtering knife, and he's about to place his son Isaac, labeled in Hebrew, on the flames, and he's after slaughtering him. But there is in the center, towards the top, there is a hand that reaches out from heaven, which is also fascinating because, you know, if Jews are traditionally aniconic and they don't like representing animals or humans as a result of the Ten Commandments, then they certainly don't represent God, but nevertheless, here it is. There's some question about who was the artist who produced this. Is it possible you have Christian artists who are doing this work? But if that's the case, I mean, the Jews are paying for this art for their synagogue, right? So how are they authorizing it? Lots of fascinating questions. At any rate, under the hand, it says in Hebrew, Al Tishlach, do not send out your hand against the boy, and so on. And you can see, all kinds of things happen. Hine, Ayel, here's the lamb that's tied to the bush, and so on. Fascinating stuff. I want to share with you one more synagogue, this time not in the land of Israel. This is the amazing synagogue of Duro Europos. This is a synagogue that was discovered in the 20th century in a city on the Euphrates River in Mesopotamia. And the Romans, correctly fearing a Persian attack, decided to reinforce the city. They assumed, again correctly, that the Persians would not attack from the river side, but they would go and swoop around the city and attack from the southwestern side. And so what they did was, if you look on the map here, they bury all of the city in sand, which was designed to be like a protection bulwark against the attacks of the Persians. And of course, that means that when they lose the battle and the rest of the city is destroyed, it ends up being abandoned. But the synagogue that's in that sort of pinkish area that you can see, it ends up being protected from the elements and especially from light. And so when it was discovered in the 20th century and excavated in 1932, they discovered these amazing, gorgeous wall paintings. Here's the interior of the synagogue. You can see on the center left is the Aron, where the Torah would have been kept. And all around it are several registers high of various wall paintings. Now, these paintings are absolutely gorgeous. Their color, the density, their artwork. Here's a depiction of the prophet Samuel anointing David with all of his brothers there. 3 of them at least are saying, "Hey, how you doing?" Just so evocative and such a great example of Byzantine art. Here is an example. It looks like you've got, once again, a depiction of the temple below, but above it you have Moses, and it appears it's the same figure, Moses left and right, portrayed twice, which is a convention you sometimes see in ancient art. On the right, he's like drowning the Egyptians with his staff stretched out over the sea, and they're victorious. And on the left, he's leading the Jews off to the land of Israel. It appears like the hands of God. Once again, strange for iconic Jews, but the hands of God are reaching down. Oh, by the way, I forgot to say when this all happened. The Dura Europa synagogue, we know that it was destroyed in the middle of the 3rd century. So all of this art dates from somewhere in the 250s, perhaps. Here is a really dramatic representation of the incident of the golden calf, right? Very, very vivid colors and lots of like action, and of course the flames bursting out with the calf in the middle there. Here's one of my favorites, and quite timely because I'm recording this in the last days of the month of Shvat, and next month is going to be the month of Adar when we celebrate Purim. Here's a beautiful representation of the events of the book of Esther. On the right, you can see Esther there seated on a throne next to King Ahasuerus, who is receiving a letter, a very typical kind of thing for that particular book. And on the left, you see a great scene of Haman leading Mordecai in honor on a white horse. And this was like one of the major turning points in the remarkable book of Esther. Haman is going to be incensed because he feels this honor is something he should receive, and instead he has to facilitate it for Mordecai. And what's worse, someone stole his pants. So look, he has to walk around in his half tunic all day. I'm just making that part up, but I think it looks pretty fun. At any rate, gorgeous representation. We're so fortunate to have this preserved in the historical record. Okay, let's stop here. Thank you very much for watching.
The surprise would be that but also if you start training, your speed is probably not what it was when you were 30. And that's where you go. And those little details. Now, you are very big.
Hello.
And if you want to do a bare knuckle fight,
fellow students of Jewish history, let's continue our discussion of the early Dark Ages, the development of the diaspora in the first century. In particular, you see there are Jews living all over what would be today Turkey, and of course in Byzantium. You can see that little spot where the Black Sea meets the Aegean. That's the Byzantium, later Constantinople. And then if you move through the 3rd century, you've got Jews not only, of course, living in Mesopotamia, which is an old Jewish community, but you've got them, occupying sites across the coast of North Africa, into the Iberian Peninsula, all the way up into Europe as far as London even. And of course, Rome, the Italian peninsula, has a lot of Jews in it, as does the Greek peninsula. Now, it's a little bit misleading because all of these squares indicating Jewish communities are the same size. Wow, like look, there's all these Jews in Saragossa and Bordeaux and things like that. But these could be really tiny settlements. I mean, there might be 3 families, 10 families. It's really hard to say what the size of it is. But nevertheless, you do get a sense of the great scope of Jewish settlement. There are also, with these really bold starbursts, there are a few communities that also have a strong Christian community as well. Jewish and Christian communities are frequently overlapping for the first couple centuries. In fact, when St. Paul of Tarsus, or Saul of Tarsus, would make his great tours of the Mediterranean, he would frequently go to Jewish sites because that's where he would most likely find likely converts to Christianity, either born Jews or the so-called God-fearing communities of non-Jews who were attracted to the synagogue, but perhaps were a little repulsed by the extreme requirements of conversion, such as circumcision, things like that. So that's where he would find much of his audience when he's traveling around. So that gives you a sense of the huge spread of Jews during this time, and the activity we described earlier of the creation of the Mishnah, later the Jerusalem and the Babylonian Talmuds, was so important to maintaining connection with these disparate communities. It was kind of like a standardized constitution, a text that all Jews could look to beyond the Bible, which is now being read by many other groups in Greek translation, for example. The Talmud became the authorized Jewish interpretive tradition that would inform the behavior of Jews all over the Mediterranean basin, and was so crucial for keeping them together as a community. Now, things begin to change significantly in year 313 with the so-called Edict of Milan. This was essentially a decree by the Roman emperor, now much more enthusiastic about Christianity, to say that, maybe we should stop persecuting Christians. The Jews had an interesting carve-out in Roman law because although they were, punished for their rebellion several times and cruelly treated, shipped off into slavery after those wars and so on, nevertheless, Jews were essentially eligible to reach citizenship, and more significantly, Judaism was considered a legitimate religion, religio lecita, which meant that the Jews were allowed, for example, to be exempted from official emperor worship. They didn't have to offer sacrifices to the emperor's statue. They didn't have to bow down to the emperor's statue, all kinds of things like that. Because people said, what are you going to do? Those are those crazy Jews. They have this really old religion that, I don't know, just says they can't do these basic civic duties. And so they had an exemption. Christians, however, were not recognized as Jews, especially as you move into the 2nd century. And so they were like, hey, what's wrong with you? You're not Jewish, and yet you're not worshiping the emperor, not kosher. And so there's they wouldn't say not kosher, but it was the kind of thing where they were exposed to tremendous persecution as a result. With the Edict of Milan, they were also recognized, creating a parity between Jews and Christians, which would ultimately result in, of course, Christianity having far more power as being aligned with the state as the official state religion later on, and that will put Jews at a distinct disadvantage. That especially happens when Emperor Constantine declares Christianity to be the official religion. Now, we've talked about this period in several lectures and the theological implications of it and the political and social implications of the decision. But I'd like to look at one little interesting footnote. This is not indicative of a widespread social reaction to the Edict of Milan and the adoption of Christianity as a state religion. But there was one work that was composed at this time that gives us at least some sense of how some Jews would have reacted to this. And I'm talking about a manuscript that was anonymously written and really did not come to light in scholarly research. Doesn't really show up until several centuries later, but it was probably first composed sometime around this period. It's a work called Toledos Yesho, the story of Jesus. And this is not the Christian version of the story of Jesus. As we've discussed in previous lectures, during the first century when Jesus was active, he really doesn't leave any impression in any of the Jewish works that we have of the time, excepting, of course, the Christian scriptures, which were largely written by Jews as well, but for that particular subgroup. There's no reference to Jesus, for example, even in the Mishnah, written over a century and a half after the period in which he lived. You do see maybe a dozen references to Jesus, typically not very complimentary in the Talmud, but they're scattered and incidental and certainly subsumed within the much larger scope of the Talmud as a whole. The Talmud is definitely not Jesus-focused or even Christian-focused, even though it does touch on some of the implications of Jews living under Christian rule. But this work is rather interesting because it is a polemic work. It is something that attacks the Christian story of Jesus' birth and describes a far more prosaic and even scandalous origin, and discusses, the miracles that were circulating among Christians as, various types of acts of sorcery or something that gullible people would believe in and so on. This is kind of like an interesting literary artifact of Jews pushing back against the Christian narrative. When it eventually comes to the attention of Christians in a translation by Raymond Martí, of course, it would be horribly scandalous and it would have definitely negative impact on the Jewish community because some Christians would read this and say, well, this is representative of what Jews think and the nasty things they say about the founder of our religion. So it's a complex topic. We'll get to it as we discover in our series, God willing, the evolution or devolution of medieval anti-Semitism. But this is likely a phenomenon that emerges from perhaps the 4th, maybe 5th century, when these shifts in the authority and legitimacy of Christianity and Judaism are being shaped. Okay, let's stop here. Thank you very much for watching.
He's missing a tooth. But at least he looks like he's having a good time. Yeah. He's just a big, roll-on guy. You'll love this, B. Yeah. Or Volkanovsky. He's just the people's champ. It's great. People can't love more. So, dude, he brings it. So this guy's like the biggest Volkanovsky fan of all time. They prank him.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let us continue with this new episode of Jewish History Lab by looking at a very important document at the turning point of Jews in the early diaspora. The creation of the Jerusalem Talmud is what we're going to talk about specifically today. Called, as we discussed in previous episodes, the destruction of the temple happened in the year 70 in the context of the Great Revolt, the first Jewish War, a tremendous directed at the Jews, particularly in Judea, around the region of Jerusalem. This is followed by a smaller rebellion called the Pitos Rebellion that actually is widespread throughout the Eastern Mediterranean.
Oh, Doug, that was cool. That was
Mediterranean, and then a much larger revolt in the year 132 under
Yo.
Bar Kokhba. All of these
How you
revolts
living,
are
Pam?
unsuccessful,
What's good?
and the Roman Empire just rolls right over.
Kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods, son? Yeah, that's what I'm speaking in this.
What are you watching? What are you watching, Rabbit?
I'm watching Jewish history lectures. What are you up to?
We came here to ask how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. I hope things are well with you. How are you?
I am at least I'm also very good. What about you guys? Guys, answer. They are a bit shy. I don't know why they didn't answer.
That's okay. Will you remind me how you found out about me, please?
I joined.
Yeah, yesterday. I remember. Okay, it was you two.
I invited them.
Beautiful. Excellent. What are you guys doing today?
Playing Fortnite.
Oh, very well. Are you going to stream it in here?
No, I'm playing it on PlayStation.
Oh, okay. Very cool. Are you doing well?
Yes, I think.
Excellent. Okay. Well, you're welcome anytime.
Over them, although with tremendous amounts of difficulty, particularly in the case of the 3-year Bar Kokhba revolt. Jerusalem is declared off limits to Jews. Judea itself, the region in the hill country, is largely denuded of Jews, as many of them flee to the north, in particular ends of the coast. Jerusalem itself is renamed Aelia Capitolina, and Jews will only later be allowed to visit their capital city on rare occasions, like the 9th of the date in which the temple was destroyed in the year 70. Very, very strong backlash against the Jews in the 2nd century. However, there's a lightening of the load in the 3rd century that's temporary, but it allows the Jews in the region of the city of Tiberias in particular to kind of reconstruct themselves and bring themselves back to a sense of a single administrative and spiritual purpose. And this brief period allows the new center to emerge in the Galilee region. Ultimately, however, this brief honeymoon in the 3rd century would end, and by the time you get to the middle of the 4th century, there's once again tensions between the Jewish population in the north this time and the Roman authorities. There is an uprising against them in the year 352, which the Romans crush mercilessly. Ultimately, they would even destroy the last remnant of political authority of the Jews, the office of the Nasi or the Patriarch. That would end in the 420s. But during this period, amazingly, there is this foresight that is applied to the notion of creating something that would allow the Jews to exist in diaspora, and that major creation is what we call the Jerusalem Talmud. So that's what we're really going to focus on today, is try to understand what exactly is this Jerusalem Talmud. It's amazing to think about the circumstances in which it is written, but let's focus primarily on the document itself. What is this with the name Jerusalem Talmud? If you were paying attention in the last couple of minutes, you know that the Jews were actually barred from living in Jerusalem and only gradually allowed to even visit Jerusalem a little bit later on. Why would we call this the Jerusalem Talmud? And the reality is it was not written in Jerusalem. The text is almost completely composed in the city of Tiberias in the north. And a lot of scholars presume that sections of it were also composed on the coast in the city of Caesarea or Caesarea, and also in Sipori, also known as Sepphoris in English. And so it's called the Jerusalem Talmud. It's kind of a misnomer, probably because it's a more familiar term than the term that was used for it in the Babylonian Talmud, its younger sister. The Babylonian Talmud referred to the Jerusalem Talmud as the Talmud de Ma'arava, which means the Talmud of the West, of course, the west of the region of Babylonia, or Talmud de Eretz Israel, the Talmud of the land of Israel. For a long period of time in Western historiography, it's been referred to as the Palestinian Talmud. Of course, right up until really the 1960s, this was very, very common. But once the nationality known as the Palestinians became much more defined, and the consciousness of a people who called themselves Palestinians became much more au courant, then it became sort of awkward to refer to the Talmud as the Palestinian Talmud. But you will see in older scholarship it frequently referred to that way as well. So at any rate, all of these names have some challenges to them, but it was not written in Jerusalem, even though it's nowadays called the Yerushalmi or the Jerusalem Talmud. What exactly is the Jerusalem Talmud? So first of all, we should understand what is the Talmud. There are two of them, the Jerusalem and the Babylonian Talmud. They are basically extended discussions by hundreds, thousands of rabbis, and occasionally non-rabbis, non-Jews, women, but primarily rabbis, talking about what the Mishnah means. Now, we've discussed the Mishnah in previous classes, and I don't want to go into great detail here, but that's basically a massive 6-volume statement of Jewish law that expands upon and clarifies passages in the Bible that require additional elucidations in order to actualize this. One quick example, for example, on the holiday of Sukkot, the Bible says that Jews are supposed to celebrate with a palm frond and a goodly fruit, pre-Eitz Hadar. And so the first question is, what is a goodly fruit? What is a beautiful fruit? I personally like those really big navel oranges. But if I walk to shul with one of those big navel oranges on Sukkot, people would look sideways at me. The real fruit is an etrog, kind of a lemon-like plant called a citron. And the Mishnah is where we get this oral Torah that explains a lot of these ambiguities. There's a lot more to say about the Mishnah. Please go back and watch the video there if you want. So the Mishnah itself, although it represents a tremendous advantage in clarifying how Jews are actually supposed to live their lives in all aspects of their experience of the world, both in terms of their ritual lives, their financial lives, their civil lives, and all kinds of things like that is dealt with in the Mishnah. It still requires much more discussion. It is an open-ended oral document, and so the Talmud, also known as the Gemara, or the finishing, is basically the transcript of these massive, long conversations about the Mishnah. And they can go on in many tangents, very far from the original text of the Mishnah as well. But that's essentially what the Talmud is. It's kind of like an expansion of the Mishnah, or at least it is a huge conversation about the human condition that begins with a discussion of the Mishnah. The principal figure behind the Jerusalem Talmud is without doubt the incredible Rabbi Yochanan. He also had a very fascinating chavrusa, or study partner, named Reish Lakish, and the two of them in particular sort of coordinate much of the discussion that happens, although it really involves hundreds of rabbis who pitch in their opinions about one thing or another. It is eventually codified into a fixed text that will become the Talmud itself. The text also includes lots of documents called baraitot, or baraisas. These literally translate as outside texts. These are texts that are much older. They're the same age as the Mishnah, but they didn't make it into the Mishnah itself. So it really expands the clarification of the Mishnah by saying, here is a fragmentary literary piece that tells us a little bit about what the Mishnah actually meant, and so on. There are some scholars who argue that the tangents in the Talmud are so big that in reality it should be considered an independent work, not essentially an elucidation of the Mishnah. I remain unconvinced. It seems to me it's still very, very rooted in the Mishnah, but at any rate, God willing, you can all explore the Jerusalem Talmud your own and discover what you think about that debate. At any rate, that's basically what this text is. When was it written? So as I mentioned, it involves hundreds of rabbis. These rabbis are called Amoraim, which means the speakers or the sayers. And they are distinct from the generations associated with the Mishnah, who are called the Tanaim, which means the teachers. And it involves like 6 generations of them, including at least 3 generations of scholars from Babylonia who also get involved in the conversation. And the conversations extend basically from the closing of the Mishnah, which would be in the early 3rd century, right up to about the year 400. That's when the text is more or less closed, and we have the Talmud Yerushalmi in its current form. So how does the Jerusalem Talmud compare with the Babylonian Talmud? If you have a look at this map here, you can see in the circle on the left, that's where the Jerusalem Talmud was largely composed, and the circle on the right is the region of Mesopotamia, where most of the Talmudic academies were located in Babylonia, and that's where that was composed. So there was a significant amount of communication between the land of Israel and the land of Babylonia. It's kind of like a long trek around the Euphrates River, but you would have people making a trek backwards and forwards, and they would be sharing ideas and discussions from their respective academies. The Jerusalem Talmud, however, is the older system. It started probably a little bit earlier, but it certainly finished earlier than the Babylonian Talmud. The Jerusalem Talmud is generally smaller. It tends to have much more material proportionally dealing with halakha or Jewish law than it does with Agarata or philosophy, legends, things like that. The Babylonian Talmud tends to have a proportion that gives a little more weight to the Agarata. There are a few chapters in the Jerusalem Talmud which are completely lost. Part of the reason for this is because the Babylonian Talmud received a lot more attention for most of the Middle Ages, and unfortunately some manuscripts seem to have just simply disappeared. There was a fascinating footnote in the early 20th century when a scholar came forward and claimed to have discovered them. In reality, however, after he generated a tremendous amount of excitement, it turned out he didn't discover them. He actually wrote them. They were forgeries. There's a lot of fascinating things about that, but not for our discussion today. But the Jerusalem Talmud and the Babylonian Talmud have a tremendous amount of overlap. They're basically one shared tradition, one shared purpose of trying to understand the Mishnah, but they are expressed in 2 distinct literary communities that have a certain degree of communication with each other. In the Talmud Bavli, for example, there's frequent references to, for example, the phrase Ki Asa Rav Dimi. When Rav Dimi came back from Israel and shared with us what he learned there. So in the Talmud Bavli, they're saying, oh, isn't it interesting that they say this over there in Israel, and they discuss that for a while. And it happens as well to a lesser degree in the Jerusalem Talmud. Ultimately, however, the Talmud Bavli lasts about 100 years longer before it becomes codified, somewhere around the year 500. That's one of the main reasons why the Talmud Bavli was much more well studied than the Talmud Yerushalmi, because it represented kind of like a later update, more recent software, if you will, to the older version. Both of them are written in Aramaic, although there's a significant dialectical difference between the Western Aramaic spoken in Israel and the Eastern Aramaic spoken in Babylonia. They're largely understandable to each other, although the orthography, the spelling of some words looks really bizarre if you're used to the Babylonian Aramaic and you switch over to the Yerushalmi, but they're largely understandable to speakers and readers of Aramaic. I think one of the most fascinating aspects of the Yerushalmi is what the Germans call Rezeptionsgeschichte, which means the reception history. How was this book appreciated? How was it adopted? How was it sometimes ignored, and so on? There's no question that the Babylonian Talmud, for the reasons I mentioned a moment ago, received precedence and much more pride of central place in the minds of most Jews through the Middle Ages, right up until the modern era, really. This was actually stated explicitly by the Gaonim, the great rabbis of Baghdad. For example, Rav Chai Gaon, who died in the year 1038, he said we should pay much more attention to the Babylonian Talmud when it contradicts the Jerusalem Talmud, because the Babylonian Talmud, being written later, as it were, had more evidence at their disposal, more time to think about things. And so the Babylonian Talmud is the authoritative one. Why would you study the text, which is not the authoritative one? That's one of the reasons why the Babylonian Talmud really took much more precedence in those areas where Jews lived, where they were heavily influenced by Baghdad in particular. That would include Spain and Provence, for example, and by extension, the Ashkenazi lands of France and Germany. So that really gave the Babylonian Talmud a huge edge. But there are some areas which tended to have a much closer attachment to the land of Israel, intellectually and in terms of its literary tradition. That would include, for example, Italy and North Africa. And it was there that the study of the Jerusalem Talmud was largely preserved. By the time you get to the period of the Rishonim, around the turn of the millennium, you have great figures like Rav Alfasi, known as the Rif, who began to kind of resuscitate the study of the Jerusalem Talmud as a tool to understand difficult passages in the Babylonian Talmud. And of course, this would become much more prominent. Tosfot would also do the same kind of thing as well. Well, they'll say, we really want to understand the Bavli. And here's a difficult part. What does it say in the Yerushalmi? And I'll look back there to see how that improves the Bavli. It is kind of like the Jerusalem Talmud had become a value add to the Babylonian, but it was not innately studied. So unfortunately, what this meant was that no manuscripts, except for one important one called the Leiden manuscript, actually survived the Middle Ages. Almost everything else is fragmentary, little pieces of the Jerusalem Talmud survived here and there, but only one full manuscript. It was copied in 1289, and the scribe actually said he thinks it's filled with mistakes, but he's doing the best he can. And this is the manuscript that forms the basis of the Jerusalem Talmud that was printed in the early 6th century, the Editio, which was based on the Leiden manuscript and a couple as well. There is some significant promise. The Cairo Geniza, there were lost passages here to study, primarily because the text is not nearly as well worked over and as reliable and as cross-checked as the Babylonian Talmud was. The Jerusalem Talmud was kind of like the forgotten sister for much of its history. Very, very few commentaries were written on it, nothing like what was written on the Babylonian Talmud. However, in the post-war period, with the expansion of popular programs like Daf Yomi that really elevated the study of the Babylonian Talmud, a lot more scholars are turning their attention to the Jerusalem Talmud as well, to the older sister. And there is many, many more renewed students. There was recently completed a massive 51-volume English translation of the Jerusalem Talmud by the Art Scroll Foundation. Absolutely remarkable work of scholarship. And so the Jerusalem Talmud may be getting much more attention now that we entered into a new technological era. I hope you found this video useful. And those of you who follow the series note that the reason I call this the Jewish History Lab is because I'm preparing these videos alongside the writing of a 3-volume book of Jewish history, a survey that goes from the earliest times right up to the modern period for Koren publishers in Jerusalem. And so if you are interested in following along, I really appreciate your attention. Please like and subscribe. And if you have something to offer in your comment section, I'd love to see what you have to say. And I just want to say thank you very much for watching this video. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I hope you are doing well. One of the things that frequently comes up in the comments on my videos has to do with the word Jew. A lot of people seem to be rather jealous of this word. They want to say it applies to us and not them. They want to say that you people who call yourself Jews are not actually the real Jews, a lot of strange things like that. I'm not going to get into that kind of stuff today. But I would like to get into the etymology of the word Jew. Where does it come from? Especially because we should note it's not actually of Jewish origin, or not actually of Hebrew origin, to be more precise. The sound that the J makes in English does not even exist in the Hebrew language. In order to make that sound, modern Israelis use the letter G, and they add a kind of like little symbol, a little chick next to it to indicate it should be pronounced as J instead of G. So if that's the case, where exactly does this word come from? So it's also really important to note that the word is not used precisely any time in Jewish history. It is used in a very, very kind of foggy way. And the question of who is a Jew is even more complicated than where does this word come from. Furthermore, depending on which language we're working with, the variations of the word Jew can sometimes be distinctly derogatory. For example, some languages, Slavic languages in particular, have like a polite term for the word Jew and a derogatory term for the word Jew. Usually derivatives of the word Jew are derogatory when they have those, kind of dual systems. And in fact, if we go to the Oxford English Dictionary, which is the go-to source for understanding how the English language works and has developed, you can see there's over 60 different spellings and presumably slight differences in pronunciation of the word Jew just in the English language alone. Like, oh my gosh. So let's try and figure out what exactly does this term mean. We have to bear in mind that tone is always very important. Like, the word Jew can be, as it is in modern American English, a neutral term like, Spanish or Italian, but it can also be stated with a distinctly negative connotation depending on the context. And people, generally speaking, know when that's happening. This distinction between the neutral use of the term Jew and the distinctly derogatory use of that term was actually challenged by a British man named Marcus Schleimowitz in the late 1960s. He actually sued the publishers of the Oxford English Dictionary about their definition of the Jew, which included the derogatory connotations as well. This suit turned out to not work out. As we have the 3 report, the case was ultimately decided in favor of the dictionary, because what is the dictionary supposed to do? Is the dictionary supposed to measure how people actually use words, or is it supposed to suggest prospectively how people should use words? If we say the former, which obviously is what the judge decided, they're describing the reality of the English language. And so what we have in the end here, if you look at this screenshot from the Oxford English Dictionary, you see that the word Jew as a noun has one meaning, and the word Jew as a verb has a distinctly negative meaning. And as we see a little later, they've done something by labeling it, saying, by the way, this is intended as a negative thing. What we have in the end here, if you look at this screenshot from the Oxford English Dictionary, you see that the word Jew as a noun has one meaning, and the word Jew as a verb has a distinctly negative meaning. And as we shall see a little later, they've done something by labeling it, by the way, this is intended as a negative thing. But here's the full definition. So it says here, 1a, a member of a people whose traditional religion is Judaism, right? So we want to say that Jew means someone who believes in Judaism, okay? And who trace their origins through the ancient Hebrew people of Israel to Abraham. Note 2 other words there, the Hebrew people and Israel, a follower or adherent of Judaism. Now, let's look at the paragraph underneath, which reads, the term usually refers to Jewish people from the period of the Babylonian exile and diaspora of the 6th century. So that's really interesting, because the 6th century before the Common Era, that's already, over 1,000 years into what we would call Jewish history. So what do they call themselves before the Babylonian diaspora? We're going to unpack that in this video here. Although it may occasionally refer to those ancient Hebrew or Israelite peoples, those 2 words again, Hebrew and Israelite, whose scriptures and traditions form the basis of Jewish religion and culture, etc. Now, note below there is definition 1b, which is offensive. And here the Oxford English Dictionary, perhaps thinking about that lawsuit from the late 1960s and early 70s, suggesting that we better label this as a warning. It's a hostile or contemptuous term for a Jewish person, and so on and so forth. Okay, so let's break down a little bit about how we got to this word Jew. Let's start with the earliest texts we have, which of course are the biblical texts. If you look at the book of Genesis, you see that there's a pretty long list of genealogies, right? That's really what most of the book of Genesis is really about. And it starts out, of course, with Adam and Eve. And then a few generations from Adam and Eve, you have the figure Noah, famed, of course, for the ark that preserves him and his family, including his children, from destruction by the waters of the flood. He has three sons who survived the flood: Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And the latter two, Ham and Japheth, are considered the children of Noah in Hebrew sources. In the rabbinic tradition, Ham and Japheth go on to populate the rest of the world, and so their offspring are called the children of Noah, or Noahites in modern English. And this is basically a Hebrew term, B'nai Noah, or B'nai Noach is the way Jews would pronounce it, that refers to all humanity, meaning there are Jews and there are B'nai Noach, the children of Noah. Jews are, of course, a subset of B'nai Noach. The Jews trace their lineage through the brother named Shem. That's, by the way, the origin of the word Semite. That term Semite was coined really in the 19th century in particular, when linguistics was being developed and they wanted to find a word for the peoples of that region, and they named them after Shem. Now, Shem has a descendant whose name is Abraham. I'm going to put him here in a different color to indicate Abraham is when Jews start considering their lineage Jewish. Even though Abraham is hundreds and hundreds of years before anyone will be called a Jew, nevertheless, Abraham is considered like the father of the Jewish people. His term, however, when he is described, is as the Ivri, as the Hebrew. And the word Ivri relates to crossing, transiting. Why? Because he came from the region of Samaria, the city of Ur, and he made his way along the traditional migrational path, following the Euphrates River and then crossing it and coming down into the land of Canaan, which would later be called the land of Israel. So because he came from crossing the Euphrates River, that's why he got the term Ivri, which is rendered in English as Hebrew. Okay, so that means that all the descendants of Abraham can also be called Hebrews because of that first designation. Still doesn't bring us, however, to the term Jew. So Abraham has a son, Isaac. Isaac has another son, Abraham's grandson, Jacob, in Hebrew, Yaakov. There's a fascinating discussion in the book of Genesis where Jacob has this kind of supernatural struggle with some kind of angelic being. And as a result of that all-night struggle by the river Yabbok, the angel gives him a new name, Israel, which in Hebrew is Yisrael, and it means one who struggles with God. It's fascinating. Also, one of those major things that we're going to set aside, because we're really focused on one thing here. We're being disciplined. We're going to focus on the word Jew. So that's where the Jewish people associate themselves either with the children of Jacob. We'll see, for example, a lot of synagogues and a big school system are called Beit Yaakov, or Beth Jacob, the house of Jacob. But they're also known, especially in the Bible, as B'nai Israel, the children of Israel. Okay, now, that's not to exclude being the children of Abraham or even the children of Noah, but the thing is, this is where the name Israel really comes from. Now, what about, finally, the word Jew? So Jacob has, of course, 12 sons who form the 12 tribes. And number 4 of those sons is named Yehuda, or in English it's rendered as Judah. And that's where the word Jew comes from. Now, you may be wondering to yourself, why child number 4? I mean, why wouldn't Jews call themselves Reubenites, for example, after the first of these sons, Reuben? we're going to explain it. It has to do a little bit more with history that happens later. So what happens is, if you're familiar with the biblical account, the Jews are in Egypt, they're enslaved for a while, then they return, and they come to the land, which is later called the land of Israel, and in their 12 tribal units, they occupy the land, as you can see here in this rough rendition of where those individual tribes were settled. You'll note that Judah, the fourth son, or really descendants of the fourth son in particular, are primarily living in the region just south of Jerusalem. Jerusalem is kind of an interesting border territory, down into the upper Negev will be the region of Judah. Shimon had kind of like a place to occupy in the middle of Yehuda, and that's basically where the Judahites, or those who come from Judah, live. For a while, these 12 tribes are separated, and they come together under a single monarchy, which is kind of like a golden age under the kings Saul and David and Solomon. But then after Solomon, there is a civil war, and now we're talking about the 9th century before the Common Era, and the land is divided into two kingdoms. The kingdom still under Judah. King David is from the tribe of Yehuda, and so his lineage is primarily active there. In the north, you have the kingdom which takes the name Israel. Even though Israel is supposed to have all 12 tribes, and the kingdom of Yehuda, of course, is outside it. Nevertheless, you have the dual monarchies, one in the north and the south. That lasts for about a century and a half. The 8th century, the Assyrians come out, and they take over the northern half and famously exile a significant portion of the population, moving them off into the region of Mesopotamia. This is the period when we talk about the 10 lost tribes. It's not exactly a precise terminology, but nevertheless, it refers to the end of the northern kingdom of Israel and the displacement of its population to Mesopotamia. So that's basically it for the political reality, the entity called the Kingdom of Israel North. Of course, that name would be resurrected in the 20th century for the modern state of Israel, but that's basically what happens is the northern kingdom of Israel is gone. A lot of that population, however, moves, especially as refugees, to the south, and so you have a lot of the population of the northern region of Israel actually now living in the region of Judah, or in the kingdom of Judah. The kingdom of Judah, however, does not last that long itself. About a century and a half after that, they are invaded by the Babylonians under King Nebuchadnezzar, and there's another exile. Again, these are not necessarily total exiles. It's not like the region was rendered Judenized, to use modern terminology, but significant sections of the population were removed, especially the nobility and so on. And so you've got another major population movement to Babylonia, this remarkable piece of art by Edward Benjamin that I often think about, representing the Jews by the rivers of Babylon, right? Remember when Abraham crossed the Euphrates, here they are back at the Euphrates. You can see in the distance, there's the ziggurats of Babylonia and so on. So you've got about a century where the Jews are now ensconced in Babylonia, or a large proportion of them are in Babylonia. I said the Jews, but I should say the Judahites, right? People from the kingdom of Judah. And then, amazingly, under Cyrus, they're released and allowed to return to the land of Judah, where they re-establish themselves as a political entity. The region is part of the Babylonian Empire, and it's called Yahud, which is obviously a Persian form of the word Yehuda or Judah. And one of the things that's especially fascinating about this period is that around this time, we have the phenomenon of many of the children of Jacob, even though they may come from other tribes, identifying themselves as Yehudim, as people from Judah. The best example is in the book of Esther, which is set in Persia, in the city of Shushan. And Mordecai, who's shown here in this remarkable 17th century painting, Mordecai, who is identified clearly as a member of the tribe of Benjamin, nevertheless calls himself Yehudi. He's referred to as a Jewish man. So it's around this time when we begin to see that the children of Jacob, the children of Israel, begin to refer to themselves as Jews as Yehudim, even though they are not necessarily from that specific tribe. And in fact, almost all of the tribal designations were lost in the sands of time, and most Jews today have no idea what tribe they possibly could have come from. Exception, of course, with the priestly caste and the Levites, but most Jews simply don't know what tribe they come from. They're all sort of like a generic Jew. Now, where does the word Jew with the J in particular come from? It appears that while Jews are calling themselves Yehudim, this is a term that's picked up by other languages, most significantly by the Greeks. This is the earliest inscription we have that refers to Jews in Greek. This is called the Moskos Judaeos inscription, and it was found in Greece in the 3rd century before the Common Era. You'll see where I highlighted in yellow, you have the word Judaeos, which is clearly a Greek rendering of the word Judea. Right? The U sound in Greek becomes a J sound in a lot of other later languages. So it's especially fascinating inscription because it refers to someone who comes from the land of Judea, who it clearly has, sort of a dedication to the pantheon of Greek gods. So, like, it doesn't appear like he's a particularly religious Jew by rabbinic standards, but nevertheless he is referred to as an inhabitant of Judea, of Yehuda. So that's where we have this first term, Judeos, and then it's especially repeated over and over again in Greek sources. In the Greek New Testament, of course, it's an extremely important word because it is the group from which Jesus himself derives, and most of Jesus's interactions are with fellow Jews. But it's also worth noting that one particular Jew stands out in a very negative way that will have implications for the negative connotation of the word Jew, and that is, of course, one of his followers, Judas, one of the apostles, who betrays Jesus famously. You can see it in this 15th century representation. He betrays him by identifying him with a kiss to the Roman authorities. And you can see here that Judas, portrayed with stereotypical red hair. In medieval art, red hair is often used in a caricature manner and often associated with Jews. And in fact, there is some interesting DNA evidence when bodies were covered in a well in Norwich, England, that Jews often had red hair in medieval ages, which would have been somewhat distinctive. But here you can see also with the distinctive, the ugly physiognomy and so on, Judas, which is, of course, the Latin way to pronounce the Hebrew word Yehuda, or Judah, has an unfortunate connotation because it's often confused with the word Jew, but it has otherwise no special relationship. Yehuda was an extremely common name, and we have lots and lots of Yehudas in history. So the term Jew in particular is also used as kind of an outsider term for Jews, like what other people refer to those people, which we will call Jews. But it's also important to note that internally, Jews often retained a lot of the earlier terms. For example, the term Israel was especially popular among Jews, especially when referring to the land. This, for example, is a tetradrachm from the Bar Kokhba revolt in the year 132 of the Common Era, when the rebels, the Jewish rebels, would seize the coinage of the Romans, come up and then restamp them with Jewish language, symbols, and things like you can see some trumpets, temple, and a lyre on here. And in Hebrew, it's written regarding the freedom of Israel, not the freedom of Judea, of Israel. It's interesting that they harken back to that old kingdom that was destroyed by Herod in the 8th century, and that was, of course, repeated in the 20th century with the establishment of the State of Israel. But when all is said and done, the term temporary Jews to refer to, as we saw in the Oxford English Dictionary, all descendants of Abraham, even though the term Jew had not been invented in his time and should have been called Hebrews then. It's used to refer to the Jews in the time of, let's say, before the kingdom of Israel is formed, even referring to those people who lived in the north, even when the term Yehuda was not very prominent. But around the time of the Babylonian captivity, the term Jew circulates as a way to describe this unusual people with a very long history. Wow, that was really complicated, wasn't it? I hope you found it useful nevertheless. And if this is the first video you're watching, I'd really love it if you come back to my channel. And I've got tons of videos on a lot of Jewish history because I find it absolutely fascinating to talk about. And I'm glad that there are a lot of people who enjoy listening and interacting. Thank you very much for watching.
Hands and feet in their smiles and claws. Wait, what? And you go, just 10 years ago, I was watching fucking Weemus Rangers.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let us continue our Jewish History Lab series by looking at the Babylonian Talmud. If you're curious, go back to the first season of the videos where I have a little bit more generic information and actually a little bit more of a direction of interpretation of the significance of the Talmud there. But for today, I'd like to take a little bit more of a geopolitical approach and then focusing a little bit on the basic information, which we really, the Babylonian Talmud is so crucial, so important to Jewish history that we should understand the foundations of it as well. So first of all, let's just place this within its historical context. Here's a map that gives us an overview of the entire Mediterranean basin between the 1st and the 3rd centuries. You can see it's got some really useful information on the expansion of Christianity in particular, which, as you can see from those kind of starbursts, that's where a lot of the influence was emanating to the region. And of course, this is a period of tremendous growth for the early Christian movement, would really achieve a huge milestone in the early 4th century when the Edict of Milan would be published, and this would essentially give the Christians pretty much equal status with Jews as a religious group. Until then, they were considered really an illegitimate religious group, not a religio zikita, a recognized religion, and that exposed them to a lot of legal disabilities and sometimes outright persecution. But at the beginning of the 4th century, when Christianity was recognized, and then, of course, not long afterwards, it would become the official state religion of the empire, based in Byzantium, on this map later, Constantinople, named after the Emperor Constantine, around whom these events really circulated. That would have a distinct impact on the status of Judaism, primarily because as Christianity rose, the fortunes of Judaism largely declined, something that would continue right up until the modern era in Europe in particular. But what I'm going to focus on in particular is what's happening just to the right of the map. You can see there that kind of purple jagged line represents the edge of the Roman Empire. It would be split into its western and eastern sections. What's happening on the eastern side of that jagged line? That's essentially the region of Mesopotamia or Babylonia, where there's a very significant Jewish population, and that's where the Babylonian Talmud would be written. Here's another map that shows you the Roman Empire and the Parthian Empire, which dominated Persia and the entire region at this time. It existed right up until the 3rd century, and Rome and the Parthian Empire are at loggerheads, and their successors, the Sassanids, would also follow in that conflict with Rome. The so-called Roman-Persian Wars involved both the wars between Rome and the Parthian Empire and its successor, the Sasanian Empire, which you can see here in this map. So what's going to be relevant for us today is that we're going to be discussing the history of communities primarily in the Parthian and Sasanian Empire on the eastern edge of the Roman Empire. And they developed very, very differently in many ways. Let's have a look at the academies as we understand them. So we've already talked quite a bit about the academies in the western region, what in fact the Talmud calls the yeshivas of the West. This map here shows you the two major population centers of Jews in the 1st and 2nd centuries. Of course, obviously the land of Israel, which has a lot of Jews living there. Some of the highlighted was like Tel Aviv was not a city back then, of course, but was placed there for some sense of geography, and that's where most of the Jews, of course, were living in the first century. But there's a significant population way out to the right-hand side of this map, where the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers come together. This is the locale of ancient Babylonia, where the Jews were first exiled to in the 6th century before the Common Era. Now, it's interesting because in many ways this was the original home of the Israelites, because Abraham actually comes from this region. He's called the Ivri, the one who crosses over, because he crossed the Euphrates River on his way to the land of Israel, as described in the book of Genesis. But this becomes a major center of Jewish population really only in the 6th century before the Common Era, when the Neo-Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar exiles a large population of the Jews from the southern region of Judah into Babylonia. And they establish quite a community there. There's some significant and really fascinating archaeological evidence that emerges from this period that shows the Jews thriving as a people in this region. They would eventually be allowed to return under Cyrus later in the 6th century, and they would reestablish their community in the land of Israel, as we discussed in just a recent video. But they would remain as well in Babylonia and continue to flourish. One of the oldest Jewish communities in the world is located here because of that 6th century exile. And that's where the Talmud would be raised. But before that, let's just quickly go back and remember the Jerusalem Talmud, which preceded the Babylonian Talmud. As we discussed in a couple of videos ago, it's primarily the work of Rabbi Yochanan and Reish Lakish. They are the most prominent rabbis in this massive discussion of things biblical and things Mishnaic. I'll get back to that in a little while. But there's a lot of political difficulty in the 4th century in particular. Although there was a period when the Roman Empire was led by the Antonine and the Severan dynasties, where Jews had a little bit of a relaxation of the persecution that followed the 2 disastrous Roman Jewish wars. That begins to turn in the 4th century, in large part because of the Edict of Milan and all that signifies. There would be a revolt in the middle of the 4th century against a Roman governor named Gallus, and that would be put down quite harshly by the Romans. But it is at this time, immediately after the revolt against Gallus, that there seems to be a concerted effort to try and gather up all of the intellectual fragments that went together to make up the body of learning that would have ultimately become the Jerusalem Talmud. So that's all happening in the 4th century. There are some scholars who suspect that the Jerusalem Talmud has a different character because the editing process was rather rushed in comparison to Babylonia, where the Jews had actually quite a bit more, a longer duration of peace, and that allowed them to refine the text. But at any rate, that's when the Jerusalem Talmud emerges. We move over to the Mesopotamian region. We see that there are a few key events. One of them that's really crucial is the arrival in the region of an individual who was known by the name Rav. It's actually a title. It means the teacher. He came from Israel in the year 219 of the Common Era. He was actually a native of Babylonia who had studied in Israel and brought back some of the teachings that were going on in the land of Israel. And he was perhaps the first of a whole class of peripatetic rabbis who would move between Babylonia and Israel, sharing the results of the deliberations in their academies. These were the so-called nechute, which means those who go down. It refers specifically to those who leave from the land of Israel, which is metaphorically considered higher in elevation. So they went down to the land of Babylonia and shared what they learned there. But there was also cross-fertilization going back to Jerusalem for, basically 200 years. There is much more of a relaxed environment for the Jews living in Babylonia. There were a few moments of persecution, sometimes associated with the rise of the Zoroastrians, sometimes reflected in the text of the Talmud. And there is, every now and then is punctuated by violent conflict as a result of that Roman-Persian war that's going on for centuries. One of the most important moments of disruption that specifically targets the city of Nehardar, one of the great centers of the Babylonian Talmud researchers, was when a figure named Odenatus Septimus, who came from the region of Palmyra up to the north, the west, and he came down into this region and he destroyed Nehardar in the year 259. That caused a lot of the scholars there to be displaced to some of the other great yeshivas. Perhaps the two most significant are shown here on this map. Pumbedita and Sora, they had a rivalry that went on for literally centuries for which yeshiva, which center of learning would be the most significant. All of this is really describing sort of the centrality of the Talmud and it's the discussions of the Talmud to the Jews living in this region. But we can't forget there's a tremendous amount of popular history that is not only embedded in the Talmud as a source itself, but also in the archaeological record, like these fascinating Aramaic curse bowls, some 1,500 of which have been discovered in the region. They're written in Aramaic, which is the language used by all people in the region, not just Jews. It's not exclusively a Jewish language, although these curse bowls seem to have been written by Jews, perhaps for non-Jewish customers. It's really not clear how they were employed, other than basically these would be kind of like spells that would be written. There's some distinctly Jewish themes in the spells. Sometimes they would have, as this one does, kind of like the depiction of a demon at the base of the bowl. This would happen to look like a rather friendly demon, some of them not so friendly. And then the bowls would be, ritually broken up or damaged or degraded in one way or another, kind of like we saw in the execration figurines from Egypt that go back, almost 2,000 years earlier than this. And so there's really mysterious things about how did Jews actually live here outside of Talmudic culture, but not for our discussion today, mainly because I don't know a lot about it. I have to do a lot more reading, but fascinating sort of hints as to what's going on. Now, so it's giving you a little bit about the origins of the Babylonian Jewish community. I've given you a little bit of some of the relationship of the thinkers, the rabbis who created the Talmud, to their predecessors in the land of Israel. And we've talked, of course, about the Jerusalem Talmud. Let us now turn to the Babylonian Talmud itself. What exactly is it? Now, it's a massive document. In the current standard printed edition, it takes up 2,711 folios. That means two sides, one page, so about 5,500 pages. The reason why I happen to know that number offhand, 2,711, is because, of course, there is this really popular study group, sometimes called the world's largest book club, called Das Yomi, which means literally a folio a day. It was started in the 1920s, and basically all around the world, Jews who are interested in the Talmud, and I assume some non-Jews as well, study one page a day of this massive document, and they conclude it every 7.5 years. It's a rather amazing event, and you could travel all around the world and pick up the page that you were missing from the day prior. It's fascinating. So it's this huge document. It's written, as I mentioned, largely in Aramaic, although it quotes heavily from Hebrew sources, most significantly the Mishnah, and I'll talk about that again in a second. And it also has influence of, you'll see Greek words in there, Latin words in there, Persian words in there, all, showing how this is a multi-generational document that was literally composed by about 2,000 different authors. These are primarily rabbis, religious experts, who are debating this core text called the Mishnah, which we have discussed in a previous video. I encourage you to go back there and have a look if you're curious. But basically, the Mishnah is sort of a companion to the Torah, the first 5 books of Moses. In traditional Jewish thought, both the written Torah that exists in the biblical form that many Jews revere today was given alongside an oral body of teaching. So this is the written Torah and the oral Torah. And those oral teachings were eventually codified into text. And one of those major texts is the Mishnah, which was codified around the year 200 and basically deals with aspects of Jewish law and behavior. It's a kind of a bizarre text by modern standards. It's not a law code. It's not a list of rules. It's sort of like icebreaker conversations to talk about, how does one actually live according to the Torah. And the discussions often do not come to a clear conclusion, and so it sort of requires further involvement in the text. This further involvement of living students literally talking and speaking about what this means and debating with each other was eventually codified into a series of conversations which we call the Talmud. That's basically it. This is also, by the way, the word Talmud, which means the learning, is identical with something called the Gemara, which means the finishing. But it's basically a super discussion of the discussion in the Mishnah, which is itself connected to the Torah. Not in a precise analogy, but if the Mishnah is sort of like a commentary in the Talmud, it's not exactly a commentary because there's a lot of things discussed in the Mishnah which are not made explicit in the Torah, but there's kind of like parallel texts. So if the Mishnah is sort of a commentary on the Torah, the Talmud can be understood as sort of a commentary on the Mishnah. That's basically what it does. That's its function. The bottom line of the Talmud is it gives an opportunity for the Torah to engage in a wide-ranging discussion of what it means to follow a particular commandment. What are the parameters of that commandment? Who is obligated to follow the commandment? Are there exceptions? All kinds of things are discussed in the Talmud story. Now, you might wonder, if it's an open-ended discussion, why is it codified in the first place? Why not just keep it going on and on? Well, on one level, it does go on and on because the commentaries like Rashi and Tosfot and others continue the discussion much further, right up into the 21st century. But another level, it's kind of like these are the guardrails for a productive discussion of the Torah. Kind of like, this is maybe not the right analogy, but sometimes I wonder, I see kids, they like to sometimes watch recordings of other people playing video games. And you say, like, why would you do that? Why would you want to play the video game on your own? But apparently, it's deeply satisfying to see how someone else succeeds or fails in these video games. So, not the greatest of analogies, but I think the idea is that Talmud allows you to follow the discussion of a group of really incredible minds, refined over time by later minds who codify their language into a very compact form. But it's all about, how do we observe these commandments? I'll give you one example. So the Torah says several times that we're supposed to observe the Sabbath and keep it holy. Great. How exactly do you do that? So there's a juxtaposition in the Torah of the construction of the tabernacle, the desert Mishkan, with the observance of the Sabbath. And the rabbis understand that juxtaposition means that the kinds of activities that were going on in the construction of the tabernacle are the things that you should have done on the Sabbath. If I say to an employee, okay, make sure all the filing is done, send out all the emails, answer all the messages, and then Friday is your day off, you would assume that Friday means, no more filing, no more emails, no more answering the phone, right? That's the way that the logic works. But then, now we got to go back and say, okay, construction of the tabernacle, what's involved in constructing the tabernacle? So that goes into a massive discussion of all the activities involved in creating the walls and dyeing the fabrics and, slaughtering the animals for the sacrifices and all those things. And it eventually all boils down through the Mishnah into this massive tractate, Shabbat, which deals with those laws, which is one section of this massive 2,711 folio document called the Talmud. What is its significance? It's massively significant. It becomes, after it is codified around the year 500, it becomes the central go-to text for Jews who really want to understand, why do we do the things we do? Should we be doing them exactly the way we're doing them? Any authoritative thinker in Judaism must go through the arguments of the Talmud in order to understand why these particular practices are adopted, why others are not adopted, and so on. And since the Talmud is such a crucial document dealing primarily with Jewish law, lots of other really useful information, which appears, only lightly connected to the material sometimes, almost tangential to the material, is included in there. So, for example, the whole, philosophy of the afterlife and good and evil and reward and punishment and all kinds of philosophical things are piled into the Talmud as well. It is, by a Western sensibility, after reading Greek texts and the Western canon, it seems like a chaotic kind of document. It's really not, but it is definitely not arranged on Western lines. You follow these discussions in many, many different areas of thought. Every page is like completely refreshed and completely new, and really quite a fascinating document. You can understand why Daf Yomi is really such a popular program. Now, let me mention in closing that there are many misconceptions about the Talmud. In the Talmud, they began to think of it as a document which is basically what is keeping Jews from converting to Christianity. If it's keeping Jews from converting to Christianity, it must have all kinds of negative information in there, and it has to be banned or restricted and so on. And this is kind of a trope, an anti-Talmudism that extends from the 13th century, really in some places up to the current day, especially after a very nasty work was published in the year 1700 called Judaism Revealed, which was basically every single nasty possible statement you could pull out of this massive document, authored by 2,000 different rabbis and several other people who are not rabbis, over a course of several hundred years of discussion. Now, it's true that there are some passages in there which are not complementary to pretty much everybody you could think of. I think Christians, women, slaves, non-Jews, you will find the occasional nasty passage in there which does not feel comfortable for modern readers. But I would challenge any serious student of history to find me any text, particularly of this size, from the 3rd, 4th, 5th century that doesn't have far more egregious language, xenophobic language, and things like that. It is a tiny little minority of the number of words that are used in the Talmud. They are almost always taken way out of context and used to portray the most heinous and false lies against contemporary Jews. And it's really an unfair way to try and look at this text from a scholarly perspective, let alone a religious perspective. And if you want, and if you're skeptical about this, please go have a look at one of the many. Actually, I'd be nervous to just put Talmud in the search engine because there's lots of crazy people out there who put the word Talmud. Just go to an authoritative website, like, for example, Sepharia.org, which has massive amounts of rabbinic literature, including the Talmud, in translation, and you can go through it yourself. If you want, you can cherry pick and go zero in on some of those nasty passages that you may have read in some of the dark parts of the web. But the document is so overwhelmingly positive and useful and productive that it's hard not to see those tiny passages within the scope of the large document, and especially when you consider within the context in which they are written, as really, besides the point of how valuable the Talmud is as a guide for Jewish life as a whole. It's really a wonderful, inspirational document. I've spent many, many years myself studying it, writing about it, and speaking about it on other podcasts. So I could go on and on, but I think what I need to do for now is stop, because I've given you sort of like a sense of where the Babylonian Talmud was written, when it was written, why it was written, what it does, and then we're going to move on in this series. As those of you who are regulars know, this series is written in conjunction with the forthcoming book from Koren Press from Jerusalem. And that's why I call it the Jewish History Lab, because I'm sort of like writing the chapters as I'm writing these videos. And I'm looking forward to your commentary and your feedback so that we can make the book as excellent as possible. Meanwhile, thank you very much for watching.
Start at Buc-ee's. Yeah. Start at Buc-ee's. Yeah, you're not gonna. It's not walking out of there with low cholesterol, okay? Does it have lunch, nuts, and desserts? Or you got a lot of sweets?
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. If you are binge watching the Jewish History Lab, I'm amazed that so many of you have gotten this far in the series. I have to apologize that it's been a whole year gap since the last time I recorded one of these. That's for a variety of reasons, and I'll take a moment to explain right now. I came up with this Jewish History Lab idea essentially because I was working on a book for Koren publishers in Jerusalem, and that book project is going along very well. The first of 3 projected volumes. This is a history of the Jewish people from the earliest times to the present day. First volume is with the editors in Jerusalem. It's gone through peer review, and we're working now primarily on the maps and things like that. So it is making its way through the publication process, and I am heavily at work on volume 2. So that's going okay, but the last year has been a huge hiatus because a lot of changes in my personal life, good ones, thank God. And then, of course, the amazing and awful distraction that October 7th has occasioned for anyone who has any connections to Israel. And that's really required me to spend a lot more of my energy working with you on videos of different topics. But, let's hope that situation in Israel is resolved as soon as possible in an acceptable way for all parties, such that we'll return to peace and prosperity in the region for every population there, with especially the return of the hostages. But let us go back at this point to the Jewish History Lab, and I'd like to pick up, not in sequence, but I'm going to pick up from the 2nd and 3rd century, and especially I will look at the 4th century because it represents a period of tremendous resurgence during the era of the Byzantine domination of the land of Israel. That's what I'd like to spend some time talking with you about right now. So let's go to that period here. You have a look at this map here. You can see the nature of the Jewish dispersion as we approach the 4th century. The sort of purple line on the outside represents the limits of the Roman Empire. It's massive and encompasses the entire Mediterranean basin. And then there are scattered pockets of Jewish population throughout the empire. There is, of course, a very strong population still in the land of Israel. There were massive deportations after the Great Revolt ended in the year 70. Masada and Egypt conquered a couple years later, but it was really by the time the temple burned in the year 70, there was definitely a huge change in the land of Israel. And so you have the dispersion of the Jews spread throughout the entire region, and that's in addition to the large pockets of Jews that lived in Babylonia, in Alexandria, Egypt, and even a growing population in Rome itself. The starbursts in this particular map are especially important because they show very important centers of Christian activity, because, of course, Christianity will be growing during the first few centuries after the Great Revolt. And Christian communities tend to expand around Jewish communities. St. Paul, when he would be traveling throughout the region and proselytizing for the new faith, he would typically go quite frequently to known Jewish communities where there would be perhaps an audience of Jews open to the message of Christianity, but as well, many sort of fellow travelers who were, drawn perhaps originally to the Jews and their very different and very competitive ideology for the era, but the sort of the high bar of entry into Judaism, which included, for example, circumcision and the dietary regulations, Sabbath observance, and that was too much for many of these fellow travelers. But the message that St. Paul brought was really quite a bit more palatable because it did not have those demands, but it did have the great benefits of life after death, personal God, things like that. So you tend to see a lot of strong Christian communities developing around nucleus of Jewish communities for that reason. looking more closely at the land of Israel, you can see that after the Bar Kokhba rebellion failed in the fourth decade of the second century, the region is divided up significantly. You have the renaming of Judea as Syria Palestina. That's the entire region, really reaching from what we would call today Israel into the regions of Lebanon and Syria and a bit of Jordan. The region associated specifically with the land of Israel is divided into three parts: Palestina Prima, Palestina Secunda, and Palestina Tertia. The first, the second, and the third Palestine. This is when the term Palestine really comes into widespread usage. Hadrian, after he put down the revolt in probably the year 136, possibly 137, he insisted on renaming Judea to try and wipe out the memory of the Jews living there, and he reached back to the population that we call the Philistines in the Bible. They're referred to in Greek text as Palestini, and so he took that name and applied it to this Roman territory. And there were still Jews living throughout the region, especially in the northern section, Palestina Secunda, where a lot of Jews had fled in the context of the revolt. So that's basically the setting of this short video. Jews rebelled several times against Roman rule. We have the Great Rebellion 66 to 70, and then a couple of battles that lasted up till 74. You have the Kitos Rebellion in 117. You have the Bar Kokhba revolt just mentioned, and then in 351 you have another revolt, sometimes called the Gallus Revolt, which is not as well known, but each one of those was a disaster for the Jewish rebels, and Rome consistently reasserted its authority over the region and often followed it up with some significant persecution as well. There was a brief respite for Jews, actually a couple of respites for different reasons. The most significant political respite was a result of the rise of the Emperor Julian, who is known in much of the historiography as Julian the Apostate, because he tried to turn the clock back from Christianity and revive paganism in Rome. And as part of his overall plan, he wanted to actually rebuild the temple. He wanted to give the Jews back their temple, not so much because he was such a friend of the Jews or a friend of Judaism or a friend of monotheism, but he felt that, with the rise of Christianity, that the all faiths were put down, and this was certainly true for the Jewish experience, but by rising all faiths, that was a way of kind of diminishing Christianity. His rule ended very abruptly in the year 363, just 2 years in power, so it really didn't come to anything in terms of the rebuilding of the temple. Basically, a blip in the overall pattern of an ascendant church and the synagogue or Judaism in decline in terms of its political and social and economic status. Perhaps the most significant element of that decline is in the erosion of Jewish self-government at this time. There was the institution of the Patriarchate, in Hebrew the Nasiut, where you had some figures who were the chief religious and political authorities of the Jewish community after the destruction of the temple. There is significant debate among scholars as to what was the actual extent of their power, but we know they existed right up into the early 5th century. However, the emperors of the Eastern Roman Empire, which is called, by the way, the Byzantine Empire, Rome in the West, the empire is going into decline. Rome, the city itself, will be sacked several times in the 5th century, and the city of Byzantium, at this time known as Constantinople, would be the main center of the Roman Empire. But it was during the period of the Byzantine empires where you have more and more closeness to Christianity, beginning with Constantine himself, and at the same time a depression of the rights, politically, socially, and otherwise, of the Jewish population. Perhaps the most significant example of this is Justinian I, who reigned from 527 to 565, a very long reign, in which he imposed a tremendous number of restrictions on Jews. The the banning of construction of new synagogues, sometimes the confiscation of synagogues and their rededication as churches. These rules were, by the way, quite frequently ignored, perhaps more often ignored than actually observed, but nevertheless, moments of punctuated persecution and a really invasive approach to what happens inside the synagogue. Justinian I, for example, banned the reading of the Torah in Hebrew. It could be read, but only in particular authorized translations to other languages. As it were, I don't know, maybe he wanted to kind of like assimilate Jews by forcing them to engage with the Greek language, and who knows, but it definitely was not well received by the Jews. Also, a ban on Mishnah, the study of the oral Torah, which was, for Jews incredibly onerous because the Jews always understand the Torah historically as being part of two documents: the Torah itself, the written Torah, which we call the 5 books of Moses, and at the same time the oral Torah, which includes, among other books, the most significant is, in terms of law, the Mishnah. That the Mishnah is essentially what explains how to apply the Torah in actual practice. And if you ban the Mishnah, that's essentially like banning traditional Judaism. So how did the Jews deal with these unusual challenges that really began to be gathering steam in the 4th century and move forward? I'm going to outline 4 basic responses that really illustrate the incredible resilience of the Jewish people in the 4th century and the ways in which they adapted strategies to affect their survival in this extremely hostile environment. The same kind of pattern, incidentally, that was evidenced time and over the millennial history of the Jewish people. The first is the institute of a fixed calendar in 359. The calendar is incredibly important, especially if you have a diaspora population. They're spread out, far apart, slow, poor communications, and how do you know what day the holidays fall on? Traditionally, the Jewish calendar was based on the physical sighting of the moon and then the testimony of those witnesses in Jerusalem that they in fact saw the new moon appear, and therefore the calendar could be calculated. Recall, of course, that if you work on a lunar calendar, it doesn't divide itself into like the exact same number of days every month. Here in the West, because we use the Gregorian calendar, we tend to not even have any sense of when the phases of the moon are, but the Jewish calendar has a strong lunar element to it, such that the first of the month is always when you have no moon, the 15th is when you have a full moon, and so on. And since the days are not exactly 30 or 31, it has to be recalculated every month. Moreover, if you count the number of lunar days in a full 4 seasons, it comes up short. You only have 354, if I remember. 354, maybe. It's around 350 something days. I should really look it up, but I forgot. It's about 350 odd days in a lunar calendar, which means that every year of a solar calendar, which is roughly 365 days, you are losing some days. Now, the Muslims, by the way, observe a strictly lunar calendar, and that's why their holidays keep moving. Every few years, they're shortened by a few days. They come earlier and earlier and earlier. You can have Ramadan in October. You can have Ramadan in April. That's just the way the lunar calendar works. The Jewish calendar is actually both lunar and solar because the Bible requires the observance of the holiday of Passover in the springtime. So therefore, the calendar has to be adjusted every so often to make sure that Passover will fall in the springtime. That's why in the Jewish calendar, the month of Adar is doubled several times over a 19-year cycle, so that even though the lunar calendar is always losing days, that extra month, that leap month, actually places Passover back into its proper time. That's why, here we are speaking in English, so in Anglo cultures, people will say something like, "Oh, Rosh Hashanah is very late this year because it occurs in late September, early October, as opposed to late August, early September." And the truth is, Rosh Hashanah is always on time. It's September that is out of joint. But at any rate, with the situation in the 4th century, with Jews scattered all over, and with an inability to rely on reliable communications from Jerusalem, that in fact the new month had been declared. Don't forget that Jews were actually banned from entering Jerusalem after the Bar Kokhba revolt for quite some time. So a lot of these things were not possible anymore. So therefore, in the year 359, the Jews responded to this uncertainty by creating a fixed calendar that is still in use today, a remarkably important survival strategy that helped them weather the challenges of the era. Second major innovation was the codification of the Talmud. Now, I'd like to get back to the Talmud in a larger discussion later. It's too big a topic to squeeze in here. But for our purposes, let us just recall that after the writing of the Mishnah, which was brought together around the year 220, there's a tremendous amount of discussion that surrounds it by scholars after that time. That really sheds light on what's quite cryptic in the Mishnah itself, what's hidden in the text of the Mishnah, and how to interpret the Mishnah. Just as the Mishnah interprets the Torah, it's not a precise definition, but fairly close, the Jerusalem Talmud will also interpret the Mishnah. And this was a remarkable achievement because by putting it into text and actually writing it down as a manuscript as opposed to a body of oral teachings, it suddenly made this massive amount of wisdom, many times larger than the size of the Mishnah itself, and many, many times larger than the size of the Torah. It made it accessible to Jews throughout the Mediterranean basin and far out into Babylonia, where ultimately it would play a role in the creation of a much larger and more influential Babylonian version of the Talmud. We should clarify, by the way, that we call it the Jerusalem Talmud, but that's...
How you living, girl? Can you hear me? Hello, hello. What's good? How's your life going? Can you hear me? Hello? More retro. What's good? How are you? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I can't hear you if you're talking. I see you just came off mic, or your mic is on, but cannot hear what you're saying if you're trying to say something. I hope you're doing well. Love an update if you have one. Love to hear all about it. Okay. Maybe you just figure out your microphone issue. Maybe restart your device and come back. If that helps.
That's a bit of a misnomer. Most of the writing of the Talmud happened in the north, around the city of Tiberias. You also have a significant amount of activity happening on the coast in Kizari, but it wasn't written in Jerusalem. Another term that's frequently used in the scholarly literature is the Palestinian Talmud, which up until recently was a perfectly neutral term. Palestinian meant the region of geography labeled by humans, and everybody understood what they were talking about. But now it just sounds so jarring because a group of people have used that name.
How are you? Are you talking? You're still muted. I shouldn't say muted. I just can't hear what you're saying. Oh, now I can. Now I can hear you. How are you? Excellent.
Kind of okay. I'm doing multi-streaming myself now. Not quick.
Okay, very well. What platforms? What
But
what what platforms are you on?
what I want to do is want to
What platforms are you on?
break it
Oh, you're breaking up.
into
You're breaking up. Can you repeat that? Morph Retro, can you repeat that? Very cool that you're breaking up. Can't understand what you're saying. I heard that you're multi-streaming, which is amazing, and I want to hear all about your journey. Morph Retro, I can't hear what you're saying. Is there, I don't know if it's possible, is there any way to restart? I can't hear what you're saying. It's not coming through. I can't hear anything that you're saying. I'm sorry. Apologies. I wish I could hear you. I cannot hear you. There you go. There she is. Can you hear me? Are you talking?
Name to describe their nationality, and so and they certainly don't have a Talmud. So the term Jerusalem Talmud is used because the term Palestinian Talmud is perhaps even more misleading. So the codification of an intellectual text that is at the core of Jewish learning and making it portable, making it accessible to Jews all over the world, phenomenal strategy that was developed to survive the vicissitudes of the era. Third or fourth, the development of piyut. I've never really thought about this so much before, but I'm reading some things which are just quite fascinating. Piyut is related to the English word poetry through the Greek origins. It's basically a kind of liturgical poetry that has its origins in the Byzantine period, and may have a lot to do with what I mentioned earlier about Justinian I and his ban on the study of the Mishnah. Some of the great Taitanim, or authors of piyut, including Yossi ben Yossi and Yanai and the great Kalir, they write these ornate, complex, flowery liturgical compositions that are meant to be inserted into the prayer book, and in fact, they were enthusiastically adopted by congregations all over the region. They are published in prayer books to this very day. And we should understand the function that they played. If Jews were prohibited from public discussion, public teaching of their text, that the Mishnah was banned, and that the original Hebrew text of the Torah was also banned, then the authorship of these new poems with their arcane embedded references, which would be missed by the authorities but would be readily available to the educated, would be another opportunity to gain access to the basic teachings of Judaism. Really fascinating, again, literary response to the persecution, which actually was a very, very useful survival strategy. And then finally, this is the fourth of four strategies, the development of synagogues. The institution of the synagogue and its later representation in other faiths, with churches and with mosques, for example, is one of the great contributions of the Jewish people to world civilization. In the ancient world, religion tends to be very cultic and based on a specific location. That goes for Judaism as well, with the establishment of the central temple in Jerusalem. And all kind of like religious activity was, not all, but like the vast majority of religious activity was like focused on those structures and the professional staff that managed them. And, that's what religion was. However, even before the temple was destroyed, we have an example of Jews creating these smaller houses of worship, which do not take the term temple for themselves. That would happen, by the way, in the 19th century, when there was the Reform movement in particular wanted to try and make a distinction between synagogues, which are like temporary prayer houses, that they are like secondary to the great temple in Jerusalem. So by renaming the local house of worship a temple, it's a way of saying, no, this is it. We are here. We don't necessarily have to be looking back to the temple of Jerusalem. Orthodox synagogues generally do not call their houses of worship temples. They call them a much more humble name. The word synagogue just means place of gathering. The Hebrew term Beit Knesset means the same, as so does Eglis and many other words like this. Ecclesiasta, church, they all come from the word meaning gathering places, much more simple than temple, which is much grander. Jews began to create these even while the temple was still standing, perhaps out of like a spontaneous desire to have a place to gather and to discuss and to communally praise God. That's something that seems to have been very much, embedded deep within the Jewish tradition, and it begins to show itself in the first century of the Common Era, perhaps the first century before the Common Era. Here's one of the earliest pieces of archaeological evidence we have for synagogues. This is the so-called Theodotus inscription, which comes from Jerusalem. It's a large ashlar block which has this Greek text, which, if you have been in synagogues, you will recognize it. It is a plaque, right? This is something which is like, it is kind of ironic. The very first earliest example we have of a synagogue has a plaque thanking a donor for making a big contribution to the synagogue. Theodotus is this man, a Jewish man, writing in Greek, which was like the high literary language for the educated classes, of how he paid for the building, paid for the new plumbing system, and all kinds of things like that. Just fascinating. We're not exactly sure how to date it. It's roughly dated to the first century before the Common Era to the first century of the Common Era. It was found at the bottom of a well, so clearly not at the place where it was originally built. Possibly the synagogue was destroyed in the context of the Roman-Jewish War, and then this was thrown into a well like that. But at any rate, we have these plaques. And we have some evidence of synagogues in this early period, but we have a massive flourishing of synagogues under Byzantine rule. Just to look at a few of them here, here's some gorgeous artwork from the Hamat Tiberia synagogue that portrays a zodiac. There's often, a lot of contemporary artwork that is incorporated into the synagogue, even when it's somewhat challenging to religious sensibilities at the time. There's frequently dedications in Greek because, as I mentioned, that's one of the dominant languages of the educated classes. Sometimes the artwork, like you see in this remarkable mosaic at Beit Alpha, it portrays the sacrifice of Isaac. You can see on the right is the sacrificial altar, and then Abraham is the large figure on the right, holding a knife in the right hand, and Isaac in his left hand. And you can see just to the left of Abraham a rather unusual symbol of a hand, as it were, the angel, reaching out to stay Abraham's slaughtering of his son. Genesis 22, those there. And the figures, I believe, are Eliezer and Yishmael, but I'm not positive. But still, beautiful, illustrative art of the period. And we also see, in Beit Alpha, once again, a zodiac, which is very, very common in Jewish artwork from the Byzantine period to the present day. So to reach 4 really big survival strategies demonstrated Jewish resilience and creativity in the face of the persecution of the era that not only gave the Jewish population the ability to survive the vicissitudes of the Byzantine era, but also carried forward as creative demonstrations of Jewish spirituality that we appreciate to the present day. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this video, and thanks for coming back to the Jewish History Lab, and I'm looking forward to making lots more videos. Thank you for watching.
So this guy's like the biggest Volkanovsky fan of all time. They prank him, and they, they're making about like, you can do some jiu-jitsu, right? You can be in there, a little bit. He goes, get in there. Volkanovski did their whole thing. Volkanovski's like, come on, what do you got? They mess with him. And then, Volkanovski gives back the vote.
Someone told me that there are a few Bukharan Jews that live in this neighborhood. Although it's not my area of specialization, I thought it might be nice to offer at least a broad survey of the history of the Jews of Bukhara. This is not intended to be anything in-depth. This is primarily a quick overview of the broad sweep of Bukharan Jewish history. If you have any hard questions, please save them for after the lecture. I'm going to take a quick break and run out to my car and go home, and then we can ask the hard questions at that time. Okay, so I'd like to speak for about 60 minutes. So just talk everything I know about the car. I'll exhaust it completely, and then we will move on to these. So first of all, I think a very important question: where exactly is Bukhara. So in many ways, Bukhara in the Jewish mind is more of a cultural concept than a specific location. There is, in fact, a city called Bukhara in Central Asia, but it's a little bit like the idea of Lithuania, where it's much more than what would be the country today. The geographic and political boundaries that we recognize today do not correspond precisely on a one-to-one basis with what Bukharan Jews consider Bukharia or what Lithuanian Jews consider Riga, as we shall see. Here is the city. It is in Uzbekistan today. If we think about the region of Bukhara, which really refers specifically to an emirate that I'm going to show you the geographic boundaries are of, there are about 5 distinct cities within the region that we consider Bukhara. Bukhara Jews do not have to come from specifically the city of Bukhara to qualify for that honor. How many are there? So we have a relatively good census coming out from 1959 that lists about 26,000 Jews who are native speakers of Tajik. That's most likely one-to-one correspondence with Bukharan Jews itself. If you were estimating another 3,000 Bukharan Jews who listed in the Soviet census Russian as their first language because they were assimilated to Russian language as opposed to the Tajik speakers. We'll add another 3,000 odd of those. There are also many Jews of Bukhara who are not Bukharan Jews, specifically those interlocal Ashkenazi Jews, many of whom came in the middle of the 20th century, as we should discuss shortly. So I will discuss the Ashkenazi refugees in Bukhara, but only briefly. We're going to focus primarily on the indigenous Jews. You take it to the late 20th century, Michael Zand, in demographic studies, he estimates about 80,000 Bukharan Jews around the world. That includes 45,000 still in the USSR. This is before Operation Exodus, and so many Bukharan Jews. Another 32 in Israel, which had a very old Bukharan community that expanded significantly in the 1970s, and about 3,000 elsewhere. But it's interesting to note that if you look at Uzbekistan today, it is almost completely empty of Bukharan Jews. There are about 1,000 Jews in Bukhara today, and almost all of them are remnants of the Ashkenazi migrants who came in World War II. So Bukharan Jews in Bukhara are basically non-extant right now, but there are, of course, many Bukharan Jews around the world, particularly in Israel, and in certain boroughs of New York City as well. Usually you can find, if you drive the streets and you look for Roman railings in front, you will probably find your local Bukharan community. Also, there tends to be a preponderance of barber shops, lots and lots of barber shops when Bukharans are involved. Okay, so this is actually, so we attribute the growth of the Bukharan Jewish community to its very, very ancient origins associated really with the First Roman Jewish War. The coin that I'm showing you behind me is one of about 2 dozen coins that were minted by the Emperor Vespasian and his son Titus to try to mark the destruction of Jewish sovereignty in the land of Israel. They're always the same. On the left, they have either Vespasian, the Roman emperor, who destroyed Jewish sovereignty, his son Titus, who later go on to destroy the temple. And on the right, you have this phrase, Judea Capta, and it always portrays like this looming Roman soldier, frequently disproportionate in size. And on the right is a despondent woman, typically with her head in her hands and kind of a declined posture. Sometimes she's portrayed rather terrifying way with her hands behind her back, indicating just how far Judea, the Jewish province of the Roman Empire in the land of Israel, has been subjugated to Rome. There's a balsam palm in the middle, which is one of Israel's most important exports. And so this is a coin that commemorates what the Romans meant to say as the complete and utter and complete disappearance of the Jews of Judea, that there will be no more Jewish presence in Israel, or in fact in the rest of the world, because the Romans had effectively eliminated statement. Now, there were three major revolts. The first one, of course, resulting in the destruction of the temple, another revolt in the year 115, and then the Bar Kokhba revolt in the year 135. That was basically the last major revolt. There were smaller revolts in the 4th century, but this was basically the end of Jewish sovereignty until the 20th century. That was, of course, not the first exile of the Jews. The first exile goes back all the way to the 8th century before the Common Era, when King Sennacherib and several other Assyrian kings evacuated forcibly much of the northern region of the land of Israel, executed a population transfer to regions in contemporary Iran, Iraq. We also have another major exile under the Babylonians in the 6th century. This is the destruction of the first temple that also took Jews to this region, and also to the region where the great rivers Tigris and Euphrates come together into the Persian Gulf. That would end up being a lasting community, lasting until the 20th century, really. Babylonian Jewry, where the Talmud was written and so on. But how did Jews get all the way up to Bukhara in Central Asia? You definitely have some movement of Jewish region. The earliest known reference there is in the 4th century, when a Rabbi Shalom ben Bizna, this place called Mur, which is in the Gemara, apparently he commented on the quality of the beer, Mur, and he had very low that particular beer, but never mention of any kind of Jewish community, obviously not a beer drinking community in Bukhara. There is also some interesting archaeological evidence showing Hebrew characters in a Proto-Tajik language, so Jews were definitely from the 4th century. And although we haven't found much more concrete evidence of Jews in the region, there has been some stunning and puzzling finds that suggest that maybe there was in fact a larger Jewish community there that we have not quite identified. This is a visual joke. You should all be laughing at this point. I see some of you, Dr. Singer, is appreciating this. Thank you. Okay, thank you. This goes over very well, by the way, with Ashkenazim. They see this joke and they just laugh. Okay, so anyways, let's go to where we have limited evidence of Jews in the region from the 4th century. We definitely have much stronger evidence of Jews from the 8th century and onward, primarily because Bukhara is located on the Silk Road. This yellow line here, which traverses all Central Asia, was the major route for goods traveling from the Eastern Mediterranean, and of course, all points from Europe and North Africa to the Far East, to China, to India as well, carrying spices and all kinds of luxury goods forward. Bukhara, as you can see, the yellow arrow is an important site there, and we're most likely located Bukhara along with the mysterious Radhanite trail traders who came from probably southern France. Really interesting evidence, for example, this 8th century business letter, which was written in Judeo-Persian, meaning written in Persian and using Hebrew letters, just like Yiddish is basically German, medieval German, written with Hebrew letters. Or Judeo-Arabic is Arabic written with Hebrew letters. Some people say that Yiddish is actually German with phlegm, but that's the audio version. This is an 8th century Judeo-Persian business letter found on the Silk Road, clearly indicating that Jews were trading in the region. The reason, by the way, all of these Judeo languages developed is primarily because Jews were primarily the main literate populations in the medieval world, and even the people among whom they lived, even though they adopted their vernaculars, the people among whom they lived typically did not read and write their own languages. That's why, for example, Rashi has a tremendous vocabulary of both French which is used by contemporary French scholars to try to understand how medieval French people spoke to each other. They actually have to learn Hebrew in order to learn Rashi, in order to learn French, because of the disparate nature of literacy rates among Jews and non-Jews at times. So that's why the Jews would be trading in the language of the most familiar with in terms of speech, but they would record it in Hebrew letters. We also have, a little further along the Silk Road, in this remarkable Cave of the Thousand Buddhas. I really like the name of it. It sounds like, Indiana Jones kind of thing. In the Cave of the Thousand Buddhas, they found this amazing slicha, a prayer from the 8th century, written in literate Hebrew and carried lovingly by a traveler along the Silk Road, unfortunately abandoned but still found in the late 19th century. So we definitely know that Jews are traveling along this major route. Bukhara is one of the main stops on this route, so we can conclude that there was definitely an early medieval community there. When we start to know a lot more about the Jews of Bukhara, is primarily under Muslim rule. So Islam is born in the 7th century, and it sweeps across the Arabian Peninsula into North Africa, all the way out to Spain. It crosses into Spanish territory in the year 711, which has been celebrated ever since by the establishment of a network of convenience stores around the United States. These jokes were great of Ashkenazim. I don't know about you guys, but Ashkenazim, they're rolling in the floors with that. And then, of course, Islam expands to the east as well. Islam goes with incredible speed across Central Asia, penetrates North India, establishing what would later become the regions of Bangladesh and Pakistan, and of course, Bukhara is swept up into this region. How this affects the, by now, centuries-old community of Bukharan Jews is fairly well known. It's primarily regulated by a key document called the Pact of Umar. This pact, which is attributed to the second caliph, meaning after Muhammad, the first caliph after Muhammad, but most likely a later Umar, and we only have the earliest written documents in the 9th century. But this pact was essentially the agreement, or a proposed agreement that regulated how Jews would be allowed to live within Muslim territories. Extremely important agreement. It was not always adhered to strictly. Quite often, its restriction of Jewish behavior could be circumvented by an appropriate bribe. Sometimes the fees that Jews enjoyed were given by Muslim authorities as part of this Pact of Umar, a scheme force that allowed you to live with some degree of regularity with Muslim land. And here's one of these sort of general rules of Jewish history, is that, generally speaking, Jews tend to do best as a community when they live in environments that are very, very slightly anti-Semitic. I'm not suggesting that we should invoke that principle here in America, but a certain amount of hostility from the outside community helps keep the Jews sort of focused on themselves and sort of, develop their communal status and being more self-reliant on each other. When that anti-Semitism drops below a certain level, where it's, and I'm only talking now, I'm not talking about violent anti-Semitism, don't do that. I'm talking about, you can't join the Flaming Crosses Country Club, for example, or something like that. They won't let you. So, small social anti-Semitism, a certain amount of discrimination in the workplace, places like that. So that is something that's actually good for Jewish community growth and communal strength. When that disappears, then we run a risk of assimilation. That's primarily been the challenge of America, so much of, especially the 20th century, there's been so little anti-Semitism that Jews have simply disappeared into the American hinterland. That may, of course, be reversing itself since October 7th, as perhaps we should see Dr. Singer knows more about this. At any rate, what did this Pact of Umar say? It basically defined and regulated the status of protected peoples, meaning Zimma, or non-Muslims, primarily Christians and Jews. They had a certain second-class status, and these were their rights and their privileges, and these were their disabilities. So I'll list them three basic areas of conditions. The first is in terms of public religious activity. Jews could not engage in large outward displays of their religiosity. They were not allowed to build new religious structures, so theoretically you could repair an old synagogue, you could not build a new synagogue. Meaning the idea of the Pact of Umar was to keep Judaism in situ, it should not grow. Of course, when you take a rule like this and you extend it over 1,300 years, it's going to be ignored. Jews will find a way to build a new synagogue, they'll find the right zoning officer, they'll pay the correct bribe, something like that, and the synagogue will be built. Not all of the synagogues in Central Asia date back to the 8th century, but the idea is, the theory is, that they're supposed to be contained. They could not, have like Purim parties and things like that. Definitely would not be allowed. The idea was more of a symbolic thing. This is like a minor degree of religious inconvenience, especially when there were always ways to get around it. Symbolic discrimination and social distinction. This was a little bit more intrusive. Jews were supposed to never adopt certain outward displays of class or status. For example, Jews were theoretically not allowed to only ride donkeys or mules. Jews were not allowed to bear arms. They did not carry a sword or anything like that. There were distinctive clothing and distinctive colors were mandated for. This was all meant to have a social auspice line to them. Again, quite often obviated or circumvented through liberal application of a bribe, but nevertheless a general principle that Jews had to be second class all the time, seen as second class. And finally, financial support for Muslims, all kinds of things, sometimes having monetary consequences, such as a special tax for being Jewish, called jizya, also applied, of course, to Christians and non-Muslims. In the case of Bukhara, as we have in several other Muslim communities, the quarterly payment of the jizya was sometimes accompanied by a ritual slap on the face from the Muslim tax official collecting the money. So it was definitely meant to be a humiliating kind of thing. But again, it varied from time to time, from the officer to officer, whether this kind of symbolic slap was imposed or not. You can imagine, however, if the president of the Jewish community had to go and deliver the communal taxes 4 times a year and then receive a slap on the face, it was definitely intended to send a very clear message that Jews are not welcome in society. They have a place, they're supposed to be protected there, but not necessarily to feel comfortable in home. Mandatory support for Muslim travelers occasionally, the villaging of soldiers, things like that. Jews were forbidden to sell alcohol, which was, of course, forbidden to Muslims. They could not build their houses larger than Muslim homes, especially they could not build their houses taller than mosques. I'm not sure about this, but I wonder if the design of the minaret was designed to obviate the challenge of not having anyone having a bigger house. If you build a tall minaret, it's very hard to get your house higher than that, but that I don't know. This is kind of like the elements of the Pact of Umar, which, again, they're not nice. No one would tolerate them in the 20th century, the 21st century, but they nevertheless did allow states to live, because Jews tend to prefer those environments which are, German word, Rechtsstaat means society that is governed by law. So in other words, to carry this a little further, I may understand that I will be suffering from certain discriminations and maybe elections will be held on Saturdays, so I can't vote or different things like that. But I know that if someone throws a rock through my window, I will be able to call the police will come, they'll look for the culprit, and that person will suffer a fine because you're not allowed to break windows in the rest of society governed by law. So that's why if you look at places like Jews in Quebec in the beginning of the 20th century, Jews in South Africa, began to develop strong communities because of that kind of like background noise. Anti-Semitism is just enough to allow them to flourish without allowing them to assimilate. Okay, so that's basically what's happening for much of the Muslim period, which takes us from the 8th century right up until the Russian period in the 19th century. The implications, by the way, are very similar to what we have happening in Christian Europe. In Christian Europe, they developed a totally different idea or different theological reasons. They call it the doctrine of witness. I don't want to go too deep into it today because it's outside of our frame of reference, but nevertheless, it's interesting to compare. The doctrine of witness is basically a church fathers doctrine dates from the 4th century, when St. Augustine basically opined that Jews should not be killed. It was actually an innovative concept, slay them not, he said, because they have to be around to validate the second coming. And if you kill them all, no one's going to be able to confirm that, in fact, this is it, this is the guy. So there is a reason to keep the Jews, albeit in second-class status, in Christian Europe as well. And the persecution should not be extreme. That, of course, would change the 20th century. Now, what I think fascinating about Bukhara and Jewry is that up until the 18th century, we don't know a lot about them. We have a tremendous amount of documentation about their activity, their communities, and so on. We definitely know they were there, but they basically, they're absorbed in the background knowledge of history. We begin to know a lot more about them after Rabbi Yosef Maimon. Maghreb is an interesting Sharia. He is essentially an emissary collecting charity for religious institutions in the town of Sfat in northern Israel. He comes to Bukhara and he falls in love with it. He falls in love with the people, the community, and so on. He himself is not of Central Asian background. However, what he brings to the Bukharan community is a very strong connection specifically to the writings of Rabbi Yosef Karo. So Yosef Karo, of course, is a Spanish refugee. He was born in Spain and was a Turkish throughout much of North Africa, ended up in Constantinople for a long time, and his most lasting contribution to the Shulchan Aruch of Jewish law. And one of the things that is so crucial about this period of time is that all Jews at the time were observing halacha, they were observing it primarily through a mimetic system. Meaning, I saw what my father did, I saw what my grandfather did, and I basically imitate them. I basically do the same thing as, I should down as Masorah forever. But with the advent of innocent printing, the advent of the possibility of information in a consistent, widespread, and instant fashion, all of a sudden, there's a whole new possibility of standardization. Because let's say, for example, your father, or your grandfather, or your great-grandfather had a particular Kiddush cup that he really liked because of the sentimental value for it. But you know what? It probably was a little less than a little less than maybe the halachic size that is mandated in the time. But you know what? That's the size that he had. He really liked this cup. So it could easily be imprinted into generations afterwards that Kiddush cups should be the size of a thimble, because that's what Zaydi used. That's what the Alpha Zaydi used. And that may not be what was considered normative halacha in other communities. But once the Shulchan Aruch came along, especially when it had the accompanying commentary of the Ashkenazi Rav Moshe Isserles, this suddenly became a manual that had the aura of authenticity because it was literally in print. In many areas of halacha, this is not my area of expertise, but in many areas of halacha, there are gray areas of what is precisely the correct thing to do. We may choose one particular path, but there may be other areas which are still acceptable, but nevertheless, a single path has been chosen and confirmed by the Rama, the commentary on top of it, and that means that anyone who wants to challenge it has to do so from a position of great authority and learning. Most people do not have high levels of learning and authority to be able to challenge something that is in print. As my grandmother, Elena Shaw, used to say, I probably shouldn't repeat this, but in honor of evokes her memory, she used to say in Yiddish, you should say Baruch, right? In the Shulchan Aruch. It reminds of Yiddish. So if it says so in the Shulchan Aruch, even though there may be other acceptable halachic practices, having it in print, again, at a time when print is still fairly new, that really edges out all kinds of other traditions. We see this especially in regions where they had alternative prayer traditions, a different Masorah of exactly what was in Shemona Esrei, the order of prayer, similar things like that. Any region that did not write a prayer book real quickly essentially lost their Masorah. There used to be a distinct Provençal ritual in southern France. There used to be a distinct Roman style that's almost totally disappeared. A Carpenter version. So many different versions that because they did not print a prayer book, it's defenestrated. It's out the window. And that's exactly what happens in Bukhara, is by being such a devotee of this great halachist and mystic from Tzfat, or who lived in Tzfat in his old age, of Yosef Karo, he was able to show the Bukharans, look at this great book I have. It has all these halachas laid out for you. You don't have to memorize all the things that you used to do in Zaidi and Bobby. And every now and then you might find a slight difference. Bukharan Jews adopted it with tremendous enthusiasm. So that's how Bukharan Jews, like many Jews in the region, they're not alone. Iraqi Jews, Baghdadi Jews, Iranian Jews adopted the Sephardic Spanish right, not because they were ethnically Spanish, but because they followed the path of the Shulchan Aruch, which is a factor not only owing to his great brilliance, but also to the factor that he was one of the first to actually put it in print. It could have been if the Bukharans had produced a Yosef Karo and printed their own Shulchan Aruch earlier, we would all be Bukharans. And we would all be like, in things like that. Okay, cool then, right? Actually, I went to, what did I eat then? Yes, I went. Samsung, right? Seafood ice cream. Oh my God, is that right? Yeah, so great. I couldn't believe it. I wish I was Bukharan. That food was fantastic. Okay, so it was this one individual, not Bukharan origin, who essentially revolutionized the Sephardic attachment to the Bukharan Jews, which has perpetuated itself to this day. It's interesting to note this is someone, some of you might even recognize her. She's a local researcher. She worked here on her dissertation, Alana Cooper, and this is a book that she produced on it. It's quite a fascinating book. We have it in our great library downstairs, and it talks about the Bukharans of Queens in particular, some of the schools that she attended, as she was trying to understand this culture. And she points out that there's this long history of the Bukharans being kind of of Central Asia, that nobody knew about them. They were only discovered in the Rabbi Yosef Maghrebi, but in reality, it's sort of a myth. We have lots of evidence of the Bukharan Jews in the 19th century. Numbers of scholarly works, and so on. It just happens that the influence of Maghrebi on the Shulchan Aruch was so crucial. These were not lost Jews who were waiting to be found. They were perfectly within their Hermetic culture, their Hermetic tradition, until the Shulchan Aruch was eventually shown to them. Okay, so that's basically taking us up to the 18th century in our whirlwind tour of the Bukharan history to the Russian period. Now you might wonder, how did the Bukharans start speaking Russian after all? This is basically a Tajik-speaking region, and a little bit of Uzbek as well. Things change when the Russian Empire expands into the region, primarily in the 19th century. And here you have a fascinating moment where all of a sudden, the Bukharan Jews had a moment of being in a privileged status. The Russians, of course, all Orthodox Christians, come into this region, which is overwhelmingly Muslim, and they do not want to grant Muslims the right to travel anywhere in the Russian Empire. They have a whole bunch of fairly oppressive measures. They're trying to control this frequently rescued region. It's not too far from Afghanistan, which is essentially the Soviet Vietnam. So they imposed all kinds of restrictions on the Muslims to try and keep them in place. However, they recognized that there were Jews in Bukhara, and the Jews had extensive trading knowledge and abilities that they had been using really since the medieval period on the silk trade. And so, ironically, the Russians decided to give Bukharan salespeople, Bukharan capitalists, Bukharan tradesmen, mercantile individuals, the privilege of traveling anywhere in the Russian Empire. At a time where it was forbidden for Ashkenazi Jews to travel anywhere in the Russian Empire. Let us recall that in 1479, there was a remarkable moment when there was a scandal in the family of the Tsar when a member of the royal family, a young woman, decided to convert to Judaism. This was like unheard of, unbelievable. And so the Tsar declared, and it was reinforced by many Tsars and Tsarinas after him, that Jews would not be allowed in Holy Mother Russia. It was considered the third Rome. It was supposed to be an inheritor of pure Christianity. And so Jews were officially blocked out of Russia in 1479. This occurred, this was the state until 1772, when Catherine the Great, who herself was not of Russian origin, she was from Prussia, but she returned to be Russia's most brilliant military leader, conquered Poland and inherited the largest single concentration of Jews in the world. And she had to face a decision, what am I going to do with this ban on Jews in Russia? I just expanded the border into Poland, how do I control all these Jews? And she decided to evoke a kind of a compromise, which is known in English as the Pale of Settlement. It was a region that extended from about halfway through Latvia all the way down to eventually the Black Sea, including Poland and much of Ukraine. Jews were allowed to live in this fairly large territory. And later on, it became quite oppressive. It kind of was like a massive ghetto, really, with huge overcrowding. But at the time, it was actually pretty good for Jews in the 18th century, but Jews could not cross into large cities like St. Petersburg or to Moscow, and even certain cities in the Pale, like Kyiv or Kiev, were actually illegal for Jews to live in. 60,000 Jews lived there illegally anyways in 1917, but it was technically closed to Jews up until the 20th century. So Jews from Ashkenazi lands were not allowed to into these major trade districts, but Bukharan Jews were allowed to. So Bukharan Jews really took advantage of this, and they made a tremendous amount of money. A certain number of families, really became very rich as a result of their significant connections, able to exploit the new territories the Russians had opened up. And with that money, they also, following Maghrebi's original teachings, decided to open up Zionist, proto-Zionist organizations, really ahead of the famed organizations like Guru and Shivat Zion in Ukraine, who had the Bukharans who were settling Jerusalem in the middle and late 19th century, which we'll see then later. So up until the Soviets come to power in 1918, the Jews in Bukhara are doing fantastically well under Russian rule. When they eventually lose one of the Russian Tsar falls in 1917, and then you have the second revolution in November of that year, October, of course, by the Soviet calendar, the old calendar, which is not Soviet, the old Russian calendar, and then you have a communist revolution, then you have a dramatic change where the Ashkenazi are going to exert actually quite negative influence on Jews. In particular, this individual, a defrocked Chabad rabbi named Stein, who was later named the head of the Yevsektia. The Yevsektia was the Yevreyski section of the Jewish section of the Communist Party, and this was an organization, an organ of the Soviet Union, was designed specifically to try to make Jews communists. They were to take advantage of internal Jewish tools like the Yiddish language and to assert the Jewish culture to try and convince Jews and in their traditional ways, specifically their religious and their leanings, and to the communist goal. A lot of experiments during the time when was in place, such as, for example, the creation of red Haggadahs, which were Haggadahs rewritten that Stalin was like Moses, and Pharaoh was the Tsar, and capitalism were the Egyptian taskmasters, and all kinds of crazy things like that, designed to try and convince Jews that really now with the new Soviet paradise, there will be no more need for any kind of aspirations towards God, which was viewed as a initiate of the masses and so on. Dimenstein, however, before his posting as the head of the Ossetia, was the head of education in Bukhara. And he came in there strong, desperately trying to convince Bukharan Jews to drop any aspect of their traditional religiosity. They heavily bombarded them with all kinds of anti-religious propaganda. There was actually an organization called the League of Militant Atheists. And to me, it sounds funny, but this was actually an organization sponsored by the Ossetia. They published magazines like this one called Apikores, in The Heretic, Bezbožnik was the Russian version, Godless. And these are like tremendous amount of energy devoted to trying to get Bukharan Jews to return to their non-religious, non-Zionist, authentic culture, which was a strange policy called Korenizatsiya, which meant that it was okay to express your culture in terms of like things that didn't involve religion or any kind of economic aspect. Like it was okay for Ukrainians to have embroidered skirts, but not Easter eggs. Right? Because Easter eggs would be religious, can't do that. And we see all kinds of crazy things. Bukhari, for example, which is basically Judeo-Tajik, the Tajik language written in Hebrew characters, they said it's okay for you to have your language, but first of all, you have to make it proletarian. It has to be able to be led by regular people. It has to, therefore, be. First, they decided to put in Latin characters, so for a brief period of time, Bukhari was written with Roman letters, like we have in the English language, and then they said, wait, this is kind of stupid. We use the Cyrillic language, so they switched to the Cyrillic alphabet afterwards. That lasted up until the 1930s. One thing that's kind of an interesting note here, the Russians and the Jewish communists were among the worst. There's nothing like a Jewish Epicurus who was a true believer, he would go to the end of the world to try and convince other people to also be non-believers. And they did insane things to the Hebrew language. They said, okay, Yiddish is okay under Korenizatsiya, because that's the authentic folk language. But we have to make it proletarian, and we have to make it accessible to the masses. So one of the things that they made illegal in the 1930s were the final letters. Right? In the Hebrew alphabet, there are 22 letters. 5 of them, Natsach, are written differently if they occur at the end of a word. Right? Then it's a text. This is like a copy. You put them at the end of a word, they written different. So that's illegal. And anyone who tried to print or publish anything that had those letters would be sent to the Gulag just for printing those letters. The Ukraine also had a problem because Ukraine was very close to Russian, but there are certain letters that exist in Ukraine that don't exist in Russian. For example, the letter G, as distinct from the letter H, exists in Ukrainian. The letter G became illegal. If you printed a Ukrainian book with the letter G in it, off the side here. Crazy thing. I consider it kind of ironic that these karma things go around. This is the Chabad Siddur in Russian, and you know that in Russian there is no letter H. That's why when I go there, people would call me either Gendry or Henry. But they had difficulty saying Henry. So, but the word Tirat Hashem, it was the name Hashem itself, that's spelled with an H. How do you say that? So therefore, to indicate it, Chabad added a special letter here, that's the Russian letter G, with a little accent on the top to indicate it should be pronounced as an H. So they tried to take away our letters. We actually gave them a letter in return, and now you have the Tirat Hashem. Okay, another weird kind of experiment, not so much related to Bukhara, except for the fact that it is approximately Azerbaijan was this unusual experiment posed by the President Kalimin, thinking that one of the ways to try and water down Jewish support for Zionism was that they had a Soviet homeland. It's a great idea. That's way out here, far east, right? By the way, Bukhara is about halfway between Moscow and Azerbaijan, and this was actually not a terrible idea. It came just in time for the Nazi invasion. Unfortunately, Stalin, who did not like the idea, banned travel of Jews to Azerbaijan. So when it could have been a refuge for Jews, it failed to do so. Nevertheless, there was an autonomous Jewish homeland out there in Far East for a few decades. The only great Asian. Thank you. Now, one thing that we got to say here, and our next week we are going to be speaking more. Next week's topic is going to be the Jews of Russia, which overlaps with this period here. So I don't want to say too much about it right now. But one of the things that is incredibly important for Bukharan Jewry and Russian Jewry as a whole at this time is the incredible support of Chabad. Chabad, its commitment to the Jews of Russia was just over the top. The Rebbe used to say, the Chatila Alida, it was always over the top. It was way more than any other organization that really able to promote the Jews. Hundreds of underground rabbis, a pipeline of smuggled in Sidurim and Shkil and things like that. Chabad was deeply invested in preserving the Jews of Bukhara and the entire Russian Empire. First from the three different Rebbe's shown in the center there, and then continued by his son-in-law and successor, Nachman and Schneerson, phenomenal commitment that really kept the flame of Judaism alive in Bukhara and the Russian Empire. We'll return to this study next week. But just it's an important placeholder for us right now. Okay. Much of Bukharan Jewish community came to a shocking end under Stalin in the 1930s, under the purges. The establishment of these 5-year plans, which was an incredibly overly optimistic thought that by deeply investing in major public works, like the building of dams and things like that, by collectivizing agriculture in a very way, it would suddenly leapfrog what was a central peasant society, modern industrial society, to be an incredible year. And the nature of the Soviet Empire at that time was such a point they could not. So many jokes about this in Russian culture, about how, the train's not moving, so we shut the windows and pretend that it's moving. Shut the curtains, pretend that it's moving. That's exactly what happened with the 5-year plans that began in the early 1930s. However, it doesn't have a funny ending in real life, because once the plans were proven not to be successful, they had to find people to blame for it. So a whole purge-like environment, very reminiscent of the Spanish Inquisition, was instituted where people would be denouncing each other, would be, inflating their results in order to try and say, no, we've been producing, and when they were investigated, they say, oh, look what's happening. These numbers are not corresponding to what we received and the amount of wheat and things like that. Must be we have saboteurs or wreckers inside our society. These people would be rounded up, tortured, forced to give the names of other saboteurs, sent off to the Gulag, executed, a horrible period. According to some estimates, which may be on the high side, but may be affected as many as 16 million people who were purged, who were sent off to exile, and were murdered. Massive number of deaths involved, especially if you include the artificial famine in Ukraine and in the Donbass region that was also part of this period. In Bukhara, anyone who stood out, specifically if they appeared to be Jewish, if they were public Jewish, they were among the first targets of the purges, and they suffered tremendously. And then, of course, this brings us to perhaps the darkest period, especially for Ashkenazic Jewry. On June 22nd of 1941, now we're in the middle of World War II. World War II could only really begin because Stalin and Hitler had signed a non-aggression pact. Hitler, of course, had tremendous territorial ambitions, especially in the East, in the Soviet Union, but he could not fight a two-front war. He couldn't fight France and Soviet Union at the same time, so therefore he made a peace deal with Stalin, which Stalin actually believed was for real, and so that gave Hitler the ability to conquer the West, and France fell, and Belgium fell, and so on. And once he had pacified the West, and Hitler turned to his real territorial ambition, where he wanted to establish later ground, that was in the East. And on June 22nd, he launched Operation Barbarossa, which was this surprise attack on the Soviet Union, which was incredibly successful. Within a few months, he was at the outskirts of Leningrad, placing a brutal siege. He was very close to Moscow. All of Poland was overrun. A major part of Ukraine was under Nazi and so on. So it was a period of the darkest time of Holocaust, but not yet when the gas chambers started operating. Why this is especially relevant for us is because he sent four squads of mobile killing units called Einsatzgruppe the Wehrmacht, followed the regular army, and these were made up primarily of Germans who were not fit for frontline battle, a little bit older, a little bit overweight, things like that, and they were assigned to go to each of the tiny little Städte that dotted the region, filled with thousands of Jews, to round them up, come out to ravines, or some camp, and force them to dig their own graves, and then to execute them on fire. This Holocaust, which is sometimes called by bullets, took the lives of something between 1.5 and 2.5 million Jews in Eastern Europe, and there's actually, you can see the many, many locations where this happened. Kiev is perhaps the most infamous. Baba Yar is the word Yar in Russian means ravine. The ravine of the Baba, the old woman's ravine, some 33,000 Jews were killed in the space of a week. Incredible amount of killing that happened in this region. And it also happens to be, this is where my own ancestors are buried in a killing field in Lithuania. So rather remarkable monument to them near the city of Disney, the small shepherd of Disney. So this happened beginning in June of 1941. And it was not an immediate process. It took actually several months. By the spring of 1942, the Nazis had decided to wind up the use of the Einsatzgruppen, and they switched to the deportation system that took people to these newly constructed death camps, 6 of them primarily in Eastern European territories such as Poland, Auschwitz being the most notorious of them. It's kind of like, if you will, an evolution of the Holocaust. They tried the use of machine guns, and they found that this was somewhat inefficient, and they switched to rat poison, cyclone Fayes, finding a much more efficient way of dealing with their Jews. But what that meant was there was a massive flood of refugees, about 600,000 Jews who fled the advance of the Nazi army to the east. And they ended up in Uzbekistan. They ended up in Bukhara. Many people say they ended up in Siberia, but really they ended up in the region of Bukhara. The population, the Jewish population, increased by 86% in Bukhara, largely made up of this huge swath of Ashkenazi Jews. And what's fascinating, I think, about this period is that even though the Bukharans had really been treated badly by their experience with Ashkenazim, especially under the Septia, by all accounts, the Bukharans welcomed Ashkenazi Jews with open arms, considered them not strangers but brethren, gave them tremendous amount of hospitality, like my own Shalom and his family, an orphan from the war into their home, and that's what Bukharan Jews did to Ashkenazim. Even though they could easily have said, we've had it with you, Ashkenazim. Do you know what you did to us under Stalin, with purges and so on, and taking away our language and things like that? They did not. They ended up treating the Ashkenazim with tremendous kindness, and that allowed so many Jews to survive the Holocaust. And we frequently hear about people here in Queens who survived the Holocaust by being in this region. It's largely due to the kindness of the Jews who were sent there at the time. The diaspora of Bukharan Jews was especially prominent in Jerusalem. Here you can see there's a region called the region of Bukharan, where they actually established really wealthy homes going back in time to the 1880s and 1890s, where they were among the most wealthy settlers of Jerusalem at the time. Early Zionists, much earlier than the Poles, for example, Polish Jews, the Bukharans were early adopted. Many of them came after the war when there were such a pressure by Jews who were fleeing the camps. But the largest influx of Bukharan Jews to Israel, which largely emptied out the following its original inhabitants, came with Operation Exodus. A massive number of Jews made to with the relaxation of the crazy Soviet rules, not only Jews to exit from the Union, including the establishment of homes not only in Israel but also in Queens, places like this. And I think what we can say by way of conclusion the Bukharan legacy, we began our discussion here with this discussion of this coin, the Judea Capta coin, which in many ways was intended by its creator, Vespasian, as a propaganda device to say, that's it for the Jewish people. We have totally destroyed them. We will never be bothered by the Jewish people again. Look at what we've done to them, completely humiliating. Judaism is gone and done for. So I want to show you an interesting coin, a medallion that was created in Israel in 1958 to celebrate the 10th year of the establishment of the State of Israel. A medallion was commissioned, and on one side, it has this familiar kind of elements that we've seen. There's the phrase Judea Capta, there's the Roman soldier, there is the despondent woman, and so on. And this is kind of like emphasizing this original message of galut, of exile. But on the obverse, you have this symbol, which in a very beautiful artistic manner echoes the same kind of composition. But in the place of the Roman soldier, you have this woman playing with her child, an affirmation of life, and on the right, instead of the despondent woman, you have a kibbutznik planting a tree, a clear demonstration of hope for the future. And I think this is fundamentally what we see with Bukharan Jewry, is that like this medallion, the Bukharans are a people that value life. They are life-affirming people. Yes, like haircuts for sure. They also are, like all Jews, deeply in values of Jewish identity. And it is their joie de vivre, their simchas hachayim, which has allowed them to survive so many centuries under so many oppressive environments and allows them to flourish in contemporary Queens today. So with that, I want to thank you for your attention this past hour. I will stick around for a couple of questions, but no hard questions, please. If you are around next week, I invite you to come back where I'll speak about something that I actually know something about. We'll talk about the Jews of Russia and the Soviet Union. Thank you very much for your attention.
It's a terrible travesty if they don't. I agree, which is the reason I made that video in the first place. I wanted to draw attention to the labyrinth because it's just, I think it is like the biggest opportunity.
Hello, my name is Henry Abramson. I'm a historian, and I have been obsessed with the Holocaust for much of my adult life. I have resisted providing lectures lectures on the Holocaust in any significance on YouTube because it's very difficult to convey in an appropriate fashion the material that I'd like to discuss with you over the course of the next 30 mini lectures. However, given contemporary events, it seems to be much more crucial than ever that I at least make an attempt to discuss this period. And I hope that you will find these brief lectures meaningful and useful as we strive to understand one of the most difficult periods in all of human history. By way of introduction, I studied at the University of Toronto, and I focused primarily in modern Jewish history, but really only one quick study on the Holocaust, and that's specifically looking at the work of Rabbi Columbus, known as the Eish Kodesh. My teachers at the University of Toronto were Professor Emil Fackenheim, who is a world-renowned philosopher, and Michael Maris, also a very well-regarded historian, principally of the Jews of France during the Holocaust. What I'd like to do over the next few minutes is to try to understand some basic parameters of the Holocaust, trying to set out what we're going to be discussing over the course of the next few lectures. Let's start with terminology. Why do we call it the Holocaust? We all know what we're speaking about, but where did this strange name come from and what exactly does it refer to? So certainly the term Holocaust is associated primarily with the mass murder of some 6 million Jews in Europe during the Second World War. This is, however, a term that took about 20 years to come into some circulation. Prior to that, it was largely unnamed because people lacked the vocabulary to just an event of such magnitude and such horror. One might think similarly of the word that American uses or the terms that one might think, pausing, in a similar fashion, one might think about one of the defining moments of this city, of course, referring to the attack on the Twin Towers and on the Pentagon, that's known as 9/11. That's hardly a name that's descriptive of what is going on in those attacks, but people lack a more appropriate word to term it, and therefore they call it 9/11. Perhaps in 50 years, we may have a different word to describe those events, the early 20th century. But for the time being, it seems like Holocaust is the standard term used to describe the mass destruction of European Jewry. If you were to ask my grandmother of blessed memory, she would have referred to it as Churban Europa, the destruction of Europe. And the term Churban is very resonant within the Jewish tradition because it's used to describe the destruction of the temples in Jerusalem, the first destruction in the 6th century before the Common Era, the second destruction in the 1st century of the Common Era. So by using the term Churban, or Churban in modern Hebrew, that evokes a kind of lineage of thought, somehow a historical continuity between the great destructions of the temple were antecedent to exiles, the Babylonian exile and Roman exile, and so the Churban Europa is on that same level of magnitude. However, this has strong religious connotations, and others have not felt comfortable with this term. Let's look at some of the other terms that were used to describe it. Perhaps the most significant term was first coined by Raphael Lemkin, who was a thinker who was very troubled by the mass murder of the Armenians at the beginning of the 20th century. And he coined in 1944 the term genocide, which he used to, he coined that term based on the Greek terms genos, meaning people, and side, meaning killing. We have the terms homicide, which means to kill a man, or suicide, to kill oneself, God forbid, terms like this. So genocide was a new term that he had coined to try to describe the destruction of an entire people. As you can see here in this slide, it's not necessarily the physical destruction of all of the individuals that make up this genos, but can also have a cultural element as well, which is, we'll come back to that perhaps when we return to this topic at the end of these lectures. The term Holocaust became especially popular, although it was in circulation in the 1960s, became very popular in the 1980s, with the result of the feature-length film, Holocaust, starring James Woods and Meryl Streep and Michael Moriarty. But where does the term actually come from? So it's actually a Latin term that appears in the Vulgate translation of the Old Testament of the Hebrew Scriptures. The term Holocaust is actually a Latin translation of the Hebrew term Olah. The word Olah means to rise up, and it refers to a burnt offering that is completely destroyed, right? In the sense of Kulo Olah, everything goes up. It becomes smoke and it disappears into the sky. You can see here the term Holocaustum is how it's actually referred to in the Vulgate. So this is a very powerful term as well, but it has some drawbacks. First of all, it is also, like urban, religious in nature, but it has even a more difficult connotation because the passages in which the term Olah appears in the Hebrew Bible are usually referred to positive sense, meaning that God, as it were, smells the burnt offering, and it's a reach nichoach. It is a pleasing odor. So if we were to follow this metaphor to its conclusion, we would have a theological conundrum that's very difficult to comprehend. In fact, that theological conundrum will continue, but I'll hope to address it later on in this course. So now the term on one more difficulty with the term Holocaust. If it is somehow pleasing to God, does that mean that those who bring the sacrifice, for the Kohanim, the priests in the Bible, do they have a counterpart with the murderers? It's a very, very difficult thought. The Holocaust has its objections, and in fact, many observant Jews prefer not to use the term Holocaust for that reason. The term Shoah, also popularized by this very famous film, Klaus Lanzmann. Shoah is a Hebrew word that means just generically destruction. It occurs several places in Tanakh, in the Hebrew Scriptures, but it does not have this specific connection with somehow pleasing God. It can be used in many different contexts. And finally, one other term that is sometimes used, I think, inappropriately is Endlösung, or its English translation, final solution. This is a term which was actually coined by Hermann Göring, one of the architects of the Holocaust itself. Here's a mugshot from his trial in Nuremberg. To say final solution implies that there was a question or a problem that had to be solved. And that in itself is deeply offensive. Not only is the borrowing in terminology from the Nazis, who themselves were known for being masters of euphemism, of trying to find more appropriate terms for the horrible acts that they committed against people, there's still the meaning of the word itself. To find a solution in an original problem, and the Jews were not the problem. So that's a terminology. What exactly about the Holocaust? What are the parameters of this? There are many genocides, in increasing number throughout the 20th century. What are this particular genocides that are unique to the Holocaust, more or less? So let's pick out three basic ideas, which we will return to over the course of these lectures. The first, that the Holocaust was very organized and deliberate. Using stereotypically Prussian means, the Nazis were able to first define who their target was, as we see in the Nuremberg laws that are shown here that specifically define how many grandparents one had to have to be considered a Jew, and what would happen if one had somewhat less than that number. Defining who the Jews were, isolating them, rounding them up, and murdering them. This is not like a pogrom, which is kind of like a wild riot, a kind of like paroxysm of violence. This is a planned, organized, deliberate process. That's something very special that is associated with the Holocaust as opposed to many other genocides of the 20th century in particular. Secondly, it is total. It is amazing to contemplate the scale of the Nazis' audacious goal, horrific goal of murdering all the Jews of Europe. Here you see a page from the infamous Wannsee Conference, when head Nazis got together to determine where all the Jews in their catchment area lived and how they could possibly round them all up. And you see in this list, you have the estimated Jewish populations of countries all over Europe, including 200 in Albania. Just to think that the Nazis controlling all of Europe were willing to hunt down 200 Jews, a measly number, in the country of Albania. That's mind-boggling. And furthermore, it includes many regions that were not conquered by the Nazis at the top of the list, such as the over 300 Jews living in England, which was never conquered by the Nazis. So the Holocaust is defined by its totality at the same time. It was total war against the Jews. And then finally, and this is something that I hope we'll have the opportunity to explore in much greater detail, it was industrial. It was unusually, it was not a kind of a violent crime of passion. It was something that was planned and organized and using the tools of industrialism per se. Here you see an aerial photograph of Birkenau. See that they were literally setting up factories of death, using the kind of tools that were pioneered in the Industrial Revolution, the conveyor belts of Henry Ford, things like that, to employ for the purpose of creating death. That's something very unusual about the Holocaust as well. These three items, we'll certainly return to these themes over the course of these lectures. Finally, and because this is a source of great confusion for many, let us define exactly when the Holocaust happened. And understanding this topic really has a lot to say about how you understand the Holocaust in itself. Does one, for example, date the Holocaust from Hitler coming to power in 1933? There are definitely some arguments to say that, yes, this is really the beginning of the Holocaust, although that plays into a particular approach to this history called the intentionalist model, which we will revisit shortly, that says that Hitler intended from the very beginning to murder all the Jews of Europe. And there's a lot of good arguments to indicate that this was not, while he was certainly a virulent and terrible anti-Semite, that this was very, very close to his core identity, he did not actually think it was possible to achieve this until quite a bit later, in fact, well into the hostility itself. Does one say that the Holocaust begins with the beginning of hostilities on September 1st, 1939, which refers to the date in which Germany invaded Poland? And there are some good reasons to argue for that as well. However, it is important to understand that the Holocaust and the Second World War are overlapping phenomena, but they are not identical phenomena. I think a very good argument can be made, and I hope to make it when we get to this part of the history, for the beginning of the Holocaust really to date from June 22nd, 1941, which was the onset of something called Operation Barbarossa that coincided with the Nazis' invasion of the Soviet Union. It was at this point that mass murder truly begins. There are definitely antecedents to this mass murder. There's violence directed against many victims, as we shall see in the next lecture. But this is when the Holocaust, as we understand it properly, really began. And eventually its nadir would be reached in about a year with the construction and operation of the death camps themselves. And just to bring us to the end of this story, of course, 1945 is the end of the war and the end of the Holocaust per se, but its legacy lives on to this day in many ways that we will approach at the end of this class. I hope that you will have the patience and the fortitude to make your way through these lectures. It is very difficult material, but I think it's deeply meaningful and very important to understand this in order to ensure that we all act as responsible citizens in a global society. Thank you very much for watching.
Usually very hard stone. The other characteristic of stuff is usually stone, although not always. And these artifacts, as we're doing analysis on them, are showing this depth of precision and complexity that's phenomenal of vases. And this is where they become a smoking gun to this whole argument. For people that don't know about this stuff, can you just give them some numbers? Sure. So yeah, the vases go back to pre-dynastic times.
Now that we've outlined in very basic form the parameters of the Holocaust. Terminology we use to describe it, some of its unusual features, and the period of time we're speaking about. We definitely have to spend some time right now at the initial moments of this series talking about the victims. The story of the victims, of course, overlaps with all of the lectures, but let us begin with a very brief overview of who were Hitler's victims. The first of Hitler's victims were not Jews. They were, in fact, Germans with mental or physical disabilities. And this, I think, is an extremely telling point about the nature of Nazi Germany. We see this amazing quote that resonates with me from Mohandas Mahatma Gandhi, who wrote, "The true measure of any society can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable members." And these people with developmental disabilities, children with disabilities, were the very first to be targeted by the Nazi state. Thus, really lie in something called social Darwinism. I'm sure you're familiar with Charles Darwin, who was associated with the theory of evolution, the concept of the origin of the species. Although Darwin was mainly thinking about the natural world, there are other thinkers who developed his thought as applicable to human civilizations as well, meaning that the various peoples of the world can somehow be racially divided into how adapted to their environment. And this very noxious idea meant that peoples or races, which is itself a term that was developed in the 19th century, would somehow be fighting with each other for scarce resources, and that they sticks, positive or negative, that would somehow predispose them to be more or less successful. I'll go into some detail in just a moment. Let's try to understand how the concept of eugenics. The word eugenics means literally in Greek good birth or good family, and it is an idea that was first pioneered by Sir Francis Galton, that took the very obvious observations that people tend to resemble their parents physically and sometimes in other ways as well, and applied it to a quasi-scientific model of trying to improve the human race, literally, by weeding out those who had limitations, intellectual or otherwise. You can see some of the that came out of that era, which is a strong backing in the scientific community. It's important to mention that many societies, including America, put into practice some very noxious social measures to try and further the goals of eugenics by, for example, steriling individuals who were thought to be beneath the value of in society. And it often was tinged with racism. There was a widespread belief that people with darker skin color were somehow inferior and had character propagated. And eugenics meant to create kind of this artificial ideal, a Nordic, light-skinned, blue-eyed, highly intelligent human being. And many people approach this without seeing the obvious negative repercussions of such an approach. The Nazis, of course, were very deeply invested in the concept of eugenics, not only on the negative side of removing individuals from society forcibly through murder and other means, but also in terms of encouraging through equally brutal means the propagation of people who had these supposed desirable characteristics. The Lebensborn program, for example, or a Lifeborn program was designed to try and, in some cases, kidnap children who came from particularly eastern regions when they were conquered, and they had the desired characteristics, and they were taken from their parents and were raised as Aryans, so to speak, in Nazi Germany themselves. There are many other aspects of this. Perhaps we'll come to it later on in this program. But with regard to specific targeting of disabled individuals in Germany, this is something that happened before the war began. Two individuals, Karl Binding and Alfred Hoche, wrote a very awful book, which is called Die Freigabe der Vernichtung Lebens und Werten Lebens. Terrible title, which means the permission to destroy those who are living life unworthy of life. And the authors made this the sweeping generalization that people who suffer from physical or mental disabilities were somehow living a quality of life that was inappropriate, and somehow it would be better for the rest of the world to simply destroy those people because they were not equally abled to other members in society. This horrific book had a tremendous impact in Germany, and in fact, it's still available even on Amazon today. You can see here, this is from a German Amazon website. The idea of this life unworthy of life was later made real by two co-directors, shown here as Karl Brandt, in the Nazi environment, in which they created this Operation T4, which was named after a particular address in which the institute was held. In August of 1939, the Operation T4 issued a directive that was statewide that ordered all doctors and nurses to report any children under the age of 3 who had mental or physical disabilities. And this report was then used to round up these children in a variety of manners and then simply to kill them, amazingly. Parents were urged to send their children with disabilities to quote-unquote clinics where they are murdered, sometimes through starvation and abuse, sometimes through lethal injection, and sometimes, as we shall see, even through carbon monoxide poisoning, which had a tremendous impact on the future development of the Holocaust per se. Over 70,000 German children were killed in this manner before the operation was stopped. And the only reason that it stopped was because of public outcry. It lasted for about 2 years officially, and then was reinstated later secretly. And by the time the war was over 200,000 people with mental and physical disabilities were murdered. Absolutely horrific statement. Now, the villainy of these monsters were somewhat offset by people like Dr. Gerhard Kreuzfeld, shown here, who chose to resist the Nazis early on by faking the diagnosis of his patients. But that's the small story. The larger story is that people like Philip Bühler, shown here, were able to perceive this as an open secret, that people knew what was going on, that these children would be sent away to clinics, and in remarkable numbers, they were not home. The public protest against this kind of life unworthy of life was really quite 2 years into the war. During this time, the Nazis developed many methodologies of killing people they felt were unworthy of life, including the use of this carbon monoxide gas, and that would, of course, later be used in the gas chambers themselves. So in many ways, Hitler's first victims prefigured the entire Holocaust. Understanding what happened to these, the most vulnerable victims of the Nazi onslaught, children with disabilities, later adults with disabilities, says much about how the Holocaust would unfold in later years. The Jews, of course, are perhaps the most well-known of the victims of the Holocaust. They're certainly not the only victims of the Holocaust. It's difficult to estimate with any precision the number of Jews that lived in Europe at the eve of World War II, but it's most likely somewhere just above 10 million, perhaps as many as 12 million Jews. So that means that the massacre of some 6 million Jews, and in fact that number is also subject to a certain amount of debate. We'll get to that towards the end of this class, but the wide diversity of quality of census taking across Europe, particularly in this extreme period of revolution and world war and population migration, it's hard to get a really clear number. There are some respectable estimates that place the number of Jews killed at closer to 5, and there are also respectable estimates that place the number of Jews killed as higher than 7 million. So, but we use the number 6 million as a relatively reasonable estimate of the Jews that were murdered by the Nazis. They were spread out throughout Europe, massed primarily in Eastern Europe, in the Soviet Union, in Poland, but significant populations in England, Western Europe, Germany, France, and so on. But I'd like to say a few things about the nature of this population on the eve of the war. The first thing I should say is that it was a society in flux. The Jews were hardly monolithic on the eve of World War II. They had come from a pre-modern environment in which they were seen as largely as foreigners. Even though they had lived in Europe for well over 1,000 years, they nevertheless had a series of civic disabilities, but they had organized themselves very efficiently in a kahila type organization, a kind of a self-help model of self-government that allowed them to be really quite independent and to take care of their society without tremendous assistance from the government, and in fact many times in a superior manner to the government at the time. This began to break down very significantly in the 18th century with the development of a new notion of citizenship, perhaps most well illustrated by the French Revolution, which occurred in 1789, and then 2 years later, all of the Jews of France were emancipated, meaning they were made equal to non-Jewish Frenchmen and French women. And this meant that the internal organization of the Jewish community had to cease, because it wouldn't make sense to have a state within a state, as it were. So Jews were forced to make decisions about how they wanted to affiliate with the Jewish community and how they would relate themselves to the state as a whole. There's a lot more to be said here, but beyond the scope of our lecture. Over the course of the next 150 years, they rapidly modernized. The Jews were always a very urban people, always very literate and very numerate, and so they were well poised to advance themselves during the period of modernization that followed on with the granting of citizenship. But the granting of citizenship was hardly uniform. In France, it was granted basically in one fell swoop, first to Sephardim and then to Ashkenazim. In Germany, there was quite a bit of a back and forth over the next 150 years, whether or not to grant Jew citizenship. And that colored in many ways the specific experience of German Jewry in relating to the larger environment. In Russia, it was not granted at all until 1917, when the Russian Empire fell and was replaced by the Soviet Union. So the way in which they modernized was really quite different as you move from west to east. Similarly, huge varieties of religious observance. The notion that European Jewry was monolithically orthodox is patently false. The Reform movement, the conservative movement, all had their origins in 19th century, particularly in the western regions, and had created many different modalities of religious observance with significant tension with traditional observers as well. And then finally, we should understand that to a large degree, particularly in Eastern Europe, emptying itself of Jews as we move towards the turn of the 20th century. A wide-scale, massive migration of more than 2 million Jews away from Eastern Europe and to the New World, to the United States, to Canada, to South America, Israel, Australia, South Africa, and so on. So it was a population that was very dynamic, very diverse, and very much changing as a result of this migration. But by and large, I think one of the most useful Eastern and Western Europe. This is, by the way, something that will be very relevant for our understanding of Nazi policies, because they pursued very different approaches to the countries in Western Europe that they conquered, as opposed to the countries in Eastern Europe. And when I say Eastern Europe, I'm talking primarily of countries like Poland, Romania, the Baltic states of Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, of course, the Russian Empire, later Soviet Union, and so on. So what's the major differences between Eastern and Western Europe when it comes to the Jewish population? First of all, the population of Jews in Eastern Europe was much higher. This is a result of migrations that occurred from the 13th to the 17th centuries, and so you have a significantly larger core population of Jews in Eastern Europe than in Western Europe. Secondly, as I mentioned earlier, they're highly urbanized, more so in the West than in the East, but they're very much attuned to the centers of cultural, economic, social activity. Since they tend to, arrive in many of these places very early on in their history, the populations going back over a millennium, they tend to be located in the downtown core of these cities. Religiously, as I mentioned earlier, the Western European Jews tended to adopt many other non-traditional forms of religious observance through this new conservative and reform movement. Those are the American terms. Of course, back then they were called historical positivist and liberal. The language is quite different. In Eastern Europe, the overwhelming Jewish Creole language called Yiddish, which is basically medieval German mixed with a high number of Hebrew, Aramaic, and even Romance language terms, and also written in the Hebrew alphabet. Yiddish was by far the mother tongue of the vast majority of Jews from Eastern Europe. In Western Europe, however, they were rapidly adopting the vernacular as their first language, and their use of Yiddish significantly declined. Nowhere, however, was Hebrew the mother tongue. Hebrew, the ancient language, although always used as a scholarly language, as a religious language, that was something that had become moribund in favor of Yiddish and the vernaculars, but it was revived by the Zionist movement at the turn of the 20th century, and of course it became the revived language of the modern state of Israel. Politically, Jews in Western Europe were looking to various models of what we might call liberalism today. In Eastern Europe, there was a wide variety of political approaches. The vast majority of Jews, it appears, were politically quiescent, were not specifically involved in any political organization. But when we look at the few election results that we have from Eastern Europe, they tend to be Zionist in orientation, and there's also a strong socialist trend as well. And then finally, the idea of nationalism. What does it mean to be a Jewish nationalist? This is not something that was well developed in Western Europe, where Jews saw the benefit of civic engagement, and they saw the benefit of emancipation, and they strove to define themselves as good Englishmen, good Frenchmen, and so on. In Eastern Europe, however, there was much less of this phenomenon, whereas Jews saw their national identity as being expressed more in Zionism, or perhaps in a new communist idea, which hopefully we will return to later as well. One last detail that's very important in understanding the Jewish experience in the Holocaust. One of the major sub-ethnic dividers of the Jewish people are between Ashkenazim and Sephardim. The term Ashkenaz is a biblical term that was used to describe the Jews of the Rhineland, that is in northern Germany, and their descendants who overwhelmingly constitute the bulk of European Jews, especially in Eastern Europe. The term Sephardim comes from the term Sfarad, which is a biblical term as well, and it's used to identify Spain. And even though Jews were emptied from the Iberian Peninsula in the 15th century with the Great Expulsion, nevertheless, Sephardic Jews hold on to their traditional ethnic and cultural orientation even 500 years after that great event of 1492. And so where were they living? And the experience of Ashkenazim and Sephardim during the Holocaust is quite distinct. Look at a map of Europe. Most of the regions conquered by the Nazis were inhabited by Ashkenazim. So much of the story that we'll be telling describe events that happened to Ashkenazi Jews. There are some significant Sephardic populations, particularly in Greece, that fell under the Nazi onslaught and met with the same kind of experience their Ashkenazi brethren. So for the most part, Sephardi Jews were living in North Africa under Nazi rule. And the nature of the Nazi domination of North Africa was really quite different.
We've seen some.
So, God willing, return to the Sephardic experience, but for the most part, with the exception of the Jews of Greece, who were Sephardim, who experienced the Ashkenazic version of the Holocaust, most of the story is going to be about Ashkenazim. It's also important to recognize that the Jews were not the sole racial enemies in the Nazi mindset. Very high up on their target list were the so-called gypsies, which is considered a derogatory term. The gypsies themselves prefer to refer to themselves as Roma or Sinti. These are a group of peoples that live in many different countries throughout Europe. There's many questions about their origins, both linguistically and ethnically and so on. Very little is known about the nature of Roma life before the Holocaust. They had an aversion, more pronounced Jews and many other peoples, to participating in censuses and to engaging in society on an official level. Although many Roma and Sinti assimilated completely into regular civic life, holding positions in civil service and so on, even, the stereotypical Roma settlement is kind of like a wandering group of musicians, artisans, and so on, who would tend to live on the outskirts of societies, living a much more nomadic lifestyle. The Nazis hated the gypsies pretty much with the same degree of hatred that they had for the Jews, and they targeted them as well for murder. But because of the difficulty that we have already seen with measuring the number of Jews before 1939, this problem is exacerbated at the number of Roma. They were characterized as asocials, meaning there was a broad category of peoples that were considered to be somehow, detrimental to an ideal life. And this is something that did not begin with Hitler. This is something that preceded the Nazi empire. Much like anti-Semitism predates the Nazi period and Hitler to a murderous conclusion. Finally, it's important to note the whole host of victims of the Nazi regime that do not fall easily into racial categories. They were, for example, social victims. If you have a look at this chart, for example, which demonstrates prisoners in various concentration camps, which existed prior to the war and were actually set up early on in the Nazi Empire. You can see that they were assigned typically triangles, colored triangles, that were affixed to their clothing while they were prisoners, and it indicated the kind of crimes that they had somehow committed against the Nazi state. There were political enemies. That's primarily communists, but also socialists, and also people who simply don't like Hitler, journalists, and so on. There were people who who were common criminals. Even in the code of criminality, if anyone were branded as a criminal, they could be thrown in concentration camps. There were biblical falshiers, which means essentially Jehovah's Witnesses. Evangelicals of various were targeted by Nazi, in particular Jehovah's Witnesses. Homosexuals, of course, were targeted, and they were given a pink triangle, which is used in modern times by gay movements to assert their right to exist as homosexuals. And then there was a generic category of asocials as a whole, anyone basically that Hitler did not like. So there's so many different ways to fall into the trap of Hitler's murderous rampage against German society, and many people actually fit into several categories. You can see here the badges would modify to include, for example, a Jew and a political enemy, and so on. So this just gives you a sense of the expanding scope of victimhood that was applied to German citizens by the Nazis.
It's a great quote from him. He said, just because some engineer's standing there, shining a laser on a vase, don't mistake that for him knowing more about the guy who can read hieroglyphs, because you can read what they wrote about it, he's the authority on it kind of thing. It's just like you're just dismissing all of these other disciplines that I think are required for a true and complete picture of trying to assemble this evidence, right? Like you say, there's very little evidence that shows.
The Holocaust, of course, was built on centuries, even millennia, of anti-Judaic prejudice. What I'd like to do over this lecture is to give you a very brief introduction to the nature of anti-Semitism that Hitler inherited and developed, and in the following lecture we'll look specifically at themes that are especially prominent in Nazi anti-Semitism. So it's important to understand that anti-Semitism is one of these bizarre types of hatred that has remarkable resilience. It is perhaps, as some have argued, the oldest hatred, and we see that it is able to somehow persist over centuries and in widely divergent cultures with tremendous tenacity by shifting to the needs of that particular place and time. Meaning, the ideological reasons that form the substrata of hatred of Jews changes depending on what the society will tolerate. And in this, scholars have identified several different ways to break down the nature of anti-Semitic ideology. Gavin Langmuir, for example, has identified a difference between what he calls conventional anti-Semitism and chimeric Jew hatred. Conventional anti-Semitism is kind of like the natural hatreds that we see between all kinds of different peoples for whatever reason. And that's certainly, as old as Cain and Abel, that people will hate each other for one reason or another. But chimeric anti-Semitism, which is based on the Greek idea of the chimera, the monster that is created by putting different parts together that don't exist in real life, this is kind of like a pathological, bizarre type of anti-Semitism that emerges in particular in the Middle Ages. We'll see that shortly. Others have pointed to the unique, quote-unquote, redemptive aspect of Nazi anti-Semitism, that unlike many earlier anti-Semitism, somehow, by becoming an anti-Semite in Hitler's worldview, you could somehow save the world. And that added a tremendous amount of impetus to this hatred and made it much more palatable to people to adopt this ideology. We'll see shortly. The four basic periods that we're going to cover, however, are as follows. First, which is characteristic of the ancient period. Secondly, early Christian anti-Judaism, which is something that is born from the unique nexus of Judaism as a mother religion and emergent Christianity as a daughter religion. And this is associated with late activity through the medieval period. And then third, Jew hatred per se, which we find in the medieval period. And then finally, modern anti-Semitism, which dates really from the 19th century onward. And we will explore Nazi anti-Semitism next lecture, which is a variant of modern anti-Semitism. So to look at xenophobia first. The term xenophobia literally means the fear of the strange, the fear of the different. And when you look the significant number of Greco-Roman writing directed at the Jews, indicating a certain level of anti-Hebrew antipathy, we see that there's a phenomenon in which it seems the Greeks and the Romans just don't understand Jews and resent them for their lack of conformity. Like, for example, the fact that Jews would not sit down to eat non-kosher meals with Romans. This was considered very impolite. The fact that they would not bow down to statues, which was considered, typical civic religion for Romans, this was considered impiety. The fact that they took off one day in 7 to rest, the Sabbath, which is perhaps one of the Jews' greatest contributions to human civilization, the fact that they would take off one day in 7 meant that they were slothful or lazy. So these kinds of misunderstandings of Jewish culture led to a certain degree of hatred, but this is the kind of hatred that it's basically a normal kind of hatred. Just to give you one illustration, this is the Arch of Titus, which was constructed by the Romans after they were able to quell the rebellion in Judea in the 1st century. And this was a victory arch that was designed essentially to commemorate the Roman conquest of Judea after rebels had the temple. As you walk through the arch, of course, there's this famous frieze here. You can see there are Jewish captives taking the loot from the temple off to Rome, including the golden menorah and so on. And many would argue this is an anti-Semitic depiction, but I think that would basically be a misunderstanding. The Romans didn't hate the Jews per se, certainly not in the way the Nazis would. They viewed them as political military enemies. When they crushed their belong and drawn provincial war, they sided with this kind of monumental architecture. This is something that virtually every nation has done throughout human history. So it's hard to understand this as being an unusual or strange type of hatred. Here, by the way, is the colorized version after some research by my colleague Stephen Fine at Yeshiva University, who was able to analyze flecks of paint left behind to see this is the way Romans would have observed that same scene. The second major period and a big shift in the nature of anti-Semitism is early Christian anti-Judaism. We must recall that Christianity was essentially a Jewish movement made up entirely of Jewish figures that eventually reached out to the non-Jewish world and became a massive world religion by the 4th century. And the separation between the daughter religion and mother religion was not without difficulty. And there was a certain amount of antipathy that was generated on both sides. Looking at it from the Christian perspective, for our purposes, perhaps the greatest illustration of this kind of theological dispute is the famous juxtaposition of ecclesia et synagoga, the church and the synagogue. This is a form of art. It's really kind of a trope that was designed primarily to communicate a complex relationship between Judaism and Christianity to a largely illiterate audience of churchgoers throughout the Middle Ages. And we have literally hundreds upon hundreds of examples of the ecclesia and synagogue motif. Having a look at this very famous one here, you can see in this monumental architecture, the church, ecclesia, is represented, clear-eyed with a crown indicating authority, the upright staff indicating power, temporal power, and so on. And she is contrasted with ecclesia, who is shown here blindfolded by a serpent, right? Very strong kind of metaphor there. The devil has, so to speak, hidden her from the truth. She's not wearing a crown. Her staff is broken. Often she's depicted having the 10 Commandments fall from her hand and so on. And the whole metaphor is meant to say that God no longer favors the mother religion, Judaism, and has transferred God's favor to the daughter religion, Christianity. Literally hundreds of examples, sometimes more violent, such as this example that shows ecclesia mounted on a horse, literally jousting with the synagogue. You can see on the right, synagogue is depicted wearing the Judenhut. This was a kind of that Jews were forced to wear in Europe from the 13th century. And the church is literally killing the synagogue, who is riding on a sow, also a very important metaphor in German anti-Semitic material. And here's one that I find especially powerful. This is from a stained glass window in a church in Werben, Germany, from the 14th century. On the right, the ecclesia is riding on a tetramorph, a four-headed animal, and a crown is placed on her head from heaven, indicating divine approval. The contrasting image of synagogue, on the other hand, shows a sword being driven through her head. She's blindfolded, the crown's being knocked off her head, and her staff is broken, all indicating a strong level of disapproval. Now, even though images tend to be rather violent, they're essentially church images. They're couched within a theological vocabulary to indicate that this is an argument between ideologies, not necessarily an argument between people. It's talking about Judaism with a capital J, Christianity with a capital C, not necessarily individual people and Christian people. There's a lot more to be said about that, but that's basically where this artistic debate level, however, is when it really gets down to level. This is what I'd like to call Jew hatred. We see it begin in the 12th century and picking up a lot of speed as secular printing is able to disseminate these ideas much more widely. So here, for example, you see a grotesque depiction of the so-called ritual murder of Simon of Trent, a 15th century incident in which, unfortunately, a young Christian child murdered, and the population rose up in anger for it, arguing without any evidence whatsoever that the Jews need to kill this young child and drink his blood for ritual purposes. A horrible, terrible lie that has no basis in reality and yet became extremely powerful in the popular imagination, and was repeated several times right up until the 21st century. This has been a myth that's very hard to shake. And you can see in this horrible depiction that popularized the incidents, showing all of these Jews so identified by the round yellow circle that they were required to wear as torturing this young child. And just to give you a sense of how this is far from disappeared, an artist named Gasparo in the 21st century, in the year 2020, actually painted a modern version of this incident. You'll find it on websites even today with headlines like this website, Jews apoplectic over new painting honoring Simon of Trent, a child ritually murdered by Jews in the 15th century. Said without irony whatsoever, this is a complete lie and a canard, but nevertheless, this is indicative of the nature of medieval Jew hatred, where it goes off the rails. It's no longer a debate between a rabbi and a priest. Now it's about the murder of children. It's about actual attacks on Jewish communities that followed many of these charges, pogroms, public burnings, and so on. Much more to say about this, but I think I've conveyed the idea of it. Let us conclude with a look at modern anti-Semitism, which has two basic characteristics. And this is perhaps the most powerful demonstration of the fact that anti-Semitism can survive on the moon, as it were. Anti-Semitism can survive in very different circumstances. With the scientific revolution and later the Enlightenment, there's a general decline in religious adherence throughout Europe. And as religiosity begins to wane, anti-Semites need to find new reasons to justify their hatred of the Jew. As Jean-Paul Sartre put it in his famous book, Réflexions sur la question juive, if the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent him. Meaning that the anti-Semite needs to find a way to justify these beliefs. So with modern times, the two major things that were created to justify anti-Semitism were scientific in nature, I put that in quotes, and they were related to the idea of a conspiracy. First of all, we should understand the term anti-Semitism. This is a brand new term which was coined in the 19th century by an anti-Semite named Wilhelm Marr, who wanted to find a more polite alternative to the terms Judenhass or Judenfeinde, which meant essentially Jew hatred. And these were terms which were considered, kind of like, uncouth, like using, so to speak, the N-word. One wouldn't use that in polite conversation. And so therefore, he wanted to find a term that sort of justified and cleansed the hatred of Jews. Based on linguistic theory, that there are many different, there's a whole family of languages called Semitic, which includes Hebrew and includes Arabic. He said, I'm against Semitism, and by which he meant the philosophy that goes along with being a Semite. And by Semite, he meant only Jew, not Arab. So that's where the term comes from. It's an attempt to whitewash Jew hatred. It has now become a term of opprobrium in itself, but that's not the way it was used for the first 60-odd years of its existence. But the two elements that are distinct for modern anti-Semitism is the idea of it being quasi-scientific racism. The idea that the Jew, as you see on the illustration on the left, La Libre Parole, that the Jew somehow has a biological base for being the way he or she is. Somehow, this is before genetics were developed, but the idea was somehow in their DNA. This is actually an illustration of a very popular belief at the time in phrenology, that specifically the bumps on a person's head, the shape of one's skull, could indicate overall undevelopment of various moral qualities. And so here's a Jew portrayed in a kind of phrenological diagram with various negative traits under the skin. So the idea that the Jews constituted a distinct race and that they had to be somehow defeated as a race, which flowed very much from what we saw last lecture in social Darwinism, that was joined with the idea of a conspiracy theory, that somehow these Jews who were race different were nevertheless linked in a global conspiracy to dominate Christianity. It's an illustration of notorious anti-Semitic protocols of the Elders of Zion, in this case a Spanish translation from Mexico City, El Gobierno Mundial Invisible, the invisible world government, the Jewish program to subjugate the world. Right? The idea of a conspiracy, and of course the image showing the wealthy capitalist Jew with his claws on the globe and squeezing it for blood should be fairly obvious. So those are the four basic periods of anti-Semitic ideology that Hitler inherited, but as we shall see in the next lecture, he expanded on them really quite significantly.
I can ask him about the core. That's a great question. Because if it was the process, it should show something similar. And if that's indeed the process, the other possibility is, okay, they weren't machined with this method, but these were used in some method. The other theory he has that these may have been part of a process for enriching material.
There are four major periods of the development of anti-Semitic ideology. The last one, the current one, called modern anti-Semitism, is the one in which the Nazis participated. However, Hitler took it to new extremes with a few developments that we're going to explore right now. The first is the notion of parasitism. One of the elements that Hitler expanded was the notion that the Jews were somehow a distinct race, and that the quality of their survival was related to their ability to act as a parasite. Just like cockroaches are said to be able to live through a nuclear holocaust because they have the ability to kind of find the chinks in a given society, so too the Jews were like kind of a cancer that could live off a healthy host to great success. So you have a look at this book cover, which predated Hitler's rise to power, Die Sünde wider das Blut, The Sin Against the Blood, ein Zeitroman, a novel of the times from someone named Arthur Dintor. And you can see the muscular, shirtless Aryan male who is weighed down by the vulture that clearly has stereotypical Jewish features with the heavy jowls and the large nose and the thick lips and so on. And the message is essentially that the sin against the blood is that one day the Jews will feed on the rotting corpses of Aryan civilization like a vulture, a bird that eats carrion, feeds on them. The parasitism is very prominent in this particular image. Another example, and this comes from the Nazi era, a twisted woman named Elvira Bauer, who created, she was an 18-year-old kindergarten teacher, who created a series of children's books for Nazi propaganda purposes. This is one called Der Giftpilz, the poisonous mushroom or the toadstool. And the whole metaphor here is that the Jews are a different species, just like toadstools, poisonous mushrooms, are different from regular mushrooms, but it's hard to tell them apart. You have to be an expert to tell them apart. And of course, the message of this to children was, be very careful. You may meet some Jews who look like they're very nice people, and they look like regular people, but they're not. They're actually toadstools, right? Very dangerous, noxious kind of message. Also, the parasitism, of course, is that the toadstools, they live in places where there is decay. The association of Jews with various noxious creatures like spiders, as you see here in a 1941 Nazi publication in France, Le Père Juif, shown as a spider. Here's an earlier one showing the Jew as a louse, which I find this one artistically kind of interesting. The Jew as a louse, and if you look carefully in the pupils of the eyes, you'll see that there's a dollar sign in the louse's right eye and a hammer and sickle in the left eye, which alludes to the related charge of the conspiracy theory, that behind the American dollar, behind Soviet power, is in fact the Jew who is acting as a parasite like a louse. This actually comes from Julius Streicher's Der Stürmer magazine. Here's a propaganda poster from Warsaw in Polish, and the Germans were using propaganda to tremendous success all over Europe, and it associates Jews with fleas and with typhus that was carried by them. A very strong image there. Here's another example from France that identifies Jews with the microbe itself. It reads, tuberculosis, syphilis, and cancer, they're all curable, but we have to make the grand finish of all of them the Jew. I mean, we have to wipe out the Jews themselves in this microscopic image of the Jewish microbe, so to speak. So Jews are identified as kind of like a germ, a bacillus, some kind of infectious disease. And by the way, I'm giving this lecture right now in quarantine during the coronavirus condition that's happening across the Europe right now, pandemic, to show you a couple from our own times in 2020. Here is a contemporary image. It's not Chinese, it's the Jew flu, right? And here the anti-Semitic artist is trying to associate the Jew with the horrible pandemic that's affecting all of America right now. And here's another one. If you have the bug, give a hug. Spread the flu to every Jew. And related to our purposes, at the bottom is the word Holocaust. But the notion that COVID-19, the illness that affects people with coronavirus, is a respiratory transmission. Let's move back to this 20th century. The second major element that's very, very strong in Nazi anti-Semitism is the concept that the Jews are linked in an international conspiracy. That's in fact what this particular image is titled, and you can see there's all these kind of like dramatic lines connecting the Jew to several figures who are not necessarily Jewish themselves, but nevertheless world authorities, Roosevelt in America, Churchill in England, Stalin in the Soviet Union, and that the Jew is somehow, playing them like a puppeteer. Very, very strong image. Here's another example of Nazi propaganda that you see behind the British, the American, and the Soviet flag. This, of course, is when these are the Allies fighting against Nazi Europe. Behind the enemy's curtain, the Jew is what the caption reads, meaning the Jewish capitalist. Notice the same kind of images we saw last week with the corpulent, bureaucratic capitalist with the watch fob. In this case, it has a Star of David on it. The heavy jowls, lips, and nose, these are typical images. So the connection of the racial component, the idea of the parasite Jew, to the conspiracy Jew is something that runs through as a very strong theme in Nazi anti-Semitism. A third element, which I think is quite distinct in Nazi themes, and you see it also medieval period, but the Nazis really pioneered it for modern terms, is prurience. I'm not going to do images that say this more directly, but the Nazis understood that this kind of propaganda is essentially borrowing the same elemental power of pornography. So kind of like, can't look away from their grotesquerie, like when you're driving down the highway and you see an accident and you can't help but look at the accident. So they capitalize on this very heavily. One of the most horrible and most egregious examples is this terrible publication called Der Stürmer, the Stormtrooper, published by Julius Streicher. In this particular one, which I'm just using as a sample, but not necessarily to illustrate this point, it says Jüdische Mordplan, the Jewish murder plan, right? Clearly linking to the idea of a conspiracy. And it shows in the image these Jews who are capturing the blood that's flowing from the necks of murdered Christian children. Right? That's the whole idea of it. And the blood and the violence and the sexuality, the rape scenes, abortion, all kinds of images like this find themselves in Nazi propaganda. Related to this, the idea of pedophilia, the Jew as the pedophile. Like this particular example, related to some of the children's propaganda I showed you earlier, shows a Jew giving out candy treats to young Aryan children. The caption not shown here says that I have much more candy, but you'll have to come inside to get it. And of course, luring them to a horrible fate. This is the kind of pornographic and violent elements that the Nazis really exacerbated with their anti-Semitic images. It should be noted as well that one of the themes that happened to obsess Hitler personally was the concept of Rassenschande, or race shaming, which is the notion of intimate relations between Jews and non-Jews in Germany. And quite often, couples that had these kinds of mixed relationships were specifically isolated and publicly humiliated, like this couple here, which who were forced to wear these placards that specifically relate to the nature of their relationship. Finally, we should return to this one idea that's very, very powerful in many of Hitler's speeches in particular, this idea of redemptive anti-Semitism, a concept that was articulated by a historian named Friedlander. The notion is that by becoming an anti-Semite, you can save Germany. You can rescue Germany. Everybody knows, Himmler once said, that there is this good Jew or that good Jew, and no one will appreciate the hard work we put in murdering all of these Jews. But nevertheless, it has to be done. This is the way the argument goes, for the sake of larger Germany. This particular image, which dates from 1920, and I'm very tempted to think was actually painted by Hitler himself. He was something of an amateur artist. You can see in the bottom, there are the initials AH, and very primitive early swastikas. This is before the Nazi movement even accepted Hitler into its ranks, but the image is portraying a nude Aryan woman, Aryans, and behind her is this leering, looming, ugly Jew. And the idea is that the Jew is eventually going to have his way with this Aryan woman if one doesn't step in and somehow avert the tragedy. That's something that Hitler said was essentially a cosmic and existential struggle, and that it was waged entirely against a hidden enemy, that the Jew had to be discovered. This is a very, very important theme, and it provided justification for what any other human being would regard as unjustifiable behavior.
There's actually a couple places, the literal translation. You can read it on the walls. I always show people when we go there. There are 2 or 3 depictions of stargates. That is the literal translation for it, showing a constellation with a gate, and it's a specific constellation. A couple of different types. They're all different constellations. There's pictures of stargates from Dendera Temple.
Let's spend just a few minutes talking about Hitler's personal and family background before we get to the history of the Holocaust itself. And in order to understand the very question, we have to look to a historiographic debate between 2 schools of thought as to how to interpret the Holocaust as a whole. One school is called the intentionalist school, and the other school is called the functionalist school. Now, what does that actually mean? So, intentionalism, which is associated in particular with scholars like Lucy Davidowitz, who wrote a very important book called The War Against the Jews, 1933 to 1945, is a school of thought which you may have heard of before that essentially understands the Holocaust as the expression of one man's maniacal crusade to destroy the Jews in Europe, and a small cadre of conspirators that joined him in this effort, particularly high-ranking Nazi officials like Himmler and Heydrich and Goering and so on, and the SS and a few other key elements in German society. The notion of this kind of conspiracy model of the Holocaust, which has a lot of really positive benefits to understanding the Holocaust, really grew out of the 1947 Nuremberg war crimes trials shown here, in which American prosecutors in particular wanted to try and define a legal strategy to identify those members of German society that could adequately be prosecuted, brought to justice, while at the same time maintaining a superior position for the Allies vis-a-vis the Soviet war they were having, the Cold War. There's a lot more to say about this, and I hope that we shall return to this at the very end of this course when we look at the aftermath of the Holocaust. But what ended up happening was the legal team essentially looked at the events of the Holocaust and defined it in this way, where Hitler was at the ground zero. He was the essential, necessary, and sufficient cause for the Holocaust. He drew to himself a small group of these co-conspirators, and essentially the vast majority of the population was basically duped into going along with this murderous plan. That's the intentionalist model, and it's so called because Hitler intended the Holocaust from the very beginning. That's the sense of that particular school of thought. The other school of thought, which begins to emerge in the late 1950s and especially into the 1990s, is associated with people like Christopher Browning, who wrote an extremely important book called Ordinary Men, Reserve Police Battalion 101, and the Final Solution in Poland. And this is an example of a very different approach to the Holocaust, which, without denying the absolutely virulent and violent hatred of Jews that Hitler had from a very young age, tries to look at the Holocaust kind of like from a different perspective, understand, well, what were the major elements that allowed so many people to participate in this horrific social experiment of ridding Europe of its Jews. And by taking himself out of that particular mind frame that, Hitler and his co-conspirators duped the rest of Europe, was able to reveal a lot of really frightening Holocaust. And the most important of which is this idea that the Holocaust was a function of the war. The word function in the sense of, like you've studied functions and relations in mathematical theory, that when one thing changes, another thing changes as well. And the basic elements of functionalist historians and their thought is that as the war became more brutal and as people became more inured to the inhumanity that was associated with the war, the Holocaust became more and more of a possibility. In other words, at the beginning of Hitler's reign, you have a certain amount of persecution, a certain amount of isolation and ostracism, and that grows throughout the interwar period until you have the acceptance of the idea of ghettoization, and then finally the acceptance of the idea of mass murder and even the gas chambers. Kind of like a ratchet effect, that as one thing changes, another thing changes as well, hence functionalism. Now, that's not to say that Hitler's anti-Semitism is not an important factor in the entire evolution of the Holocaust, or devolution might be a more appropriate term, but nevertheless, it sheds light on the general culpability of European society as a whole. If we take away the bright spotlight on Hitler, which tends to throw all of the background into a dark shadow, and we begin to look at the entire picture, we see that there's a much more complicated social phenomenon going on. And in fact, a lot of the functionalist theories about how the Holocaust came to be have been substantiated by research in experimental psychology and other disciplines. We will come to these issues throughout this course, and let us hold on to this idea of the intentionalist versus the functionalist interpretation of the Holocaust, because it will illuminate quite a bit of our approach to many questions as we will encounter. At any rate, looking at this aspect of the Holocaust, let us try to understand Hitler's particular role from his youth in the development of his own anti-Semitic attitudes. So if we look at his family, here is a rather dramatic picture of Hitler as a baby. The primary source we have for our understanding of Hitler's life is, unfortunately, Hitler himself. He lived an entirely unremarkable life, and we don't have a lot of independent third-party sources that can tell us anything sophisticated about a man who changed the course of world history. Basically, he had a rather unremarkable middle-class Austrian childhood. He was born in a border community called Braunau am Inn. You can see here in the map where it's located on the border of Austria and Germany. His father was a customs official named Alois Hitler Schicklgruber. And it's important to note that he was born with the name Schicklgruber, but later on, for reasons which are not entirely clear, he took the name Hitler, or possibly Hitler, after an adoptive father. His own father was unknown, and that's how the name Schicklgruber was essentially that of his birth mother. The fact that his father was unknown, which something which we will return to in a moment, may have plagued Hitler in his own notion of race purity. It's interesting to contemplate perhaps one of the ironies of history. What would have happened in World War II if Alois Hitler had never changed his name from Schicklgruber? Would there even have been a Holocaust if one had to say Heil Schicklgruber instead of Heil Hitler? But it's really more relevant to alternative history than to modern critical study of history. He buried and married 3 wives in the space of 3 years. His last wife was Clara Hitler, shown here, significantly younger than Alois Hitler, and Adolf was her child. He was very close to his mother and very far from his rather distant father, who actually died when he was quite young. Hitler, as you can see here from this class photo, dated about when Hitler was approximately 10 years old. Historians are quick to point out the rather defiant posture with the crossed hands and the slightly upraised chin that would be indicative of the pose he would take in all kinds of public photographs for the rest of his life. Nevertheless, did not stand out from his peers. We know that he had a very difficult relationship with his father, and when he was orphaned first from his father and then shortly thereafter by his mother, he decided he would pursue training as an artist. The most respected school for the study of art was certainly the Vienna School of Art, and Hitler tried repeatedly to gain admission to that school, but he was rejected. In fact, this would loom large in his own self-image, and he would frequently look back with resentment on the multiple rejections that he received. And according to the philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre, this was really at the root of Hitler's anti-Semitism, the notion that a Jew had taken his place at the Vienna School of Art, that really he was good enough to study at the Vienna School of Art, but somehow he had been displaced by Jews who were unfairly allowed access to the school. So this Sartre also wrote in his famous Réflexion sur la question juive, if the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent him. So for Sartre, the idea that Hitler's anti-Semitism was born from this need to explain his otherwise simple story of inadequacy is a large psychological theory. Perhaps we'll come back to it later in life. At any rate, as an artist, his work has been preserved to some degree, and it's rather it's rather non-special in every way. You tend to hate things like this, floral arrangements and landscapes and things like that. What is perhaps more fascinating are the few self-portraits that we have, such as this one, which shows him sitting alone on a bridge with a little X over his head. Not certain whether he added that himself, but it looks a little bit, if you can imagine, like sort of like adolescent angst-filled Instagram posts is really what he's doing, and gives you a little bit of a mindset into his thinking when he was in his late teens. Let us conclude by just a moment's reflection on the idea of psychohistory. Psychohistory is a sort of like an offshoot of the School of Psychology and the School of History, and it is an attempt to try and impose some psychological analysis on figures in the past. A very difficult proposition indeed, especially because we're working with very limited sources. We're not able to interrogate the subject and so on. But we can identify a few things about Hitler's 3 years. Certainly we can identify his heroes. For example, he waxed quite poetic about Richard Wagner, who was a very important composer in the 19th century, who was, you may have have heard the Valkyries, for example, a very famous piece of music that is included in the movie Apocalypse Now and things like that. And Wagner tended to be sort of like an Odinist who wanted to return the Norse god and to the Aryan nobility that they represented. And he wrote these massive operatic pieces, Tristan und Isolde, and enjoyed that kind of heroic imagination and larger than life picture what Germany and stood for. Hitler, of course, was an inveterate anti-Semite himself, not to see Hitler being influenced thought as well as his music. Another major influence on Hitler in his youth was Karl Lueger, shown here, very charismatic mayor of Vienna. Lueger ran essentially on anti-Semitic policies and specifically seemed to use anti-Semitism as a sort of political tool to beat his opponents and try to socially glue together his supporters in unison on the idea of anti-Semitism. He was, however, a rather pragmatic anti-Semite, and in some cases he even appointed Jews to high positions within his administration. And when he was pressed about this, how can you appoint Jews? He said very famously, "Wer ein Jude ist, bestimme ich," meaning, I will be the one who decides who's a Jew here. So he had kind of like a pragmatic approach to anti-Semitism, but nevertheless his public persona was definitely very anti-Semitic. A friend of mine recently posted a photograph of Lueger's statue, by the way. This is dated from the summer of 2020, where we were having here in America tremendous upheaval, a lot of questions about the national monuments that we have here, Civil War heroes and Civil War villains, things like that. And here is a statue in Vienna of Karl Lueger, who is famous for tremendous things he did for the city, but at the same time his anti-Semitic legacy is very strong. And you can see painted all over this defaced statue is the word Schande, which means shame or for shame. And that's, I think, quite an interesting allusion to what's happening in America during this very difficult summer of 2020. At any rate, another aspect, as I mentioned, about the possible psychohistory of Hitler is this notion that his own grandfather was unknown. Now, many have opined that because we don't know who that grandfather is, perhaps Hitler's own grandfather was a Jewish man. It's highly, highly unlikely. There are some historians who point to the fact that his biological grandmother was treated once by a Jewish physician. Who knows, that kind of thing. Very, very unlikely kind of, passing encounters. But there's no question that this idea could have preyed very heavily on Hitler's mindset, particularly when his institutions were so demanding of racial purity. For example, if you wanted to belong to the SS, you had to prove that you had no Jewish blood in your background. Let us recall, by the way, that intermarriage between Jews and Germans was really quite high, something like 30% by the time Hitler comes of age in the early 1920s. So there's a significant number of people who have Jewish blood, although they're claiming to be full-blooded, so to speak, Aryan Germans. And so Hitler himself could not have proved that he had no Jewish blood in his system, and technically he would be invalidated from joining the SS himself. That must have galled him. At any rate, that gives you some sense of what Hitler's mindset would have been. Next, we're going to talk about his rise to power after World War I.
That's how they travel. I'd be very disappointed. They just shoot through the sky. Well, it takes months. If it slows down, I know, but I'm looking for portals. I'm looking for an advanced civilization that visits us. I don't want the advanced Vikings.
I'd like to now speak a little bit about Hitler's rise to power. And we're going to begin with World War I, and we're going to end in 1933 when he becomes Chancellor of Germany. So 1914 to 1933 are the years we're going to be discussing now.
The most important turning point in Hitler's life, without doubt, is the experience of World War I. Here you can see a photograph of him famously in the Munich Alexanderplatz when World War I was first announced. And looking at that photograph of him, which is in the circle detail area, it seems that he's quite pleased with the announcement. There's no question that many Germans and many Europeans as a whole viewed World War I as some kind of bizarre Pyrrhic cleansing process. They thought that World War I would allow, the youth to kind of find their movement, find their sensibility, and to, in a manly way, encounter each other on the field of battle and emerge stronger and cleaner and more possessed of purpose. It was generally thought of as some kind of positive event. It was not viewed with the same horror that we look back on the beginning of the century now that we've lived 100 years of genocide ever since. A big part of the reason is because people didn't have a sense of what this kind of global conflict would be like. A lot had happened since the last major conflagration, which would have been the Franco-Prussian War of 1870. And, the changes in technology and the change in stability and the change in the degree of carnage was something that Europeans were simply not prepared for at all. Just think about the kind of technological change, for example. This is the first war in technologies like these tanks were first deployed. Can you imagine what it would have been like when you're used to facing at most, perhaps, cavalry on horseback, and all of a sudden there's this unstoppable lozenge-shaped type device that can cross trenches and knock down trees and things like that. Airplanes were not heavily used during World War I, primarily for reconnaissance and things like that. But the idea of war by air became much more significant during the course of the war and was also a tremendous terror. The use of the machine gun, which had been developed earlier, in fact, it was used in the American Civil War in the 19th century, now reached European shores, and the idea of, this rapid fire engine of death that could cut down swaths of people rather than, single shot muskets that would have been used 100 years earlier with, you have to pause and you have to stamp down the gunpowder. This was an entirely different order of death. And people really weren't accustomed to the sense of it. The idea of gas. This is something which was not banned by world authorities before World War I, and the idea of releasing large clouds of gas that would float over into enemy trenches, or possibly, if the wind was wrong, float over into civilian villages nearby, was something that represented a huge new technological advance, or once again a step back with human progress, as people felt the fear of gas at a mortal level. It's important to note, of course, that Hitler himself was wounded by a gas attack, and that left a dramatic impact on his way of thinking about war and about the use of gas specifically. He famously said that he believed that all Jews should be held under gas, and that statement, which he made in the 1930s, was something that we tend to interpret it in the sense of what happened in places like Auschwitz and Treblinka and Majdanek, but it's quite possible that Hitler was thinking more of how he suffered with a gas attack in World War I, and not necessarily thinking of the nefarious death camps that would come later on in the 1940s. At any rate, here you see a photograph of a soldier wearing a gas mask and his horse also wearing a gas mask. Again, the strange kind of combination of 19th century warfare with horses and 20th century warfare with gas. The sheer degree of shelling, especially over very narrow swaths of territory, was overwhelming. Here's a field that still shows the scars, even in 2020, of the battleground, the number of craters that indicate how heavily this region was shelled during the course of World War I. So the people who emerged after World War I, maimed, quite often, these disfigured veterans losing limbs and things like that, came back to their European societies with a tremendous sense of malaise over the direction of society. There was a tremendous amount of questioning of, what happened to that kind of marching forward of progress of human civilization and so on. And this generation is called the lost generation for that reason. And there's a lot more to say about that, but I'm going to have to keep this video short. Another major thing that had a very dramatic effect on Hitler's way of thinking is something called revisionism. The most dramatic element of the post-war era was certainly the redrawing of the borders of Europe. If you look on the left-hand side of this map, you see that Europe was basically dominated by large empires before World War I. On the left, Germany covers a large amount of territory. The Austro-Hungarian dual monarchy, which covered a whole slew of ethnicities, and the Russian Empire commands much of Europe. After World War I, in the peace treaties that were signed, Germany and Austro-Hungary were the big losers. Russia, by the way, had fallen in a revolution in October 1917, so it was already gone as an empire, and a whole bunch of new countries were created in their midst. Looking at the map on the right, you can see that Germany has lost its land connection with East Prussia because Poland, a newly revived state, that had disappeared in the late 18th century as a result of the annexation efforts of its neighbors, is now reborn, and since it had to have some kind of deep water port, it was given Danzig, or Gdansk, which separated Germany from East Prussia. Austro-Hungary, which ironically only had about 1/3 of its population was Austrian or Hungarian, is suddenly broken up into all these new countries. You see Czechoslovakia, which Hitler called a dagger pointed at the heart of Germany. Slavia is newly created. Romania is, and towards the east, the Russian Empire loses in Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, and part of Ukraine is added to the new Poland. So it's a really dramatic, mixing up of the borders. There are some big winners, like the Czechs and Slovaks, who got their own country, and there are some big losers, like Austria-Hungary. One of the ironies that, for example, with Austria is that wartime era, the country was led by an admiral. And if you look at the map of Austria, you'll see that it has no outlet to the sea, but nevertheless they have an admiral in charge of the country. That's just pointing to the kind of insecurities that were associated with these new boundaries. Also of note, more than half of Poland's citizens were not ethnic Poles. You can imagine that would lead to a lot of destabilization. And the capital city of Lithuania, historically, Vilnius, was actually not located in its own country of Lithuania. It was located in the boundaries of Poland. Some amazing and bizarre changes were put into place, and so there's a large population, specifically the losers of World War I, who wanted to revise the peace treaties, hence the term revisionism, which is used, by the way, in other contexts later. Today, when people speak about Holocaust revisionists, these are non-scholars who want to try to undermine any of the scholarly and historical understanding of the Holocaust and to revise it to make things look less anti-Semitic. But anyway, in this context, revisionism refers typically to the desire to revise the post-World War I treaties so that some of the countries that lost territory or lost status would somehow regain it. Germany, obviously, was a major revisionist country who wanted to take back a lot of what had happened during World War I. And Hitler was very closely allied with this revisionist thinking. In particular, Germans referred to something called the Dolchstoß. This is a term meaning the stab in the back. And in this short video, I'm not going to go into the really small details about why they believe this was the case, but many Germans who were in a revisionist mindset felt that the reason they lost World War I was not due to the ineptitude of their armed forces. Rather, it was due to some kind of betrayal that happened in the heartland, specifically associated with Jews. There was, in fact, a lot of feeling inside Germany that the war should no longer be prosecuted. It lasted from 1914 to 1918. It was a 4-year-long global war with massive costs on both sides. And so when Germany ended up surrendering, many felt that, we should not have surrendered we should have pressed on to victory. And victory was within our grasp. If it were not for those unnamed backstabbers who were associated with Jews, they would have won the war. It's kind of feeling of national resentment, of national betrayal that permeated the 1920s. Here you can see an Austrian cartoon, and again, the Austrians were also huge losers in World War I. And you can see the image here of a lantern-jawed, brave Austrian soldier who's sitting in the trenches, a characteristic of World War I, bravely looking off and steely-eyed as he surveys the enemy and is certain not to let them cross the boundary. But to his rear, with storm clouds brewing, this ugly anti-Semitic caricature of a Jewish woman wearing a French-style hat stabs him in the back. There is, by the way, a very close connection between anti-Semitic propaganda and misogynistic propaganda. That is, the hatred of women and the hatred of Jews. They tend to go hand in hand. Maybe at another class we'll have a chance to explore that connection in greater detail, but not for now. So there's this idea that Germany should have won. Germany should have been the masters of Europe, but in fact they were stabbed from the back, typically by Jews. That's an idea that motivated Hitler very prominently. The anti-Semitic feeling in the 1920s was literally palpable, particularly in the form of something called Notgeld, or necessity money. I'm just going to use this as an illustration of the kind of feelings of anti-Semitism and how close to the surface they were in the 1920s. Germany went through a tremendously hard time right after World War I. They were saddled with hyperinflation, where people's life savings, their life insurance policies and so on all just simply disappeared in this global economic collapse. There was the war guilt clause that was applied to Germans. There was the humiliating demilitarization of border areas, and Germans felt very badly about how they were treated in the Versailles and other treaties after World War I. Have a look at this Notgeld, for example. This is Notgeld refers to currency that is locally produced because typically the national currency has lost its validity. So people are not able to exchange national German currency because the value is dropping all the time. They'll make up their own currency, their own, as it were, dollar bills that will be used locally as a generally accepted rate of exchange. So here's a 50 note from the town of Puttstedt, and on the one side you have this kind of cartoon drawing that describes where Puttstedt is, between Hamburg and Bremen. But then when you look on the obverse, you see there is a distinctly anti-Semitic image that shows capitalist Jews with their waistcoats and their bulging bellies and the heavy nose, the bald head, the bulging jowls, hanging from a tree as ravens come to feast on their corpses. In other words, this kind of currency is telling the bearer that we believe all the Jews should be killed. Can you imagine if you're a young kid and your mother, would you please go to the store and pick up a quart of milk and here's some money? And if you're a Jewish kid and you're looking at, wow, this is what my neighbors think of me. That's the level of anti-Semitism that was prevalent in the 1920s. Here's another example from the Sternberg, which commemorated desecration of the libel that occurred in that town. Here on one side of the bills, you see medieval law of the town of Sternberg, and here is the story. On the right, you can see a group of Jews who have gone to a corrupt priest, and they buy from him the host. The host is a wafer that Catholics will use in their religious ceremonies, which is through the doctrine of transubstantiation, identified with the founder of Christianity. I won't go into the detailed theology here, but basically, the host is holy, especially since the 13th century, when this doctrine was really pushed in Europe. They take this host, which again is identified with the founder of Christianity, and they torture it. Here you see in this image, they've got it typically on their Passover Seders. That's the way the story goes. And on the left, they are stabbing the host, and it is running freely with blood. A miraculous event that also, provides support to the whole argument that the wafer is, in fact, the founder of Christianity. And then they're discovered and burned alive. Now, this last slide is actually what happened in Sternberg about 500 years prior, and it is celebrated as some kind of important element of city history that is so wonderful that we should put it on our currency. Can you imagine what that must have been like for the Jews who lived in Sternberg? Incredible. But that gives you a sense of what it was like in the 1920s vis-a-vis the kind of background noise level of anti-Semitism that could be found in Germany. Here's in Austria nearby a 1920 election poster that says German Christian, German here used in the sense of an ethnicity, German Christians, Rettet Österreich, save Austria, right? And the picture shows the Austrian eagle being strangled by this disgusting worm-like creature that is clearly identified as an observant Jew with the forelocks and with the side locks and with a kippa, the forked tongue, a snake, and so on. It's really hard not to interpret this negatively for Jews. So Hitler was definitely very much part of this kind of feeling. He joined the nascent Nazi party at this time, and in 1923 he was associated with the Munich Beer Hall Putsch. The word putsch basically means like an attempted violent takeover of government. The putsch which Hitler participated in was short-lived. The Nazi party was rife with informants, and the police broke it up very easily. And Hitler was tried and sent to jail. However, he met with a very, supportive judge who essentially identified with much of Hitler's ideology and much of the Nazi Party's political aims, and so he gave him a very cushy ride, less than a year in prison for attempting to take over the government. Can you imagine that? And in prison, as you can see him here, actually in the Landsberg prison, he's allowed to have visitors. He's clearly not wearing prison uniform. He had a personal cook. He had a personal valet there. And he was able, while he was in prison, to compose his autobiography, Mein Kampf, which means literally my struggle, which was essentially a chance for him to gain in notoriety. And kind of like you have today in certain types of urban cultures, by going to jail, for his beliefs, he earned street credibility, street creds. And when he came out of jail, he was like a rock star. He was hugely famous. His Mein Kampf book was well read, even though it is a scurrilous, hard to put together argument with lots of screeds against Jews and things like that. Nevertheless, he emerged from that period a hero and was able to parlay this popularity into the leadership of the Nazi Party and then ultimately to all of Germany. Here's a photograph of the so-called Sturmabteilung, the brown shirt as they are popularly known. This is one wing of the early Nazi Party. They were later destroyed by Hitler in 1934 as he tried to gain a little bit more respectability for his movement in the so-called Night of the Long Knives. But throughout the 1920s and into the early 1930s, these brown shirts were like kind of thugs that would march around and intimidate Jews, intimidate moderate Germans, intimidate journalists, and so on with their paramilitary expressions. And people were afraid to stand up to Hitler because, among other things, he actually had a kind of a quasi-army at his disposal. In the elections, you can see that the power of the Nazi Party proceeded apace. In the elections of May 1928, you can see that he only claimed the Nazi Party only got 2.6% of the electorate. But by September 1930, that had risen to 18.25%. And by July 1932, a very strong 37.27%. Now, for those of you who are watching this in America, you may think, well, 37, that's not a majority. You need to have at least 51% to be able to form a government. But that's because you're thinking in American terms, where there are basically only two major parties that have any serious shot at winning the presidency in modern America. In Germany, there was a plethora of parties, much like, for example, in Israel, in this parliamentary system that made up the government. And the government typically goes to the party that is able to have the largest single plurality. So if you look at this chart here, you can see that the Nazis claimed 33% of the popular vote. The Social Democratic Party was the second largest party with only 20%. And so Hitler had to essentially make coalitions with the other parties in order to govern. But he was given that opportunity in 1933 and was named actually chancellor. His greatest enemies, the ones who he feared the most, were the communists, and then through some political wrangling, which was a little further afield, he was able to eventually sideline the communists and ultimately consolidate his control as the Chancellor of Germany. And it's at this point that we're going to leave this video, and we're going to look at how he implemented his anti-Jewish policies during the interwar period after being named Chancellor. Thank you very much for watching.
But you can base on this because it's the same stone, it's at the same elevation level. It's supposedly the same age. The differences are in the construction. Like, it's megalithic, and a lot of this stuff was encased in granite. This is the Sphinx Temple down at the other end of the causeway, same thing. So all the megalithic stuff that was encased in granite has severe erosion.
In this video, we will look at the period between 1933, when Hitler first takes control of Germany, through the late 1930s, especially right up until Kristallnacht,
Like the Sphinx Temple, like the Sphinx enclosure, right? Robert Schoch, John Anthony
which
West,
was a
he
turning
talked
point
about the fact that
Nazi policies Jews, as we shall see in the next video. And during these 6 odd years of activity, Hitler really makes money into a police state. Let's try to understand some of the major elements of that. So on a political level, he begins when he's Mayor in January of 1930. The next month, there is a very vicious fire at the Reichstag, which is the building houses the German parliament. And there's a lot of discussion as to how this fire was actually set and under what circumstances, but Hitler definitely capitalized on it, in particular to stoke fear against the communists, who are the political bloc that he fears the most. He passes almost immediately afterwards the Enabling Act, which is essentially a law that Parliament agrees to that gives him the right to control the country like a dictator, in martial law. And this is a very important point that we should remember, that Hitler was democratically elected to office. He definitely made use of dirty tricks and of misleading rhetoric and of force, particularly through the person of the brown shirts, the essay, the Sturmaufteilung that we spoke about earlier last video. But he was nevertheless democratically elected, which is an important cautionary tale for us even in the 21st century. Shortly after establishing the Enabling Act, he went to work to round up his political opponents, journalists, various individuals and organizations that he felt could threaten his power base, and he created the first concentration camps. We will contrast these early concentration camps with the 6 death camps later on in this course. There's a major difference between them in that the concentration camps were designed primarily for political enemies. They housed principally non-Jews, and they were, as a whole, while brutal, nothing like the death camps, so-called Vernichtungslager, that were designed specifically to kill people, but they were only established in the 1940s. For now, he set up concentration camps all over Germany, primarily to contain his political enemies. And shortly after that, he has all political parties disbanded, with the notable exception, of course, of the Nazi Party, which was continued. So, in a nutshell, within a few months of being appointed chancellor, Hitler effectively becomes the dictator of Germany, and a very willing population on the whole followed him further into the 1930s. There's much more to say about the social nature of Germany, but we're going to focus specifically on those aspects which relate to the Holocaust. There are 2 major things that are happening Germany on a social level at this point. One element is the social ostracism of others, the designation of those who are not part of the master narrative that the Nazis are advancing, and the specific isolation of those groups and persecution. Among the first to feel this are the so-called Jehovah's Witnesses. This is a Protestant group. They are popular in America as well. We have quite a few of them in America. And in Germany, they were regarded as the other. They were not Lutherans, they were not typical Protestants, they were not Catholics. And so Hitler's Nazi Party strove to isolate them. Early on in Nazi rule, the Jehovah's Witnesses put out a document shown here, the Wilmersdorf Clarification, which identifies them as, non-politically active and not wishing to challenge the state and so on, but it did very little for them because in the end, Hitler sought to persecute them as well. Another group, a very small group, we're talking about no more than a few hundred people, were the so-called Rhineland bastards. This is obviously a derogatory term that was applied to the offspring of African soldiers who served in World War I on German territory, German soil. And there was a certain number of you would not think there's a lot of people in this category, but in fact there were some, particularly those serving in French regions, for example, who formed relationships with local German women and produced offspring. So these mixed race individuals were blown out of proportion in terms of their size and also in terms of their purported negative racial impact on German people. And they were a favored, target of Hitler's ire. So the Rhineland bastards, quote unquote, were specifically identified as people who were outside of the general German narrative. Shortly after that, terrifyingly, in June of 1933, Germany passed a law called the Law for the Prevention of Genetically Diseased Offspring. Horrible, inhumane law that gave the state the right to determine anyone who would promote a net impact as perceived in the German population. The state was given the right to sterilize that individual. And obviously, the term genetic is not appropriate here. It's very early period in the understanding of genetics. So the German state nevertheless went way beyond what they felt were appropriate criteria on a genetic level, those characteristics which we might consider racial or political or ideological or religious, certainly. A quarter of a million Germans sterilized under this law. It's a horrible period in which these individuals were isolated and were persecuted because they felt to challenge the overall. Jews, of course, suffered tremendously, not necessarily in the same ways as one of the most significant attempts was actually unsuccessful. In April of 1933, Germany attempted to impose a nationwide boycott of Jewish-owned businesses. And this was hugely unpopular with the larger population for various reasons. Perhaps the most pragmatic is that, people enjoyed going to Jewish stores, department stores, and so on, because they had better value than other stores. Also, it was felt to disrupt the entire economic system of the country. Jews were deeply enmeshed in the commercial activity of the state. It's a very small number of people, about 1% of the population overall, about 500,000 people. But the boycott ended up being a big flop. Hitler sent out his Sturmabteilung, the so-called brown shirts, essentially thugs in military uniform, to wear these kinds of signs that said, Germans beware,
do not buy anything from Jews, and they would stand outside Jewish businesses. They would deface the windows and the storefronts of Jewish businesses and so on. But it turned out not to be a very popular thing with Germans at all, and it was ultimately abandoned. Hitler, however, was quite innovative, and we find other ways to persecute the Jews. A very important point that we must understand is that for every minority group that was ostracized and persecuted, Hitler also imposed, in a rather diabolically brilliant manner, something called Gleichschaltung, which means literally bringing into equality, shifting into the same gear, finding common direction. The word gleich means equal or same. And so there's a tremendous amount of emphasis on saying that, okay, these people, these populations are not us, they are the other. But let us emphasize the value of being inside the same group, inside the India. And you see this inculcated from earliest youth. You hear, for example, are the type of Boy Scouts called the Hitler Youth Corps, when there was a tremendous amount of focus on, kind of paramilitary formations and discipline, order, and all kinds of typical, Prussian values. Or for women, the Bund Deutscher Mädel. We'll have more to say about how women were understood in Germany later. But the idea of you may not be part of the out group, but you are definitely included in the in group. So it's kind of a self-reinforcing social model that makes people want to participate even more in distancing themselves from the out group. And all of this, by the way, is focused very much on the person and personality of Hitler. We're not talking about, the glory of Germany and its values and things like that. So much of it was focused specifically on Hitler the man. Like this book cover, which reads, Mutter, erzähl von Adolf Hitler. Mother, tell us stories about Adolf Hitler. Where these adoring young children look up at their mother, and there's this glowing image of Hitler in the background, where she will tell them these idealized heroic stories of their Führer, and they will develop this kind of cult of personality surrounding him, and that's supported the focal point of Gleichschaltung, the bringing together of the entire society. When it comes to Jews, one of the most problematic issues for early Nazi Germany was the question of who exactly is a Jew? Who do we understand to be Jewish, so that we can properly put them in the out group? Because Germany, for at least a century, had been going through a process of greater and greater assimilation on the part of its Jewish population. Intermarriage rate was roughly 1 in 3 in the interwar period, and there are many esteemed Germans who are at the very top of their cultural hierarchy who were in fact Jewish or partly Jewish. The names of great authors like Heinrich Heine, thinkers like Sigmund Freud, Karl Marx, you can go on and on, all kinds of Germans of Jewish origin, Einstein, who were regarded as geniuses, as really leading the culture. Many war heroes who had earned the Iron Cross in World War I were of Jewish or partly Jewish origin. And so Nazi Germany had to define who was a Jew so that they could actually put in place later much more sophisticated anti-Jewish laws. The most significant law that came out in this regard was the so-called Nuremberg Gesetz, the Nuremberg Law, which identified once and for all what Nazis meant by Jews and Germans. From this chart, you can see that anyone with 4 or even 3 grandparents who were Jewish is considered a Jew. Anyone with 4 Aryan grandparents, that is non-Jewish basically, would be considered an Aryan. And then you have these middle categories, the so-called Mischlinge. The Mischling of the Erste Grade, the first degree Mischling, is someone who had 2 Jewish grandparents. Or a Mischling of the second degree, more diluted, was someone who had 1 Jewish grandparent. In the end, this had a lot to say about the priority of sending people to the gas chambers. But ultimately, even Mischling of the second degree were sent to death. Notice also that the chart makes no recognition of whether it's a grandmother or a grandfather, maternal or paternal descent. that does have a role in the way Jews define themselves, it does not have a role in the way Nazis define themselves. It was entirely racial in this regard and not related to gender. So, with the passing of the Nuremberg laws in 1935, then you could have actually a system where Jews could be formally classified and then persecuted. A whole series of laws called the laws of German blood and honor were put in place that specifically banned Jews from a whole variety of occupations. Some symbolic gestures, like Jews were not allowed to fly the German flag. Some issues related to Restream, which I'm going to explain in a second, where Jews were not allowed to employ female servants below the age of 40, things like that. But perhaps the most significant are the civil service exclusions, that Jews were no longer allowed to have any kind of job that was associated with the state. Jews could not serve as judges, as teachers, for example. You see in this particular piece of really twisted propaganda by a bizarre 18-year-old kindergarten teacher named Elvira Bauer, who made a name for herself creating children's propaganda for the Nazis. This is the cover of the book describes sort of a German proverb where you should never trust a fox in a green field, nor a Jew on his oath, meaning that they're definitely going to lie. And in this sort of depicts in a historical way what the Nuremberg laws must have been like. This is a German school, a public school, in which all of the Jews are driven out. You can see that the laughing, happy, cheerful, blonde Aryan children are tormenting the ugly, heavy-nosed, heavy-jowled Jews with their less than pure complexions and their curly hair, and that includes not only the children who are driven out from the school, but also the teacher who was driven out as well. And they're celebrating the Aryanization of their school as part of the consequences of the Nuremberg law. Also added to this, by the way, was the infamous laws of Aryanization per se, which meant that Jews could not own the majority stock in their own businesses. They had to take on a non-Jewish partner and give that non-Jewish partner 51% control of their business. Typically, this would mean that shop owners would hire their janitors or their clerks to become the actual owners of the store, and a whole bunch of other economically discriminatory practices. Here's another page, by the way, from Elvira Bauer.
Yo, dog. What's going on? How you living, pimp? We've been waiting on you.
Stereotypical Arab.
Can you hear me? Yo, what's going on, Lay? Can you hear me? How's your day going? Yeah, fuck you, couch.
The working man on the left, their chest is muscular and upright, tall, and so on. And on the left, on the right is the typical Jew, a city dweller, involved in commerce, overweight, smoking, ugly, and so on. This is the kind of mindset of those who are in the out group and those who are in the Ras and Shanda was of particular concern to Hitler. This means literally race shame. Hitler himself had a rather bizarre fixation on this idea, and of course everything that Hitler thought, because of this cult of personality, really percolated down throughout the Nazi hierarchy and into German society as a whole. Ras and Shanda specifically refers to relationships that involve a male and a female partner. And there was a tremendous amount of emphasis placed on trying to root out mixed marriages and so on, typically employing the brown shirts to rough them up. Here you can see public humiliations of mixed couples, Aryan and Jewish couples. The woman is wearing a sign when she refers to herself as a pig because she lays down with Jews. And on the right, the Jewish man is also saying German women into his room. Here's another example of a German woman, an Aryan woman, who is wearing this placard accusing her of having relationships with Jews. And you can see, I think what's most terrifying about this is having the civilians surrounded by not only brown shirts themselves, but even as
can see the woman on the right here, smiling civilians who are clearly enjoying the public humiliation of this individual. It's terrifying. Just put yourself into the mindset of what it must be time to be accused of blasphemy. And after the Nuremberg, a whole series of persecutions. Park benches marked only for Aryans, or signs that went up saying Jews unwelcome here. Jews are unasked for guests, and Jews are not welcome in this town. So these kinds of symbols that we saw in the United States through the Jim Crow period, right up until the 1960s. Water fountains for colored people, so to speak, restrictions on buses where people can stay. These kinds of things are obvious. Signage used for the outgroup must have had a phenomenal influence on people's thinking, both Jews and non-Jews. During the 1930s, it's not surprising there was a significant number of German Jews who chose to flee the country. If you look at the period between 1933 and 1937, before Kristallnacht, you see that 130,000 Jews fled Germany. More than a quarter of the Jews of Germany fled. The real challenge, however, was not that they should flee, but where could they flee? Most countries severely restricted their immigration policies, and this would only be increased with a severe constriction of the conduits for Jews to escape Nazi Germany. We'll explore that a little bit more later on in the show. Nevertheless, Jews had to have an exit visa anyway, and so you have to pile on the natural inertia and make it difficult for a person to leave his or her hometown, all of their connections, their economic support, and so on, and take a risk on going to some far-off country. But you add to that the fact that those countries are not willing to have them, to take them in, that must have made it incredibly difficult for German Jews to leave. And sadly, many of them who fled to closer regions in Europe simply did not flee far. That's how we're going to pick this up in the next video when we talk about Kristallnacht, which marks really the end of the interwar period and prepares us to discuss the war.
All the stuff, the single piece stuff. And it's fabulous. Look at this is, I love the Karnak's one of my favorite places because you have all those examples right in front of you of like high tech and then low tech. It's a brand new game, what year? So like 1500 BC.
By the end of the 1930s.
So even then, they're still doing spectacular stuff. It's just not
It's very clear that let's take a few minutes and listen back to much of the geopolitical material that relates to the invasion of Poland, which was jointly executed by Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union. So moving through the late 1930s, you see that it's increasingly advancing greater and greater territorial demands on Europe. And in a policy that has been widely criticized ever since, the Allies generally give in to Hitler's demands. He throws a tantrum, and the Allies allow him to take additional territory, and it seems that nothing is ever enough for Adolf Hitler. Three areas in particular are important for our purposes. First of all, there is the remilitarization of the Rhineland region. This was a region that was, after World War I, declared a military-free zone for Nazi Germany, and Hitler simply defied that order by moving troops into the Rhineland, which was much more symbolic than anything else, but it was a dramatic assertion of Nazi power at the time. And secondly, a very important Anschluss. This refers to the joining of Austria to Germany. We should note that Austria and Germany are very related cultures. Austria, although they are separate countries, Austria, of course, speaks the German language. And with Hitler's greater successes throughout the 1930s, many Austrians felt that they should hitch their wagon to Hitler's, and in fact, this was achieved through this Anschluss in 1938. If you've ever seen the film The Sound of Music, that's a very important dramatization of the period of the Anschluss. And then finally,
rarely towards itself the capture of the Sudetenland. This is a mountainous region surrounding the edge of Czechoslovakia. There are a lot of ethnic, and Hitler claimed that they wanted to be reunited with Germany proper. And he essentially demanded that Czechoslovakia surrender these territories, and the Allies simply could not back up Czechoslovakia's demands to retain their territory. In particular, there is one of the most infamous moments in 20th century history, diplomatic history, when Neville Chamberlain goes to Munich to discuss with Hitler, and he returns, and when he lands on the tarmac back in England, there's a crowd of people around us who watch this speech on YouTube, where he proudly portrays that Hitler signed that he will not advance on any other country once he gets to Sudetenland from Czechoslovakia, and Chamberlain famously proclaims that he has achieved peace in our time. This is, of course, famous last words because Hitler would soon go on to attack Poland. The attack on Poland could not happen without an agreement in advance with Joseph Stalin of the Soviet Union. Let us recall, as you can see in this map here, that Germany is located in the center of Europe. And one of the great military risks for Germany is that it cannot fight a two-front war. That is, it cannot easily engage with forces to its west and to its east simultaneously, at least not for very long. The logistics of the supply chains of moving reinforcements back and forth, of maintaining two very distinct fronts simultaneously, simply too much for Germany. And so what Hitler resolved to do was to first pacify his eastern front through a treaty with Joseph Stalin. And once that treaty was fully engaged, then he returned his attention to the west and to the next. And that's in fact exactly what he did. In a secret pact that was signed by the foreign ministers of both countries, the so-called Molotov-Ribbentrop Soviet Nazi non-aggression pact, basically said that Germany and the Soviet Union promised not to attack each other in case of the eruption of hostilities elsewhere. Now, Hitler would later go on to double-cross Stalin and would attack the Soviet Union once he had pacified the West. This is in 1941, 2 years after the Nazi-Soviet pact was signed. But for the time being, the region was safe for Hitler because Stalin accepted the treaty. Now, what was in it for Stalin to accept this treaty? Basically, Hitler put Poland and the Baltic countries on the table. If you look closely at this map, you'll see that Germany and the USSR were separated by several countries, notably Poland here in yellow, and then Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, the so-called Baltic countries. Now, all of these regions were actually part of the Russian Empire before 1917, when the Russian Empire collapsed in two revolutions, one immediately after the other, resulting in the union of Soviet Socialist republics to the east, and these four new countries, Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, being created in their way. Other countries were also created, talking about that and so the Soviets wanted back at least some of that territory, and Hitler made a deal that if Stalin would agree to a non-aggression pact, then Germany would invade from the west, and the Soviet Union could invade from the east, and then simply claim the territories. And in fact, that is exactly what they did. Shortly after this secret pact was signed, of course it leaks out, and now we know all about it. This is what the map looks like. You can see that Germany on the left acquires this large kind of brownish area, which are labeled here as German annexations. There's going to be a little bit more complication to this, we'll see in one more in a second. But the bright green, the kind of fluorescent green area was acquired by the Soviet Union. And Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, which had just received their independence after World War I, now had it rudely taken away from them. They did establish kind of puppet regimes. There was the Soviet Socialist Republic of Lithuania, Lithuania, but they were clearly dominated by Moscow. Similarly, Poland was divided in half, with the western region going to Germany and the eastern region going to Soviet. We'll have a lot to say about the Jews living in these territories over the next. So look at this just a little bit more detail, however. This map here is a little bit simplified. Here's one that there was some difference to the map over the course of 1939 to 1940. This had very major implications for people who found themselves, for example, relevant for institutions like here. You see, so if you have a look on the left, you see what the border looked like in 1939. You can see the red region, Russian, Ukrainian, Belarusian, Soviet Socialist Republic, and then taken over were the regions of Eastern Poland, Latvia, Estonia, but then after some negotiations, you can see on the right, these boundaries were just ever so slightly So what this means is that the region that was most heavily populated by Jews, Poland, which had over 2 million Jews, and also a very large population in Lithuania, somewhat less in Latvia, and very few in Estonia, were taking huge geopolitical spheres during the years 1939 to 1941. More specifically, September 1939, the invasion of Poland, to June of 1941, the time of Operation Barbarossa, and Hitler was double-crossed the Soviet Union. So that means that for the next 2 years, Jews in this region had one of two very different realities that was very clear. There were those Jews who found themselves in German orbit, about those shortly, and then there were those Jews who found themselves in the Soviet orbit, and that's the one who addressed in the next class. This is look at specifically what happened to Jews who found themselves in the Soviet Republic in 1939. Thank you very much.
And baby, I can barely feel a kiss from the song. I know I really send your feet. Yeah, how about you? Only vision, and life is for me.
The establishment of the ghettos is one of the most horrific aspects of the Holocaust, and we'll spend a couple of lectures speaking about some of the aspects of life and death in these incredibly difficult circumstances. Let us begin with the invasion of Poland in September 1939. We recall that Poland was overwhelmed by the rapid advance of the Nazis with Restream. Here you see the Greek stepping over and making their way towards them. And it's important to note that although they convey this image of being extremely disciplined and ordered and full of purpose and intention, it's clear that Nazis were not entirely sure what they were supposed to do about the Jews living in Poland. There was very little clear, unequivocal guidance about how the Jews were supposed to live and what the Nazis were supposed to do with them immediately upon their arrival in Poland. And in fact, there is ample evidence of internal squabbling among various organizations within the Nazi Empire as to whether or not more Jews could be moved into Poland from other regions. Well, one of the features of the Jewish experience in this early period that was abundantly clear, but the Nazis certainly did not do anything but one of the most pronounced phenomena of the early months of the invasion in the fall of 1939 was the singling out and abuse of Jews, especially those who were obviously Jewish, for public abuse. And we have a distinct photographic record of this. Here you can see, for example, some members of the Wehrmacht who are publicly humiliating a Jew by forcing him to wear his prayer shawls and a mutilated pair of tefillin and phylacteries while they laugh and jeer in the background. Orthodox Jews with beards were especially targeted, and their forelocks, tails were brutally cut off, and their beards were cut off, sometimes half cut off. In some cases, we have evidence of even children being attacked having their chaos set on fire, having run around screaming, trying to put out the flames. One of the reasons why we have such a distinct and rich photographic record of this period is because the Nazis themselves took these photographs and sent them back home to their girlfriends and wives and so on, to show them just what a heroic achievement they accomplished. But within short order, the Nazis did at least apply some geographic designations to Poland. These are important for us. The most significant change to Poland, you see on this map here, pre-war Poland is delineated by the Peru border, was the establishment of a region called the General Government, or often rendered in French as the General Gouvernement. You can see here in this map, it's actually Polish, but you get the idea, with the outside of old Poland being blue, with two green areas for part of the General Gouvernement. The red border indicates the Soviet Nazi border that we spoke about in a previous lecture, that was of course run over by the Nazis in June of 1941, and the General Gouvernement shown in green was expanded to include the Galicia district, which would have been part of western Ukraine. Now, what exactly was intended for this region is something that the Nazis themselves debated and argued over. It's clear that the region to the west, that is the left, the General Gouvernement, was the annex to Germany. The Jews in these regions were pushed out into the Jews deported to the general government from regions in occupied Europe as well. But the local leaders of the general government were complaining, saying, wait, we can't have any more Jews. Why are you sending all these Jews here? And the Nazis did not make a clear policy until quite a bit later into the war. Here you can see in this important map the evolution of the main ghettos that have housed Jews during this period. The yellow stars are the ghettos that were established shortly after the advance into Poland. The white stars to the east were established after the Nazis had advanced into the Soviet Union after Operation Barbarossa, and the black stars to the south are especially significant for Hungarian Jews because that has to do with the overthrow of the Nazi Allied government, or an openly Nazi government. We'll speak about that later on in the course. There were many other ghettos not shown on this map as well. And one last thing that's very important, when you compare the General Gouvernement with the associated ghettos and the establishment of the six major death camps, which is shown here, Auschwitz, Belno, Treblinka, Sobibor, Majdanek, and Belgrade, you can see that they are all either in the General Gouvernement or in very close proximity to it. And that becomes very significant because ultimately the residents of the ghettos use there and will be deported to these extents. Just think for a moment about how difficult it must have been to establish ghettos in these very large and old cities which had Jewish populations that stretched back in some cases 800 to 900 years. Jews often are associated with urban locations, and they tend to live in the downtown commercial district because of their occupational profile, which favors commerce. So you have Jews embedded right into the downtown sections of these very important cities. Have a look at the map of Warsaw here, which shows the ghetto boundaries. The Nazis took months, actually a full year, to determine the actual boundaries of the ghetto, primarily because a lot of local authorities objected to having important things within the ghetto. Cathedrals, for example, hospitals, major thoroughfares. And so by the time they finally decided where the boundaries would be, and then shrunk them several times, you can see on the right, the red hashing is where the boundaries were shrunk. Not that there were any less people. In fact, many of these larger ghettos like Warsaw had lots of Jewish refugees coming into the city, hoping it would be better for them there than it was in the tiny villages throughout Eastern Europe. They were further crowded into this much smaller area. The yellow boundaries show the areas which these were added, very minor additions to the ghetto boundaries. But as you can see, the shape of it is crazy. There are major section streets that are off limits to Jews, and so if a Jew wanted to walk from one of these corners to an address on the other side of the boundary, they have to go all the way around in order to make that visit. There were in some ghettos, places that were bisected by trolley lines that so that public transportation could go through the ghetto, even though Jews could not get on those trains themselves. And it was really quite a difficult thing for them to actually establish a ghetto boundary over the objections of the locals. And when those boundaries were established, in some cases they were surrounded by walls, as you see here also in Warsaw, and the walls were typically constructed with forced labor from the Jewish population. You can see at least one of the workers there is displaying the armband that was required of Jews, even though they would be housed in the ghetto itself. However, most ghettos actually did not have physical walls that bounded the entire society. Most of them were completely open, but they were guarded, as it were, by the large number of non-Jews outside of the ghetto who would readily turn over Jews who were trying to fade into the population background outside the ghetto walls. These were the so-called smalstovniki, or greasy ones, as ghetto jargon had it. And the Jews were actually hemmed in quite often, not by physical boundaries, but by social ones, which were very real. Many Jews, however, did manage to survive outside the ghetto, using ghetto parlance by going underground, that is, appearing to be non-Jewish, and to simply fade into the urban background, sometimes adopted by non-Jewish families that were friendly and so on. But that's beyond the scope of our discussion today. So most of the ghettos were actually open. Only a minority of them were actually physically closed by the ghetto. Speaking to what the Nazis meant by the ghetto is very significant because, again, in the absence of clear direction, local authorities were given tremendous latitude in determining how they wanted to implement what they thought was the reason for the ghetto. And there are two basic approaches that were adopted by the municipal leadership and ultimately by the Jews who lived within those ghettos. On the one hand, some ghettos were so-called productionist ghettos, like Restream is a very important example. Here, the thinking was that, okay, all these Jews are being corralled into a very concentrated area. What's the point? Why should we be doing this, thought the Nazis? And in these productionist cities, they said, well, it must be to use the Jews for slave labor. And in fact, that's what happened in Woods, where massive factories were created, primarily in textiles, which was a region that the city was known for, and in fact the Jewish population was heavily associated with. And so getting a work permit was thought of as a way to live. And the Jewish population competed for these highly desired work permits, thinking that there was some logic, there was some sense to the ghetto existence. And if they could only keep their heads down and cooperate with the authorities and maintain their jobs and maintain their productivity, then they would be allowed to live. They were sadly disappointed as you can see. On the other side of the coin, the so-called attritionist ghettos, Warsaw was the most significant, where it seemed that the purpose of the ghetto was to simply wear the Jewish people out, to have them die off through starvation, through disease, and simply to keep them in one area so the death is contained to that ghetto. And in fact, the policies of the Warsaw ghetto seem to be overwhelmingly pointing in this direction. For example, daily rations of 40 Jews in the ghetto, no more than 100 calories a day. And bear in mind, adult male in America is considered to need at least 2,000 calories a day. 150 calories is obviously not survival. And so a whole culture built around trying to find ways to smuggle in additional food to let the people fact, one of the most famous passages on the Emmanuel Winkelblum's Constitution of the Ghetto was the statement that if a statue were to be raised to the heroes of the Warsaw Ghetto, it would not be of the resistance, which we'll talk about in a later video, but it would be in honor of the children, the smugglers who bring food into the ghetto from outside. The ghettos had an end date, and that was spring and summer of 1942. This is a time when the major death camps that we looked at earlier were brought online, and so the Nazis began to force massive population concentrations in the ghettos to the various death camps. These would be gathered in a place called the Umschlagplatz, a deportation zone. You can see them on the left in this photograph from Warsaw, with men on the left and women on the right, and then they would be forced to be boarded onto these cattle trains, which would take them to their ultimate fate, the death. Continue to the next chapter. Speak a little bit more about the internal culture of the ghetto. Thank you for watching.
Boy, on a western bay, just 100 ships a day, and the sailors get their time away to talk about that.
Let us continue our discussion of ghetto by looking at a couple of institutions that were active there, most specifically something called the Jewish also known as the Jewish Council, which is essentially the Jewish leadership of the ghetto and other aspects of
The sailor said,
one of the
Brandy,
most salient observations
your
of
fine
the
was
Anna
such a fine
she's most famous for writing a book called The Origins of Totalitarianism, which consolidates her experience in the Second World War into a massive critique of the 20th political movements that resulted in the great totalitarian empires of Nazi Germany and Soviet Russia. The first part of this book actually focuses on anti-Semitism. I also have to note not to close the room for that for a second because it's so relevant to the 2020 social today. Was the ideal subject of totalitarian rule is not to convince Nazi people that it's incompetent, but people to think the distinction in fact is fiction, true or false, no longer exists. It's an incredibly relevant observation that holds very true for our time. But we're going to focus on the middle of the 20th century rather than the reason why Hannah Arendt is so frustrated is because a report on the technology of war. Eichmann is usually discussed reports a very important figure in the Nazi hierarchy, and he was the architect of the final solution, the one who constructed much of the mechanism by which was destroyed under the Nazi. He was remarked by the side by agency and transported to Israel to describe serious
such a fine
and our leg was right there to observe this remarkable book from Harper not so much but what he had to say about the evil as we understand it today is not necessarily, the logistical machinations of a diabolical personality such as catechism. Rather, it is the instrumental, quotidian, small steps that so many people take towards ultimately horrific consequences. Evil is banal, evil is unjust, evil is day to day. That is this kind of like whatever to evil, but it's possible on a philosophical, psychological, and sociological level. where we see this come out in Starbuck's release in the student of the Jews, was essentially the Jews acting as organizers of the most the terrifying observation of the Holocaust, which we will see over and over again as we look at the detailed unfolding of the Holocaust. The Nazis were able to make many Jews complicit in their own destruction. Whether it was on a social level that Jews decided to try to keep their heads down and hopefully it all blow over, or through the active recruitment of collaborators, such as elements of the camps, the capos, or in a more complex situation, the youth. So let's look at the youth, try to understand how evil can be banal, and how the Nazis were able to leverage the Jews themselves in their own stuff. So typically, the Nazis would come into a city and they would take over the local Jewish leaders. The Jews had been led by the so-called Kehillah authority. This is a kind of a Jewish self-governmental, not quite municipal level of organization, but it's something that dates really back to the late antiquity and was especially well developed in medieval periods, where Jews took care of their own affairs. They tended to tax themselves, without having state powers to enforce those taxes, and they tended to organize a whole range of self-help institutions, orphanages, services for poor brides, and poor relief in general, and all kinds of things. So the Kehillah leadership, which we see in contemporary terms here as the Federation movement in America, where the United States Federation, where New York will have a federation that is made up of Jewish leaders who are collecting voluntary contributions and organized for relief of Holocaust survivors, sending kids to Israel for birthright experience and things like that. So we have this for thousands of years in Europe, and the Nazis would come into these towns and they would go to the leadership of the Kehillah or the Gemeinde in Germany, and they would say, all right, we want you to establish this ghetto here. These are the things we want for this community, and see who works with us. Typically, most of the local Jewish populations, the Kehillah leadership, the established leadership, would decline and they would be killed on the spot. The Nazis would then say, okay, who is second in charge? And the second charge might also refuse and be killed, but there would come a point where somewhere down the line you would have someone in the Kehillah leadership who would say, I will help out. And it's not that they're necessarily seeking to aggrandize themselves. They are certainly seeking not to be killed by the Nazis, but many of them felt that, well, by there's no point in resisting because you're going to shoot us. So let us see if we can establish a modus vivendi and maybe thought some of these early Kehillah leaders, these early Jewish leaders, maybe we can stave off the worst of the Nazi successes. Let's throw scraps to the hungry lion and hopefully he will leave us alone. Two figures are especially important for our purpose. Adam Chernyakovich, known here, who was the head of the Youth in Warsaw. We have to have his detailed daily journal, which records with mind-numbing repetition the weather that day, the temperature, and reflects a lot of his personal concerns about his missing sons and his daily interactions with the Nazis. And we see from his own perspective how the Nazis would increasingly ratchet up their demands on the Jewish community. And when it became obvious that all of the Jews of Warsaw were going to be deported to Treblinka for certain death, Chernyakovich elected to commit suicide by swallowing cyanide. But we can actually record how his interaction with Nazis, which sheds tremendous light on how the group functioned. On the other hand, you have Chaim Minkowski in the city of Łódź, who behaved in a much more megalomaniacal fashion, who actually, lorded over the Jews. He was king Chaim by name. He had money printed with his own picture on it, and a lot of strange kind of things like this that indicates that the Judenrat leadership, as Hannah Arendt noted, was not necessarily drawn from the legitimate leadership of the Jewish community, but rather in some cases from some of the worst elements of the group. There's Hughes, but Chernyakov and Witkowski show us two kind of polar opposites of responsible and irresponsible leadership of the group. The Judenrat was essentially the leadership arm of the Nazis, but the Judenrat imposed the Nazi will on the Jewish population, which they did with, for example, the Jewish police, which is certainly the most hated of the organizational units of the Judenrat. The Jewish police would often be tricked out with small uniform devices like a hat, skates, belt, and of course the requisite armband, and would sometimes also be armed with batons. They were in charge of enforcing the demands of the Judenrat, which were coming from the Nazis. Everything from confiscations of radios and furs, to the guarding of the borders of the ghetto, to ultimately ensuring that all the Jews support for the deportations to the ghetto. The ghetto police, followed by the Judenrat officers themselves, would be on the last train heading out of the ghettos for destruction. Nevertheless, they were active participants. Again, trying to save themselves, trying to save their families, but nevertheless doing so by betraying the rest of the Jewish community. Precisely what Hannah Arendt's observation of the difficulty of assessing these individuals of being diabolically evil on the one hand, and these people being totally innocent on the other. There is a spectrum of collaboration and bystanders that we must consider when we try to assess guilt or crime. The predominant experience of existence in the ghetto was not one of life, but one of death. As we discussed briefly in the previous lecture, starvation was rampant, typhus was rampant, disease and abuse was something that was endemic to the ghetto. And there were so many heartbreaking photographs of people, children, literally expiring in the street of exhaustion and malnutrition. But we should also understand that a lot of other things are happening in the ghetto as well. Much of the data for the reality of the ghetto life was preserved in tremendous detail by people like Emmanuel Ringgold, who created the underground archive called Homo Sabas, in which he assembled all of these samblers or collectors of ghetto inhabitants to go out and record what was going on in the ghetto. You know, for example, that Warsaw actually had a functioning medical school, that they had a lending library, that they had a free theater, they had all kinds of things, organizations that Jews simply refused to completely give themselves up and to abandon hope. There was also a dark side to ghetto life. There was a lot of illegal currency running through the ghetto, primarily funded by smugglers, and they had an active nightlife.
Dude, who's that guy in the 80s? He has like 3 or 4 really good kids. I think his name is Mike. His last name started with a K or something like that.
Happening at the same time. These are human societies filled with a tremendous breadth of human experiences and attitudes and postures, and we see everything happening in microcosm during the years of Nazi occupation. It's important to look at resistance here, although I'd like to come back to it later and discuss in much greater detail. The Warsaw Ghetto had one of the most remarkable acts of resistance that occurred in the spring of 1943.
What are the biggest?
If you're paying attention, you'll note that that date
single
is somewhat
artist
strange. The spring of
is to the
1943
top
is already a year after the vast majority of the ghetto population has been deported to Treblinka. And in fact, that is the reality for reasons that I'd like to explore later. It was a tremendously heroic, largely symbolic effort by the Jews, and actually made a strong impact on other populations who are struggling with the Nazis as well, but it was ultimately doomed. For the most part, resistance in the ghetto was not of an armed
give me a
variety.
list of just straight up
The reason
1
for
through
this is
100.
obvious. The Nazis
Fuck it up.
practiced horrific collective punishment. If anyone had, let's say, a revolver and fired at a Nazi soldier passing through the ghetto, the Nazis would immediately come in and would murder tens, hundreds of local inhabitants looking for the guilty party. So there was a strong desire, especially on the part of the Judenrat leadership, and the traditional leadership as well to try and tamp down resistance to the Nazis. So for the most part, resistance in the ghetto was a much smaller affair.
Just a list
In
from 1
some
to
of the
100
ghettos,
of
there
just
was an
single
active
artists.
organized resistance, and we will come back to it later when we focus on resistance in particular. But far more impressive, I think, is the spiritual resistance that we see with figures like Brother Colonimus Kalman Shapira, also known as the Aish Kodesh, which was the title given to his diaries from the Warsaw Ghetto. Not really diaries, they were public speeches, structures that he delivered in the Warsaw Ghetto. Absolutely phenomenal spiritual heroism as the rabbi strove week after week to counsel his beleaguered constituents and to persuade them to remain strong in the face of such an overwhelming onslaught that the Nazis represented. And these are topics which deserve a lot more attention, but these are very brief lectures. Thank you very much for watching.
This shit
So you had, we always kind of knew where it was. So, you had the classical authors of antiquity, which coincides with what you might call the Ptolemaic period of ancient Egypt. It's the transition from dynastic Egypt into becoming essentially a Roman province, like an imperial province of Rome.
One of the phenomena that is so prominent in the study of the Einsatzgruppen massacres is the fact that it took so little for the Nazis to affect obedience of their populations, both their military populations and also civilian populations, and as we shall continue to see, among Jews as well. And it's remarkable that such a small number of people with the right kind of messaging and propaganda could leverage their size to have such a deleterious impact on a broader population. And we'll see this over and over again as we delve into certain aspects of the Holocaust. But one of the most insightful glimpses we get into how this works on a psychological level is the infamous Milgram experiment. Maybe I should say famous, but famous for discovering something very negative.
Why is it putting baby?
The Milgram experiment is actually the subject of several video documentaries. I strongly urge you to actually go and watch them. It's definitely worth watching Stanley Milgram's account of his experiment, which is under the title Obedience. But for the sake of brevity and of an introduction, I want to take a couple minutes and just explain what the Milgram experiment was and what it is about the Holocaust. Stanley Milgram was a scholar at Yale. In the early 1960s, he devised an experiment, which would probably face challenges from institutional review boards today. But he was especially in trying to understand the question, how did the Nazis manage to kill such a large population? And so he created this experiment in which he wanted to see what it would take
50
for a
people,
total
right?
stranger
And it's a dude.
to be obedient enough to kill another human. And let me explain exactly how he set up this brilliant experiment. First of all, he had two actors or accomplices play specific roles in the experiment, and the subject of the experiment was completely unaware that the other two people involved were in fact actors and were not who they claimed to be. The first was a doctor, someone who had the trappings of authority, a white coat, and often body posture, standing or sitting, and different kind of things to generally convey authority. But these are all kind of like external trappings of authority. There are nothing really, demonstrated with credentials and so on. It just kind of gave off the aura of authority. Then he hired another person who would play a learner, and this was an actor who would pretend to be another subject off the street, such that the real subject, who was assigned the role of teacher, would think that the other person was similarly just off the street like he was. The subject was told by the doctor that they were going to conduct an experiment in learning where one person would be randomly chosen to be the teacher, the other would be randomly chosen to be the learner, and they would go through an experiment to see what effect, for example, a small electric shock would have on the ability to retain memory of a list of words. The assignment of which person was the teacher and which person was the learner was, of course, fixed, and the subject off the street was always given the role of teacher. And now, basically, what would happen is the teacher would be shown a device that looked like this, that had a whole series of switches, and under each of the switches was a label from mild to strong to extreme to danger XXX. And this was a machine that would deliver a small electric shock, and in fact they would hook it up to the teacher, that is the real subject off the street, and let him sample a very, very light electric shock. And then what they would do is they would take the teacher, that is the subject, the person who thinks he is working with another subject, into another room where they would hook up the learner, who was of course an actor. And so all along, the subject who thinks he's being a teacher thinks he is going to be delivering electric shocks to the learner every time the learner makes a mistake. In the initial iteration of the experiment, the learner was placed in a different room where the teacher could hear the verbal responses of the learner, that is the actor, but they weren't actually live responses, they were pre-recorded responses that the teacher thought were live. And then this was conducted through a microphone. Later, he would even be hearing him through the wall as he would be screaming. So what would happen is the subject, who thinks he's a teacher, would read a series of words, and then he would back and read the first word of the pair, and the learner would have to repeat the other word in that. Every time the learner got it wrong, the teacher was supposed to deliver an increasingly large electric shock. The learner would have, as they went through this, and the learner would say, no, I don't want to do this anymore, let me out. And then towards the end of the experiment, the learner would simply go silent, as if it would sound like he had a heart attack or something. And the point of the experiment was that we wanted to see how long it would take before the subject, again, who's a total stranger off the street, doesn't realize that it's all a setup, doesn't realize that there are no electric shocks being delivered. He wanted to see how much an electric shock the subject would give before he gave up and said, I refuse to essentially kill another human being. Every time the subject would turn over to the doctor who was sitting in the room with him and say, I think something's wrong, I think we should stop, the doctor would have a series of responses like, the experiment requires you to continue, I take responsibility, the experiment must go on, all kinds of different things like that. And the subject would be, persuaded with these simple statements, nothing more serious like, the experiment will be ruined if you don't continue. And we want to see, will the subject go through with it and deliver that deadly shock? What are the results? The results are terrifying. 65% of the subjects would deliver fatal shocks. Meaning they would show distress, they would turn to the doctor saying, hey, I don't think we should do this anymore. But with the lightest of prodding, they would go back to the task. 65%, 2/3 of people off the street in the early 1960s in New Haven, Connecticut, Americans were totally willing to kill complete strangers. Terrifying result of phenomenal applications. Milgram took these results, which were mind-blowing. He had asked a lot of experts in advance what percentage they thought would actually go through with it. And experts said, maybe a fraction of 1%, but not 2/3. So he tried many different variations. The experiment has been repeated in different countries, and it always comes back to that number, around 2/3. 2/3 of people are willing to do this. Now, you could get some variations. For example, if it was done, not on a campus of a college, which looks very respectable and, well-to-do, but if you did it, for example, in some strip mall or something like that, where it looked kind of sketchy, okay, then the results went down a little bit. Also, results went down the more you separated the victims from or the more you separated the learner from the teacher. So, for example, where the teacher was required to physically put the hand of the subject on a metal plate to receive the electric shock, then the compliance went down and so on. But the overall number, the base number, repeated over and over again in many countries, is about 2/3 of people are willing to actually deliver that electric shock. So again, I strongly recommend you go and watch it yourself because it is unbelievable. And it's worth seeing the faces of people as they deal with the moral conundrum. Should I deliver this electric shock for an experiment, the purpose of which is not especially important to me? And 2/3 of people will do it. The implications for the Holocaust are huge because we see that the Nazis were able to simply say, the country is depending on you. You must do your duty as a German. You must follow through with this experiment. Look, everyone else is doing it. And this breeds compliance among all populations. Also, the Nazis learned that the further away they could actually impose the violence, meaning if you weren't actually the person, watching the people being gassed in the chambers, if you were rather someone who drew up the train schedules or someone who simply set up the distribution of stolen property, if your particular role in it was very far away from the actual moment of violence,
nature.
Compliance goes way up.
Absolutely,
Even though you know intellectually that something very bad is happening, it's easier to go along with it. These are terrifying.
Everybody should be like freak nature.
Help us understand
The
the
West Side.
psychological and sociological underpinnings of the Holocaust. Thank you very much for watching.
Public lecture at Ghent University in Belgium. No one really attended it. And then they got told to sign again, in the words of Louis de Courtier, because he waited like 2 or 3 years that he put this out there. He said that he was told to cease any and all discussion of the piece of information from the Manama project, and him and his team members were threatened with national security sanctions. Which means that, I think at the low, like if you come to each
You little
come
bitch.
and get you, it's a national
The idea of the death thing.
The idea
30
of
brief
the
lectures on how to
death
kill
camp is something so
Jews.
incredibly monstrous that we should spend a little bit of time thinking about the intellectual
Fine, you little
origins of
bitch.
the context of the
West Side.
Holocaust. And I want to say
Come on, you
two
fuck.
things by way of introduction. First off, we should be aware that there are really two different kinds of camps. Towards the end of the war, the distinction between them was blurred, but in the middle of the war, there's a very clear, bright line that separates the so-called Konzentrationslager, or concentration camps, and the Vernichtungslager, or destruction camps. They literally make into nothing camps. I've translated that as the death camps because these were camps which were not designed
Dude, there's
to
so many
hold
fucking
prisoners,
pop-ups.
to hold, enemies of the
What's your word?
state,
No, I know
or
exactly
perceived
where it's
enemies
from.
of the state, antisocial criminals, people belonging to a different political persuasion and so on. These are camps which were designed exclusively or almost exclusively for the purpose of death, in order to take in living beings and squeeze every last resource out of them, whether it be a certain amount of slave labor or simply the natural resources of their hair or their gold teeth or their prostheses or their glasses, and then simply kill them. We'll look in a future video at the actual operation of the camps, but we're going to look now at the origin of the idea. The second thing that's important for us to remember is that the timing of the death camps is very clearly related to Operation Barbarossa. As Barbarossa progressed, we begin to see the idea of the death camp come into fruition. Some historians have argued that the conception of the death camp really came about because Barbarossa succeeded beyond Hitler's imagination, that he had penetrated the Soviet defenses so easily and was able to murder so many hundreds of thousands of Jews and others with the machine gun fire of the Einsatzgruppen, that he said, as it were, well, what's stopping us from doing this more efficiently? Other arguments are that no, in fact, towards the winter, when we begin to see the death camps really getting into an experimental mode, with the winter and the slowing down of Nazi troops, there began to, kind of like emerge in Hitler's mind the idea that perhaps they would not survive the war as a whole, and that ultimately their defeat some years down the road was betrayed by the Russian winter.
Messages
So Hitler thought, as it were, if I can't win the war against peace, then at least let me win my war against the Jews. So either of those two possibilities has merit, and perhaps a combination of both of them. But let's look now at the idea of the death camps per se. As we mentioned in the second lecture of this series, the intellectual origin of the death camps was the
T4 program. It's like T2.
Named after a dress that housed something called the Charitable Foundation for Pure and Institutional Care. And this is such a cynical type of euphemism, typical of the Nazi vocabulary. Really, what this was all about was a Nazi plan to rid the German people of any other population that had any mental or physical deformities. As you see in this picture here, a propaganda picture from the era, Leben ohne Hoffnung, life without hope. And the Nazis essentially relegated all kinds of people with mental illnesses, with physical disabilities, with Down syndrome, and other types of disabilities as being life without hope, or as they said it in a different context, life unworthy of life. A horrific thing, even to repeat it, it makes me feel ill. But the plan was to take these people, children, and to murder them. The plan ultimately hit a roadblock when there was objections, particularly from the church, when the word began to leak out that this is in fact what they were doing. But nevertheless, the idea of mass murdering a specific population, in this context, not Jews at all, but people with physical or mental disabilities, allowed Hitler to explore the idea of a more mechanized, systemized, bureaucratized murder. And they used gas, first carbon monoxide, their weapon of choice. Here's another example that shows the way the Nazis thought of human beings in a transactional manner. This is a propaganda post that describes a mentally ill person and how much maintain his life in Germany. As if to say that these people who have life without hope, these people who are going through a life that is unworthy of life, look how much it costs society. We should not be paying this amount of money. They are not worth that amount of money. We begin to see the idea of the T4 methodology applied to Jews in two major areas. The first is an important conference that took place at a Berlin resort called Wannsee, in this building, where Hitler's top officials gathered together a circle of men to decide how to put in place the so-called Endlösung, or the final solution. They were working with some experiments that I'll discuss in a moment as data for their plans, but this is actually the first clear and unequivocal indication that the Nazis planned to massacre all the Jews of Europe. Importantly, at this conference was Adolf Eichmann, shown here, and who was in many ways the architect of the actual mechanism of the Holocaust, the death camps in particular. And at this conference in January of 1942, he kept very meticulous notes that were later typed up. And as you can see here, this is one of the most chilling documents of the Holocaust. It's just a column of numbers, but what it represents is the estimate of the number of Jews that would have to be killed in order to achieve the goals of the Endlösung. And just the fact that the Nazis went about this with this kind of, bureaucratic and thorough and detailed, everything lined up, all the decimal points in a row, it's a terrifying look into what the Holocaust is really about. Here you can see the regions that were within the Nazi military framework. You can see the General Gouvernement prominently noted there with 2.2 million Jews. But also in this section, many countries that were not directly under Nazi control, or in fact not even under Nazi control at all. You can see England near the top of the list with 330,000 Jews. And look down the list a little bit, about 8 numbers, you have tiny Albania. The Nazis were actually going to hunt down 200 Jews in tiny Albania in order to fulfill their quota of the ending. An absolutely chilling document that indicates the lengths to which the Nazis would go in order to fulfill. As I mentioned, the people got together at Wannsee. They were not operating the vacuum. They had been conducting experiments primarily in the use of gas vans to kill people, first under the T4 program, and then increasingly groups of Jews from the smaller ghettos in Eastern Europe, where they would essentially pile Jews into a van and close the back doors and reroute the exhaust into the cabin of the van and simply run it for several miles until finally the Jews would die of asphyxiation. So they began to think about using gas as a more mechanized and efficient way of killing large numbers. One of the first places where they put this into effect, a small village in Poland called Restream in December of 1941. By the time the Nazi Endlösung was under full sway, there would be 6 similar camps that were all active with the same type of idea and technology. Basically, they would be deporting Jews to Chelmno, unlike the Einsatzgruppen where the murderers came to the local populations. Here they would be taking the Jews who were largely collected in ghettos and deporting them to another site to process them more efficiently and ultimately to murder them. Here's a terrifying photograph I found on the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum website showing a young child being separated from his family, and the family is saying goodbye to him, most likely never to see him again. And they would meet their end, not at this time in gas vans, but in the first stationary location for these gas chambers. We'll speak more about this in the next video when we look at the actual mechanism of death in the death camps. Thank you very much for watching.
Similar to that technology. It's awesome. It's so awesome. Wow. It's so awesome that they just have the ability to do that. Look at that. Beyond the cafe stuff, which, I don't want to get disappointed. So I look at that like it's too great. It's too amazing. It's too spectacular. It's a huge claim. Yeah. And if it's true,
we now come to the very nadir of the Holocaust, the death camps, which, as you mentioned earlier, is a translation of the term Vernichtungslager, or destruction camps, literally making into nothing camps, which are distinguished from the so-called concentration camps, which were brutal, and people died in them, but primarily of abuse such as malnutrition and overwork. In the death camps, by contrast, the people who were sent here, Jews and non-Jews, were simply processed for death. A small number were set aside for slave labor or other purposes, but the vast majority of them were simply brought to these factories in order to deprive them of all their natural resources, everything from their clothing, their glasses, their prosthetic limbs, gold teeth, and ultimately even their hair and their life. That's what makes the death camps so distinct in the history of human warfare, is that this is really the first time that a modern state uses its bureaucratic might and its modern industrial technology in order to effect the cause of destruction, of death of human life. Something truly incomprehensible, and unfortunately it has set a precedent which is likely to reverberate throughout human history for the rest of time. This map indicates the major shift in priority of the Nazis from mobile killing squads, as we saw in the Einsatzgruppen, which brought the murder to the Jews and other populations. With the establishment of the death camps, first experimentally in the fall of 1941, and then in a much more significant manner from the spring in 1942 on, the victims were brought to the death camps rather than the other way around. As you can see, there are 6 camps which are specifically identified as death camps. Several other camps would later be retrofitted to absorb the kind of functions of the death camps, including, for example, Dachau and Mauthausen, which we'll see shortly. The major differences in structure are the location of nearby facilities for transport, like railway lines, the creation of gas chambers, and crematoria for ridding the Nazis of the evidence of the bodies. But this map gives you an indication of how the death camps acted as a kind of a geographic black hole that would draw in the Jews through the Nazi rail lines to their deaths in Eastern Europe. The first stage in the process was so-called selection, where the Jews would be disembarked from cattle cars. Many corpses would be left behind on these frequently brutal, long train rides, in which sometimes they were so crowded that they could not even sit down properly, without any sanitation and very little ventilation or food or water. But the survivors would be disembarked and then would be processed in a line where they would have to pass by some Nazi officers. They would either signal them to move to the left, which indicated that they would be processed immediately for death, or to the where they would be selected for purposes such as slave labor or medical experimentation. On occasion, some of the camps, like Treblinka, would make good use of sort of techniques, such as the presence of a live orchestra made up of prisoners that would play lively music or concertos for the Jews as they were disembarking, in order to try and assuage their concerns that they were about to meet and uncertain. And the Jews were largely compliant with this process. We will discuss in the next unit instances of resistance, but for the most part, the process went very well from a Nazi point of view. Those who were selected for death would be killed, their hair would be shorn, would typically be given a uniform that would only be worn for a very short period of time as they were marched to the gas chambers. In some cases, they were given towels and even to suggest that they wore a regular shirt or a delouse, when in reality they were going to deaths. The deaths would typically take place in a room which would later be filled with the noxious gases of a pesticide known as Tikhon Bay. This is the interior of the gas chamber at Majdanek. In some places, the gas chambers were actually built underground. In other places, they were retrofitted into barns or other types of structures. And the most important thing from the point of view of the operation was that they could be easily vented after the Jews inside or other prisoners were killed, and then their bodies could be removed for the next processing. Here is a photograph also from Majdanek that shows the vent on the roof where the Cyclone Bay capsules would be dropped. In some cases, the gas chambers actually had to be heated so that the pellets would transform into a gas once they hit the warmer atmosphere. And then the final destination would be the ovens. The bodies were removed by other prisoners called Sonderkommando, or special commando squads. The prisoners would take out the dead bodies and bring them to these crematoria, which would operate day and night to try and rid the camp of the remains of the victims. This photograph is from Mauthausen. You can see that someone has lit memorial candles in the openings of them, and there are other insignia from Austria and so on. The crematoria were notoriously unreliable, constantly breaking down, and quite often the bodies simply had to be burned out in the yard, as we see here in a clandestine photograph from the period. As I mentioned earlier, not everyone is immediately selected for processing to death. A small percentage were set aside for slave labor. They were housed in barracks like these here in Mauthausen. The street, by the way, is paved partially with the ashes of the victims that are killed in the gas chambers and then burned in the crematoria of Mauthausen, living under incredibly horrific circumstances of overcrowding, lack of sanitation, given a subsistence diet which is primarily liquid in nature and makes the prisoners prone to diarrhea, very debilitating dysentery that dehydrates them. But the idea of the Nazis were that the slave labor was, highly replaceable, and it was easier to simply maltreat them and use them up until they expired. And in fact, the literature from the camps describes the slow and steady decline of the prisoners until they reached kind of like a walking zombie stage. The camp rhetoric referred to these people as Musulmane, which is literally translated from German Muslims. It's a derogatory term, but it's intended to refer to these Jews and other prisoners who have so lost their sense of self that they can no longer maintain the self-respect to even, comport themselves with normal conversation and so on. The Nazis actually tattooed the numbers onto their arms, and it was forbidden to refer to another prisoner other than by their number. They literally dehumanized them, making them into commodities by giving them numbers. The great writer Primo Levi has written about this in a very moving manner. All told, the treatment of the slave laborers who were working in a variety of factories and satellite camps around the main camp has been described by the historian Clarence Desmas as an experimental assault. The Nazis actually pushed the camp prisoners back along the progress of human socialization, taking away every aspect of their individual identities, first their clothing, then their hair, then their names, and then even taking them through the childish stages to infancy, making it even impossible for them to prevent themselves from being soiled by their own waste. And this literal excremental assault wreaked havoc on their self-identity, their self-esteem, and ultimately led to their abandonment of normal self-respect. I'll have more to say about this in the next minute on resistance. Prisoners also clearly marked their status in camp. You can see towards the bottom of this chart various Jewish designations were given to attached to their clothing. The Star of David always indicated that depending on the commoners, they could be there also as political prisoners, or as criminals, or as even Jehovah's Witnesses Jewish, or as homosexual Jews, the pink triangle. The designation of the reason a person was in prison camp was extremely important to the social hierarchy there, because these would draw on the local population to police itself, promoting certain members of the camp, typically from the criminal population, to a higher level as so-called capos, and they would receive privileged access to food and rest, work duties, and so on. The scenes at the time of liberation give us how badly treated slave laborers were. Most of them only survived a few months before expiring, and the ones who managed to make it to the very end of the war tends to be those Jews and other prisoners who were sent to the camps at the very end of the war, Hungarian Jewry in particular. So you can see from the images of these young men how emaciated they are from the brutal treatment they've received as slave laborers. Finally, the Nazis used the slaves in the camps for infamous levels of medical experimentation on human beings. Shown on the left here is a photograph of children who were each part of a pair of twins. The Nazis were especially interested in identifying twins because then they could experiment on one partner of the pair and keep the other one set aside as a control. And so they engaged in all kinds of horrific experiments, removing lymph nodes and injecting chemicals and forced sterilization, all in an attempt to try to understand in a very primitive and crude and cruel manner the efficacy of their eugenics theories to build a master race. One of the most notorious of the criminals in this area is the man pictured at center here, Josef Mengele of Auschwitz, who was especially fond of working with children to try and determine how he could best improve the Nazi master race by experimenting on them. The Nazis also engaged in a wide variety of experiments that were associated with the war effort. One of the issues they had, for example, was Luftwaffe pilots being shot down over the Baltic Sea and freezing to death before they could be rescued. And so they experimented by dressing Jews in various suits and then immersing them in ice water for periods of time to see how they would survive the experience. Very cruel types of medical experimentation, which leaves open a major ethical question. What do we do with the meticulous records that have remained behind from these horrific and highly unethical experiments? We'll continue this series with a discussion of resistance to Nazism, both in the death camps and on a broader perspective as well. Thank you for watching.
And this is, again, these are levels of precision that are not visible to the naked eye. I mean, you're talking human hair, like a sheet of printer paper is like 6 or 7 thousandths of an inch thick. A human hair is 2 to 3 or 4 thousandths thick, and you're seeing sometimes tolerances.
Resistance is among the most
it's not something you can feel or see or touch.
difficult subjects to engage in properly when looking at the Holocaust. Viewed from a distance of decades, we look back at some of these events and we say, why didn't they rise up? Why didn't they band together? Why didn't they organize? Why did they not resist? And there is a temptation to read history backwards and to make really unfounded value judgments that do not take into account the kind of circumstances that would have led people to make the choices or fail to make the choices that they in fact did. On the other hand, we see some incredibly heroic moments of resistance, phenomenal resistance that's truly awe-inspiring, and there's another tendency as a result to give much more weight to those isolated incidents and to blow them out of proportion to the overall history that we're looking at. The elements of resistance in the Holocaust is actually really quite motivational and makes you feel good about humanity, especially after looking at the tremendously awful events of the Second World War. But we have to try to put it in context of how extensive was the resistance and to what degree did it actually have any impact. And unfortunately, the answer to both of those questions is not as encouraging as we would like. But let us try and at least get some sense from a historical perspective of what we make of Jewish resistance to the Nazis during World War II. The first thing that is important to say is that resistance was fairly widespread, remarkably so, especially when you compare the situation of the Jews to other populations that had considerably more freedoms, even in Europe during this period. And we find elements of resistance in the darkest, deepest recesses of the Holocaust. Uprisings in the concentration camps themselves, at Sobibor, at Treblinka, and of course in the Warsaw Ghetto that I'd like to discuss later in this video. However, looking at like this, which does a sense of the scope of resistance, is somewhat misleading. There was definitely elements of phenomenal resistance, and we see, for example, large numbers of young Jews joining partisans. As we saw earlier, when Jews would, for example, escape from the Einsatzgruppen murders and run off into the forest, they would link up with other groups of dispossessed citizens, typically much younger, quite often affiliated with Soviet or pro-Soviet partisan groups. Sometimes, by the way, a very difficult issue of the various groups active in the forest, they may have mutually inconsistent national goals. Some who wanted to extend Soviet power and others who wanted to extend a new nationalist identity. We see this in particular with Ukraine, for example, where there were Ukrainian nationalist groups and there were Ukrainian Soviet groups and so on, and they did not always band together to utilize their resources effectively, and sometimes Jews were caught in the middle of this as well. But you do have examples of young people in particular joining these partisan groups and defending Jewish honor and Jewish blood quite heroically. You also have some truly moving examples of Jewish resistance, like the heroic and tragic story of Hannah Zenesh, who was actually living safely in Israel. She was a Hungarian woman who had moved to Israel, and yet perceiving the danger to her co-religionists back in Hungary, she agreed to cooperate with the Allied resistance and had herself paratrooped back into Hungary, where unfortunately she was caught by the Nazis and tortured, but did not betray any of her comrades, and she was eventually put to death. She was a remarkably talented young poet and had a phenomenal amount to offer the world, although her life was tragically cut short. So we have examples like this of phenomenal heroism, but in the main, it tends to be rather late in the war, for reasons that I hope to discuss shortly. It tends to overwhelmingly involve young people rather than people who are already in leadership positions in the Jewish community. And it tends to be symbolic in nature more than anything else. There's very little thought in the mind of the resistance that they could actually strike a death blow at the Nazi regime, but there is always a feeling that they could make a statement, and in fact they did. The Warsaw Ghetto Uprising in particular was a beacon of hope for many other oppressed peoples, because people looked at it and said, if the Jews were trapped inside a ghetto and without access to munitions and communication and so on, if they're able to rise up and hold off the German army for so long, even though their resistance was ultimately doomed, it nevertheless sends a message of hope to many other peoples and inspires them to rise up as well. So, bearing in mind these caveats, that Jewish armed resistance in particular tended to be rather late in the war and tended to involve younger people rather than people who were somewhat older in leadership positions, and finally that it tended to be symbolic in nature, let's have a deeper look at what resistance might have meant. Early scholars of Jewish resistance who were looking for, especially in the environment of the newly formed state of Israel in the late 1940s and early 1950s, were looking for, these heroic stories like Hannah Zenesh and others. We're hoping to find, really amazing examples, and they did find some, but there were not nearly as many as the overwhelming bulk of stories that spoke of Jews simply being slaughtered like sheep. And so a broadening of the idea of what it meant to resist the Nazis began to penetrate historiography. Many scholars came up with more sophisticated understandings of the nature of resistance that not only helped to explain many of these troubling aspects of Jewish armed resistance, but also helped to explain the relative failure of most peoples in Europe to mount effective resistance against the Nazis. And that includes, obviously, not only the imprisoned peoples of Eastern Europe, but also Western European populations who had far more freedoms to move about and to organize and so on. And even German citizens in the 1930s and early in the war who had many more opportunities to organize resistance and nevertheless failed to do so. But the kinds of elements that go into resistance help us get a better sense of what Jewish resistance meant, and in fact, under these circumstances, it actually compares quite favorably. Doris Bergen, who wrote a very important study of the Holocaust, defines resistance as anything which is meant to thwart the will of the Nazis and carries the risk of punishment. So that has a much broader sense of what resistance could mean and would allow a much larger portion of society to be participating in resistance, although very few of them would actually take up arms and actively fight the Nazis. For example, we see it in the Warsaw Ghetto with the organization of tremendous self-help institutions, despite the overwhelming threat of the Nazis and their obvious desire to massacre all of the Jews through slow starvation. The fact that Jews in the ghetto would organize themselves to establish, for example, orphanages and even cultural institutions like libraries and theaters that would even establish medical services and an underground medical school to try and cling tightly to life, even as the Nazis were trying to strip it away from them. And we see some truly inspirational, like the very gentle Korczak, who was not as well known by his real name, Henry, is one of the most popular children's book authors of the early 20th century, who had a deep and abiding commitment to the welfare of children, so much so that he was actively involved in caring for the children in the ghetto and ultimately went along with them to their deaths in Treblinka. This is certainly an act of resistance, even though it is expressed as an act of caring rather than an act of violence. This kind of resistance can be expressed in a spiritual manner as well, which I'd like to address in the next lecture. Perhaps the greatest example of Jewish resistance, something that truly is outstanding in the history, is the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. And many people imagine those horrific scenes of the buildings burning as the Nazis brought the full force of their army to bear on a few tens of thousands of the surviving and starving ghetto denizens. And the photographs like this of Nazi stormtroopers holding armed weapons against young, terrified children, this is really what it meant to defy the Nazis. And we should understand, however, that when you look carefully at the Warsaw Ghetto Rebellion, a couple of things stand out. First of all, the rebellion occurs in the spring of 1943. And we know that the ghetto was largely destroyed in the previous summer of 1942. The resistance to the Warsaw Ghetto, the uprising, which had phenomenal success, which was remarkably heroic, but once again largely symbolic because the Jews of Warsaw had little hope of actually dislodging the Nazis from Warsaw. It only took place among those few tens of thousands that were remnants from the great deportations of the previous summer. As you'll recall, the Nazis had given work permits to a certain number of Jews to be slave laborers in Warsaw, rather than having them shipped off to death at Treblinka. And it was among these and those who may have hidden out, like children hiding behind walls and in the sewers and things like that, who mounted that resistance against the Nazis. Why then? Why not earlier, when the Jews had so much of a numeric advantage? And we can also extend this discussion much further back. Why in 1943? Why not in 1939? Or why not among Germans in 1933? Why does it take so long for people to get to the point of actual armed resistance? So there's a few things we should bear in mind. The first is that the Nazis made tremendously effective use of a policy of collective punishment. It was not at all unusual that if, for example, there was a small from a particular apartment block, the Nazis would go in and would murder everyone in the apartment block. Or they would arrest all of the men and then kill them while they were under arrest in prison. There was like a sense that if one got caught resisting, then punishment was devolved not only on oneself, but upon one's family and one's neighborhood. So people were terrified really for the entire community, and there was internal pressure not to resist, not to stand out. Secondly to this, there's a strong generational difference. The leadership, those of people in their 50s, 60s, and older, the traditional rabbinic leadership, the traditional establishment leadership, the Kehillah, they had no experience with any of this, And the kind of like long historical memory of the Jews in diaspora was, to essentially wait it out, pay off the oppressors, pay the necessary bribes, just behave, don't stand out, and eventually it will go away. Eventually the community will survive. And this particular approach, which had largely worked for thousands of years, was not ready for the nature of the Nazi onslaught, which was total in nature. And finally, this leads to something which some historians call the Hilbert thesis, which was a failure of imagination, related to the idea that Jews had a pretty long strategy of what one of my students once called the fee or flee strategy of Jewish existence, that either you pay off your attackers or you run away. There was a failure to imagine that the Nazis might represent something radically different, that they were not interested in exploiting Jewish wealth. They were interested in exploiting Jewish life to its fullest extent until the Jews were completely extinguished from here. This was something so radically new that there was a failure to imagine that such a thing as that could exist. So these three things taken together certainly help us understand a lot more about Jewish resistance. And in reality, many of these things can be applied equally well to other populations, even German citizens before the war. Okay, let us continue this discussion of resistance. I look a little bit more closely at one case study of spiritual resistance to the Warsaw Ghetto. Thank you for watching.
I mean, thank God there's a place where a video like yours can get millions of views, where so many people all around the world can watch that and go,
I'd like to explore our discussion of resistance in the Holocaust by looking at a specific case study of spiritual resistance, something that I spent a lot of my own personal research on, the case of Rabbi Colonimus Kalmus Shapira, shown here. Very important Hasidic rabbi who found himself in Warsaw at the outbreak of the war, and in fact maintained his presence there and his court there, which catered to an increasingly large and diverse but ultimately doomed population throughout the war, from the initial bombing attacks of 1939, which killed members of his family, until November of 1943, when he was murdered in a camp in the context of a larger uprising. He maintained this steadfast commitment to his faith and a commitment to his followers to help encourage them and help them find similar strength to go on. Nevertheless, his wartime writings give us a fantastic glimpse into his own personal struggles with the overwhelming theological and philosophical meaning of the Nazi onslaught, which give us a better sense of just how much of a spiritual hero he truly was. The story of the Rebbe's writings is intimately wrapped up with the fate of Dr. Emanuel Ringelblum, shown here, a young historian trapped in the Warsaw Ghetto with a very prescient sense that this was something completely unheard of in human history. And so he organized early on an organization called Oneg Shabbos, the Delight of Shabbos, which was a clandestine archive that was designed to document as much as possible the nature of the Nazi occupation in Warsaw. He gathered to himself a group of very dedicated amateur historians he called Sammlers, or collectors, who would go out and would, make notations on what was happening and collect documents, journals, newspapers, posters, and bring all of these materials together for the future historian like yourself to be able to understand what exactly happened in the walls of the Warsaw Ghetto. Among his historical disciples was Rabbi Shimon Huberband, shown here in his German identity papers, who was specifically tasked with observing the life of religious Jews in Warsaw. You should recall that a significant minority of Jews in Warsaw were observant, but not a majority. So this is a subset of the overall population. They collected their writings, and in the context of the deportation of the summer of 1942, they realized that the members of Shabbos would not survive. And so they put all of their writings in a number of containers and buried them underground in 3 locations in Warsaw. Members of Owning Shabbos often penned their own last wills and testament, and to include in the kinds of documents that they buried in these places throughout the city. After the war, only a few of them survived, and because they maintained secrecy between the groups, and in order to avoid having to divulge the location of the documents to the Nazis if they were captured and tortured, only one of the locations was able to be identified. That was in 1946. You see them removing. Unfortunately, the documents were horribly water damaged and largely illegible. A second cache was discovered in December of 1950 by a Polish construction worker who was clearing the rubble and found a tin milk can, which was a much more efficient way of preserving the documents. And 2 of these milk cans were unearthed, filled with pages and pages of Hebrew, Yiddish, and Polish script, including the writings of Rabbi columnist Kalmus Shapira. The third cache has yet to be discovered. But this is how we have today the writings of this heroic individual because they were part of the Owning Shabbos archive. Now, we know from what the Rebbe wrote that he would deliver these weekly Shabbos drushos, or sermons, in which he would look to the weekly Torah portion to give his congregants strength. He specifically tied, with tremendous ingenuity, the events that occur in the weekly Parsha, the weekly Torah reading, with the events of that week in the ghetto. And sometimes the parallels are absolutely overwhelming. Amazingly, he never mentioned once the word Nazi, the word German. He hardly mentioned the word war. So in fact, if you picked up the book and didn't know when it was written, you could easily imagine that this was like a really difficult book dealing with, the problem of evil, but you would never be able to locate it specifically in World War II unless you had some kind of scholarly apparatus to explain who the author was and when these books were written. So just to give you a sense of how this worked, in 1939, as we saw earlier, one of the things the Nazis did when they first came into Warsaw is they toyed with religious Jews, cutting off their beards, setting fire to their forelocks, their peyotes, and things like that. And they often took photographs of this to send home to their girlfriends and so on. And so the Rebbe addressed himself to the self-image of these Jews who had grown these beards all their life, and all of a sudden they were clean shaven, and they felt at loose ends with themselves. They felt as if they could not recognize themselves. And so the Rebbe connected that to 2 different levels of exile from the Torah that's mentioned in the Haftorah on Parshat Toledot. And so people would read the Haftorah, the section of the prophetic writings that are read in synagogue, and they would see themselves in it and find strength thereby. Another example was when the Jews were ordered to build the ghetto walls around themselves. He read a midrash that occurs in that particular reading of the week that speaks about treasures found in the leftover walls of the pre-Israelite Canaanite inhabitants of the land of Israel. That the walls themselves, they look like there's something wrong because they have been afflicted by a plague, a tsaras, but when you knock down the walls, you find that they actually have hidden blessings. As if to say to the Jews, we don't know what this means, it seems like it's entirely bad, but you know what, it could have some good buried within it. We just have to try and dig deeper within the Jewish tradition to understand it. And another example, and the entire series, every single week, he is providing more and more examples of ways to read the Torah, to see oneself in it, and to understand how ultimately there would be a redemption. One of my favorite passages was in June of 1940, Parshat Shlach, when the Torah portion speaks about the Jews first encountering the land of Israel after Egyptian bondage. Spies come back and report how it's hopeless, it's impossible. The people in Israel are giants and they have fortified cities. We will never conquer this land and enter it. And this happens to be read immediately after the news that France had fallen. When Paris fell and Nazis reached the high water mark of their expansion in Western Europe in particular, many Jews were despairing, but nevertheless the Piaseczner Rebbe returned to the Parsha and said, read the Parsha carefully. Just like the Jews, some of them were complaining that they can't possibly enter the land of Israel, and yet they did in fact enter it. They did in fact conquer the land. They did in fact settle there. And so too will we eventually defeat Hitler. And that's the message that he consistently delivered, that redemption was at hand. Tremendously heroic example of spiritual resistance, of a leadership to provide hope to a population under tremendous stress. If there was a breaking point in the Rebbe's own thought, it certainly came in the darkest moment of the Holocaust for the Jews of Warsaw, and that would be the summer of 1942 in particular. In the spring of that year, a escapee from the nearby death camp of Belzec made his way to the Warsaw Ghetto and provided a report as to how the Nazis were actually gassing the Jews. This was turned into a report called the Grojanowski Report, which was smuggled out of the ghetto through the resistance and eventually made its way to the Western powers. In July of that year, the deportations began. The head of the Judenrat, Adam Cherniak, who was discussed earlier, decided to commit suicide because he saw that he could not save the people of Warsaw. And this is when the Rebbe offered his final sermons. Shortly thereafter, he would give his documents to the Oneg Shabbos archive, and that would be essentially the end of his writings. He would later be deported himself and killed. And we see in his writings from that time that he takes a pleading stance vis-a-vis God. He communicates, as it were, directly to God. He's no longer speaking to an audience of human beings. He's speaking through them to God himself, saying, will the master of the universe not do justice? It's very powerful and moving and theologically very difficult. He's also quite straightforward about his own challenges in belief. He writes in March of 1940, am I not broken? Am I not in a continual state of grief, weeping from time to time? How could I possibly study Torah? How can I draw strength to delve deeply into Torah and Hasidic thought? And nevertheless, he continued. This is the tremendous challenges of seeing the bloodshed every single day, and yet it does not cease. The world continues to rotate on its axis, and nothing changes. This is just a sense of his own internal struggle that he provides for us in his writings, not only by the way that he includes his records of the sermons that he delivered, but he also included his personal spiritual diary, which seems to have been intended for no one but himself. Nevertheless, he felt it was valuable to the future historians to have a unique glimpse into his own personal worldview. He maintained a tremendous steadfast ultimate faith in God, arguing that ultimately he had no power to alter his fate, but he relied upon God to do it. And he beseeched God with all of his strength to bring about redemption for the Jews of Warsaw of Europe. I continue to gather tremendous personal inspiration from the writings of Rabbi Columnus Kalma Shapiro. If you are interested in reading more, many of his writings have been translated. My small contribution to the research is this book, in which I look at his weekly writings and compare them to the historical events of the ghetto at that time. And I continue to derive a lot of strength from it. Thank you very much for watching.
Things like that, like it's pretty much copper and bronze alloys tin, copper and tin. analysed the traces. There's no copper. We didn't find any copper, but we did find some other stuff, which was very interesting. Well, the most interesting thing we did find was titanium. Titanium and titanium alloys with iron. We found iron, zinc, tin.
I'm not a theologian, and I'm not a rabbi either, by the way, even though I wear a yarmulke. I am just a regular guy. And I come to the Piaseczna Rebbe. Oh, we should practice that pronunciation, by the way. Rabbi Shapira is the common English transliteration of his name, although it really would have been pronounced Shapiro in Poland. And he would be known to his followers by the name of the town that he came from, a little village called Piaseczno. Don't worry if you have difficulty getting that, but I will probably refer to the Piaseczna Rebbe from time to time. I'm speaking about Rabbi Shapira. I came to his work primarily through religious studies because interspersed with my graduate studies in history, I spent a lot of time in advanced Judaic studies, including in Yerushalayim, in Jerusalem, where I was at Or Sameach for several years. And I was introduced to the thought of this particular rabbi, and I found it absolutely overwhelming. I found it difficult to write on theodicy. It is certainly one of the most challenging topics that I have ever encountered. And as a religious person myself, I can tell you, in my humble opinion, it is the only question. I mean, all of you are studying all kinds of fascinating aspects of the religious experience, but in my humble opinion, theodicy is the only thing we really have to deal with. And so it's fantastic that you have this opportunity to gather together with a scholar like Dr. Radner to spend a significant amount of time thinking seriously about theodicy. It's kind of one of those questions that it's impossible to make any progress without encountering the question of the justice of God, but it's impossible also to receive, in my humble opinion, again, a final answer. Okay, enough kind of wandering that area. My presentation is going to be more historical in nature than focused on theodicy, but since I know that this is the primary purpose of your group, I'll try to give you at least some exposure to the range of thought on the theodicy of the Piaseczna Rebbe, and I'm very grateful that you prepared by reading a few things, including some of the broad things that I've put out myself. And okay, with that rambling introduction, why don't we get started? So I know you've perused some of the writings on the Piaseczna Rebbe. Let me just take a couple of seconds to speak about some aspects of the manuscript and place the comments on theodicy within this larger context. As you probably know, the manuscript, which goes under the title in Hebrew Eish Kodesh, or the Holy Fire, was discovered by a Polish construction worker who was clearing the Warsaw Ghetto in the rubble of the ghetto in 1950. He discovered these tin milk containers. Back in the day, of course, that's how milk was delivered door to door. It would come in these large containers and then be decanted into smaller glass containers. And they used it to contain some 150,000 pages of documentation in a series of 3 caches. 2 of the caches were discovered after the war. The 3rd remains missing. The caches were the work of heroic young historian Emanuel Ringelblum, who early on in the war, in the Warsaw Ghetto, he understood that this was a novum in Jewish history and potentially in world history. And so he organized a group of amateur historians, whom he called Sammlers, or collectors, and their job was to go fan out through the city and to record everything that they saw. Take artifacts like, bulletins, leaflets, journals, anything they could find to document what was going on in the city. This was a clandestine organization under the name Oneg Shabbat, which means the joy of the Sabbath, and they operated in secret, kind of like with cells that didn't know each other. Part of the reason for this was they were worried that if they were to be discovered, the entire archive would be. And in fact, that's one of the reasons why I found, because hardly any survivors from Oneg Shabbat who remembered where that third cache was located. Some survivors remember the first cache, and it was dug up in 1946. The second cache was forgotten, but as I mentioned, the Polish construction workers found it. And his concerns were not unfounded. Ringelblum and his family, is shown here with his young son Uri, went into hiding in an underground bunker after the Warsaw Uprising. They were betrayed, however, and they were murdered in 1944. One of the most important collaborators he had in the Oneg Shabbos project was this man, Rabbi Shimon Huberband, who was specifically tasked with the job of collecting information on religious Jewry in the Warsaw Ghetto. We should recall that the ghetto at its peak housed about 500,000 Jews under incredibly unbelievable cramped circumstances. At one point, they had calculated that there were 14 people for every square meter of residential space available in the Warsaw Ghetto. Phenomenal death rate with mortality rates of 150 to 200 people dying per day during the typhus epidemic of 1941. And there are all kinds of different things happening in the ghetto. There was a thriving underground, both in terms of things like cultural activities, libraries, lending libraries, a medical school, orphanages, and also a thriving black market in smuggled goods, even an internal mafia with a nightlife and so on. And Huberband's job was to collect everything they could about the life of religious Jews, which constituted about 30% of the overall population. It is likely that Huberband was the connection between this particular Hasidic rabbi, the Osechna Rebbe, and his writings, which he then ferried, well, actually, were after his death, were ferried to the Oneg Shabbat. Now, in the 20th century, research proceeded in one primary direction, and that is theological. The texts, as I mentioned, were discovered in 1950, and they languished in the Jewish Historical Museum there. This is, again, Poland was under communist control at this point, very little access to Western scholars, but a member of the Jewish Agency, who was also well connected with the Hasidic community in Israel, specifically went to look for the writings of the Osechna Rebbe. He located them and brought back a microfilm copy to Israel. The surviving family laboriously went through this very difficult manuscript. I'll show you some images of it shortly. And they came out with the first publication in 1960 of the text, which to which they applied the title Eish Kodesh. This is actually not a phrase that occurs anywhere in the text. It happens to have a certain kind of panache to it, and it has stuck. But in reality, the Rebbe provided a much more prosaic title, which is basically Torah thoughts from the years of wrath, meaning the years of anger, the years of God's anger, 1939 through 1942. One of the ironic aspects of this very important text, which is soaked in discussions of theodicy, it is essentially a long, extended discussion of the problem of evil from start to finish, is that the Rebbe never refers to the contemporary events surrounding him. He never refers to Germans, Nazis, the war. Everything is, really cloaked within a discussion of the weekly Torah readings. And in fact, if you discovered this text and you didn't know the historical background, you would think, wow, this is a really depressing, but otherwise conventional 19th century Hasidic text. And he seems to be really focused on the problem of evil and will God do justice or not, but otherwise you would not be able to place it in any historical context. So with the exception of one perceptive graduate student named Judith Tidor Baumel at the Hebrew University, no one even suggested it. And so it was reserved primarily for theological research. The grandfather of theological studies of the Eish Kodesh, particularly in English, is Nehemiah Poland, who wrote this remarkable book, The holy fire, which I strongly recommend. I do not personally agree with all of his conclusions. We'll look at that in a moment. But he provides some beautiful translations and some very perceptive observations on the text, trying to get to the question of where was God during the Holocaust? What does the Rebbe have to say about this overarching problem? So that's primarily what was happening for the first 40 years of Eish Kodesh scholarship. In the 21st century, you have, first of all, an increasing popularity of the Piaseczny Rebbe's thought, both among the tiny number of survivors of this school of Hasidic thought who live in Tel Aviv primarily, but also among a broadening scope of American readers who are taken primarily with Nehemiah Poland's English language treatment and then drawn back to the Rebbe. They are called neo-Hasidim in modern terms. These are many people who may not have Hasidic backgrounds but come to Hasidic thought later. One of the greatest exemplars is shown on the left here, Rabbi Moshe Weinberger, who established a very important synagogue dedicated to the teachings of the Eish Kodesh. It is called Congregation Eish Kodesh here in Long Island. And on the right, a great scholar and colleague of mine, Daniel Reiser, who is currently active in Israel. And his primary area of research, incredibly valuable, is working on the text itself, on what we would call in Hebrew terms the girsa, the actual reading. Let me show you what the manuscript looks like. So this is a page from Daniel Reiser's remarkable 2-volume edition of the Eish Kodesh. On the right, you see the actual facsimile of the Hebrew manuscript. And as you can see, even if you are not familiar with Ashkenazic Hebrew handwriting, it's incredibly cramped and difficult to read. It is marred by strikeouts and interleaved with other comments. Sometimes there are pages stuck onto pages. There are, emendations, then emendations crossed out. And none of this was reflected in the 1960 printing, in which things which the Rebbe clearly indicated he did not want printed were nevertheless included. Perhaps out of a pious sense of wanting to preserve every last drop of the Rebbe's wisdom, even if the Rebbe himself had discarded it. But at other times, it actually serves to distort the record, because you can clearly see when the Rebbe added new things or removed things, struggled with the word, and all of that nuance is lost in the original printing. I have to confess here that the book that I'm going to show you in a second, my own book on this, I actually wrote twice, because the first time I worked on it, I compiled a 500-page manuscript. I was very proud of it. I was ready to start, talking to publishers about it. And then Gershon Greenberg, a very important historian of the Holocaust, said, "Oh, by the way, I came across the actual microfilm of the Eish Kodesh in Yad Vashem, and I made a copy of it for you." And he gave me this big sheaf of pages that looked like the right-hand side of his book. And I realized that all of my work was for naught, because I completely missed. I'd assumed that the printed version was essentially a critical edition. And it was not an appropriate assumption to make at all. So I had to chuck that whole manuscript and start over again. So the first major area of research in the 21st century is on the girsa itself, the text, and that has been phenomenally important, because it's opened up whole new avenues of trying to understand how the Rebbe grappled with issues of theodicy, among other things. This is my small contribution. Basically, what I did as a historian is, I looked at text, which is essentially a series of sermons, 86 sermons delivered between September 1939 and the summer of 1942, with a number of emendations and additions that were put in up until January of 1943. And all of those sermons, although they were given the name of the section of the Torah reading, could be you could actually figure out what happened in the ghetto immediately prior to Rebbe's deliverance sermon. And so essentially, I picked up this idea that was granted in the 1980s, that wouldn't it be interesting, the correlations between the historical events of ghetto with what the Rebbe had to say later. And when I was doing that, I discovered a whole new world of understanding of not at all a typical 19th century work of Hasidic thought that is disconnected from reality. It is completely and totally plugged into the reality of his congregants. Imagine them gathered around the Rebbe, suffering, beleaguered, confused, uncertain, worried about their faith, worried about their personal existence, and then they want to hear some words of Torah from the Rebbe. Now, the Rebbe speaks about what occurs in the weekly reading, what happens to Jacob, or what happens to Moses, or what happens to Abraham. But in reality, he's speaking through the transparency of the text to his audience about concerns that they have about what happened on Thursday or what's going to happen on Monday. And so this becomes a very, very different kind of document. It is not a kind of sedate theological meditation that is primarily of value for his grand philosophical thoughts. This is a first aid document. This is the kind of thing that a first responder brings to a spiritual crisis. And he has set aside all of his other priorities about the larger project that he's been involved in since the early 1930s, and he's focused on trying to minister to his population in the best way he knows how. In my humble opinion, it is a work of phenomenal spiritual heroism that he strives week after week, despite his own dangerous, precarious existence. He's sent into hiding at one point. He recovers from typhus at another point. He constantly strives to provide encouragement and spiritual nourishment for a starving people in the midst of the ninth circle of heaven. It's really a phenomenal document, and I inspire myself thinking about it. But let us go to the concerns that are perhaps most significant for this august group of students, and that is the theodicy. So I want to preface my remarks that look at my humble assessment of the Rebbe's theodicy with two crucial caveats. The first is that, let us recall, this is a public document. And what I mean by that is that Eish Kodesh is not some kind of like fully formed thing that emerges from his brow and is, edited and has a beginning, a middle, and an end, and has a sequence, and even has a thesis that's clearly defined. This is a document that was written week by week. You can't even say it's like, let's say Charles Dickens writing a serial form of his novels, and he's paid by the word, and he has a rough idea of where he wants to go, and he takes you through that. No, this is something where the Rebbe knows that his Hasidim are suffering. He knows something terrible happened over the week. There was a mass shooting, or they're building the wall, or something like that, or they heard the news that France had fallen, and everyone's worried about what that means for the war, and he responds to that week by week. There are certainly themes that pervade the work, and it is definitely very much in sync with overall Hasidic and Jewish theology, but this is a document that evolves in real time. This is something that changes from week to week, and he was, by the way, incredibly honest and transparent about what he put in this document. He even included among the manuscripts that he submitted to the Oneg Shabbos his own personal spiritual diary, which was then published under the title Tzav V'Ziruz, which means like an exhortation. And he confesses in his own document about his own concerns and his own worries, and composes his own prayers, and it's a searingly honest, brutally honest presentation of his own doubts during the Holocaust. So here's someone who wanted to make it known to the public as it was, warts and all. Very important caveat. The second one is, it's written in medias res. At no point did the Rebbe intimate exactly what was going to happen to the Jewish people as a whole. He seems to, wander between worries, that's too light a word, between, despair at the possibility of destruction of Polish Jewry, or maybe world Jewry. Who knows how long Hitler's regime would end? He himself, he was killed in November of
Aquarius, how are
1943,
you?
with no sight and end to the war. So he's writing, trying to.
What good, girl?
Nothing. Just got to eat it.
What'd you have? So far, so good. People are joining, so that's good.
That's good.
How has your social media journey been? Has anybody friended you?
One.
All right.
Me, this person, one of the people that I followed yesterday.
All right. Well, that's more than you had the
This
day.
time.
Yeah, more than you had the day before. So just
Oh, it's true.
okay. That's how you do it.
I'm gonna wait till by the end of this week, Sunday, and then if not, then that's when I'm gonna wait till Sunday, and then I'll delete it. People who have it,
Yeah, no, I get that. Well, go in and add all your other people.
Okay. Yeah, follow some more people.
Absolutely. I think you can do 200 in a day. So do 200, or however many you can do until TikTok says you can't do anymore. And you'll get 20. If you do 200, you'll get 20 by Sunday.
Okay.
And okay, so you had 44. I remember that.
Right.
So now you have
And I got
46. Excellent. And you need 1,000. All right. Well, it's a long way to the top. But then you can live stream.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying that I have citizens down there. Maybe if he got 5 anything, how about him? Let's see. You going outside? Okay. Excuse me. I'm naughty.
You're naughty?
That's so early. I wake up early. You be sleeping when I wake up early. Yeah, I wake up early in the morning and just start talking. That's funny. That was funny. He said, who wake up early in the morning and just start talking? You ain't supposed to be waking up and just start talking. I've seen it. You never seen that when first I was seen it.
I'm not sure.
That was funny. Look, Brandon been in here now. He leveling up.
We're
What
good.
rank am I now, right? Am I 3?
I believe so. We're going to check it right now.
Brandon should be coming up there soon.
You are officially number 3.
Yay.
You overtook Caspian Sea. Brand,
Yay.
you have a big lead on Brandon. Now, if we combine Audie's time, she would still be ahead of you.
Okay, that's cool. That is cool. Okay.
But technically, you are number 3.
Yay. Yeah, she's been in my shit and ahead of me.
Yeah, she has spent a lot of time in here. And she sleeps in here too sometimes, which helps her score. Thing is, she lost one of her accounts. So, okay, if we were to combine hers, she'd be at like a level 134, and you'd be at a level 125. But under one account,
Okay.
you are winning 125. You overtook Caspian Sea.
Yeah.
You overtook Caspian
That's right.
Sea recently, and
Okay.
I don't know how you did that because it looks like he still has more time. I don't know how you did that because he technically has more time in here hours wise, but maybe it's because he didn't talk
Right.
because maybe he didn't talk as much or something. I'm not sure. He has 930 hours. And you have 854 hours.
Yeah, that's what I been talking about. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I remember that. I remember that one. Right? It's okay. What rank is he?
He is.
I mean, what level is he?
He's 124 and you're 125.
You gotta come on with it.
Word, I spoke to him today. He is
I was
moving.
124 now. 225.
He is moving. Have you ever met him?
I don't know.
I think.
Yeah, so many people here, but like,
Yeah, I know. I think he has at one time.
yeah, I probably have. I just can't keep up with everybody.
I understand. I get people come in here and I'm like, hey, how are you? They're like, great. I'm like, have we met before? They're like, yeah, we met 13 months ago. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, how have you been? They're like, I'm doing well. How are you? I'm like, well, thank you. And I'm like, can you remind me where we met? They're like, you don't remember me? I'm like, it was a long time ago. I don't really, unless you're in here, truthfully, unless you're in here every day or you were here like earlier this week, I don't really remember people. But here's how I do. If I ask someone what were our conversations, then a lot of times they'll be like, oh, we talked about this, this, and this. I'm like, oh, yeah, now I remember.
Okay. That's good. Brandon was in here more. I know he was still out when he back again. It was beat me. Even in here, it's funny what his hours is. Rabbi,
What'd you say?
that's Brandon's. I know he would have been up there.
Yeah, he is. He has a bunch. He has a bunch of accounts, but he's even streaming in another server in here or in another one. He is number 6. He's at 77. You need another 80 hours in here to have the most hours of anyone aside from myself.
Okay.
Caspian Sea has Caspian Sea
Yeah, go.
Caspian Caspian Sea has 930 hours, and you have 854 hours.
What you say, Rabbi?
Caspian Sea has 930 hours, and you have 854 hours.
They gotta be out. They gotta be out. Oh well, next Sunday, I'll be my best friend named me with me, her, and her cousin. There's three of us. There's other people they are out of town. So we're going to be trying on some dresses. And if you heard of David's Bridal next Sunday,
Of course, I know David's Bridal.
yeah, I'm gonna be trying on some dresses.
Are you excited?
I'm very. I'm just glad to be a part of this journey. I am so happy.
Absolutely. You were there for the proposal.
Part of it all. Wow.
Is your friend getting excited?
I know she's happy, but she still can't believe it. She can't believe she's getting married, but I know she's excited. So, yeah, check the man and talk to her. I know she's excited, though. Okay, that's the one. Who wanted this over there? It was Pop-Pops. But tomorrow I got my phone down here. I'm gonna get me something. So you put them other two pieces in front, let them freeze them. You put the other two pieces in the freezer. Oh, okay. It's all right. I'm gonna get me one. Oh, it's okay. Please. We'll keep it down. But I'm like, you breaking up. Hold on, right back. Okay. I want to eat. Ooh, that was it. The mirror. It's really good sleep out. Let's see. Yeah, it's some more. Okay. All right, here we go. I'm just singing, all right? It's not gonna. But I'm stopping here. Stop there. Here. Okay. All right. Let's do it. I'm gonna go now. It's not cooking me. I need to fix that. Okay. So what you been doing, Rabbi?
Building
You
robots.
had a good day?
Yeah, building robots. I mean, one of my robots very efficient, and that's always good.
Yes. Oh, you have to check on them and stuff?
You know, they basically run themselves, but they get banned maybe once a day or so, maybe twice a day. So I have to redo them then, depending on the device. I have some of them that create new ones, even if they get banned. I have other ones that need a little bit of babysitting. I do have the ability. Just recently, like today, I was looking on Reddit, and somebody gave me an idea. Basically, there's a way. So I like to go on Twitch, and I don't spam anybody, but I create clips of people, and I put links in their clips. But the issue I was having, the issue that the issue that I was having on Twitch is that it takes very long to load. And it's not because of the internet, it's just there's a lot on a Twitch page. There's like a chat that loads and a leaderboard that loads and all kinds of stuff that loads, and it takes a long time. So I finally figured out how to shut all that stuff off so that it loads faster. And that made my robot about twice as fast.
Mom, he went back to the chair. Yeah, he went to the chair. Anyway, that's good. So this Chris, gave me banning on. I knew it was gonna do that. I knew it was gonna do that. What about do they ban you? They ban you over there?
Yeah, but not that often, so that's good.
Okay. Wait.
Yo, what's going on, Half Me Ann? How you living, pimp? Have me Ann, can you hear me? That happens. I get people who are like,
Yeah.
what is this? And then they don't want to, they, they don't want to talk. But that's cool.
So stickity thing up.
By being in socialized, by being in socialized, by being in socialized, I must get 10 people a day who send me invites to their servers.
Where is it? This bit, no, this is it. This it, no. Oh, God. I'm glad I got one more day. That's tomorrow. Schedule appointment. There's no Lord. What is it? Oh, God. This it. This it right here. I know it is. I'm like, where that with that? I mean, I don't know. But I wear that might look cute. I don't know. No, that's gonna look cute with it. Maybe not my jeans. Yeah. I'm so tired. Let's see. Where's the other one? I'm so sick of these things. Clean now. What miles do y'all have, Rabbi? Do y'all have good miles there in California?
Do we have what?
Good miles.
Good malls, yeah, we do. We have some of the biggest malls in the United States, but they're dying. We have outdoor malls that are really nice, and they have like a lot of things to try to get people into them, like um, Ferris wheels, and they have like outdoor courtyards and stuff. But still, there's really no point if you could just buy everything online. So they're turning some. I've seen uh, this is more out east, but they turn them into apartment buildings.
Oh, okay.
I mean, like California is like the heart of mall culture during like the 70s and 80s. A lot of it to New Jersey and stuff, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. But and so every city had a mall. Even all the little cities had a mall, and they have just basically gone by the wayside. And I understand why. Amazon has a thing that if you want to sell a product, it Amazon gets the absolute lowest price. They get the opportunity to sell it for the absolute lowest price. So that if you're a mall and you want a little bit of a markup, let's say on a pair of jeans. Let's say you want designer jeans, and they're normally the design sells it to a company for $100. That means that Amazon's going to sell it for $100. But if you're in a mall, you can't sell it at that price, or else you're not going to make a profit because you've got employees and you've got electricity and you've got square footage, and so you have to sell it for $120. Well, when times are tough and people are watching their pennies, nobody's going to go into your store if they can just buy everything on Amazon.
Yeah, true.
I knew a lady who was like one of the big mall entrepreneurs out here, and she just said that basically Amazon killed the mall business, and it really did. The mall used to be so cool.
It's getting dead out here too. Yeah,
The
we
mall,
had a lot of drugs, they say, for people. I never been, but yeah, I believe it. I believe it.
the mall used to be the place
I
to
really
go.
do believe it.
It used to be the place to go and be seen,
Because it looks around,
to be
yep.
what they
And
call
picture places out there, we take pictures all the time.
absolutely
Cool backgrounds and stuff. Oh my God.
glamour shots.
Yeah, glamour shots, and we had Hollywood shots.
There you go.
They had the little pictures. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just become very expensive, and again, especially with shipping, I can have stuff. If I order it online, it can be at my house the same day. I can literally, with some stuff, like let's say a pair of jeans or whatever, have it delivered to my house faster than I could go to the mall to get the right size. And that's another thing. Like the people at the mall weren't always trained that well, and that means that they're not that knowledgeable for things. So let's say I have a question about, let's say I want to go buy a computer, like a computer game. Back in the day, you go to the store, it's just some 18-year-old kid. He doesn't know any better. When the internet can just tell you everything that you need to know about it. And so it's just like, well, I could just buy it all right there, and it'll be shipped to me at a maximum of 3 days.
God dang it. Hit my dang on ankle. I'm okay though.
All right, that's good.
It hurt. I need to rest where I'm going. Make sure I didn't cut me. I didn't cut myself. Hold on, let me make sure, because That hurt. That was the mop bucket. Yeah. Oh Lord, I did scratch myself right behind. I hope I don't bleed.
I hate when I do that.
Come make me better, Rabbi. I got to go put something on it. I put something on it. What I put on it? Neosporin?
Yeah,
What
put
I put on it?
Neosporin and a bandage, and it'll be fine in 3 days.
I got to take a bath first. Then I put one on.
Okie doke.
Yeah. Rabbi.
I'm sending good.
Okay, I'm all better. I'm all better.
Sending
You
positive.
look better because you're here.
Absolutely, sending positive vibes.
Yes, please, because it hurts. I'm always hurting myself. What's where I'm going? I'm just peeled my finger. Now I'm just tearing up my ankles. Okay, finish. I'm sorry, Rabbi. You can finish now.
You're good. Another issue that arises with the mall is just, I mean, again, the prices, but then, like, the last time I went to the mall, I went to the Levi's store in Irvine and bought a pair of jeans. And normally I would have bought them on Amazon, but I wanted to document the event to show people what life was like it was the year like 2021 for future generations, because I've seen people do the same with like footage of malls in the 1980s. And people think that kind of footage is really cool. So I would just go in and just show what it's like to go buy a pair of jeans. And I think they were like $80. These are just like Levi's, your standard Levi's jeans that people have been wearing for 100 years. And it was like, okay, fine. But you could get those jeans at TJ Maxx or um, Ross, or like one of those like secondary sellers for probably like $40, $50 maybe. And then on top of that, if you go on like, like there are places you could go on like eBay and get the same jeans, even new, for like $25. Like basically there are a lot more alternatives to the mall that you have today that you didn't have in 1985. But the mall used to be where it was at. And I was like, I would go there with my cousins, our family would go. Not so much my dad. My dad would go. My mom would, and her, like our family, and we just, there were all kinds of people who would go to the mall. They had walkers, people who would walk in the morning to stay in shape, like old people. And then the stores would open, and you could get, piercings and jewelry, and they had like little, uh, uh, what do you call those things? Merry-go-rounds. And they used to have things you could like win a car, and you could, like try out perfumes and things, and colognes and all that. Like that's like the one thing that the internet can't do is smell. So like I guess you need to go in person to get that kind of stuff, like anything that you have to smell. Or I would say the makeup counter, all those ladies were all really pretty, and they would do makeovers and things. And that, I don't want to say you can't do that online, but makeup is something that you kind of have to have against your skin. It helps to pick one out. But once you know your color, then you can just order it online. And yeah, but it was a big thing. It was like the place to be, and it is now no longer. It's interesting what happened. You had it was like the mall was a place to be and everybody wanted to go there. they had the thing with the pennies. You throw a penny in like a wishing well, and like people would do that, and it's just stuff was cheaper. Taxes weren't high, so people had more money. Inflation wasn't as high, and it was still expensive then. But they had arcades. Like that's a big one. That's a big one. You didn't have. You might have had an Nintendo at home, or something like that. But like, or an Atari back in the day. But and kids would just go into the arcade and spend all kinds of time. And like my parents did not do this. They never wanted me to go to arcades because they didn't think that the kids there would be good influences. So I never really got to go into arcades, but would always walk past it. There's this place called Aladdin's Castle. I'm sure you had them where you were. And they were always really dark, and they had all kinds of video games in there. And parents would just literally give their kids $5 in quarters or whatever, and then allow the arcade to just be the babysitter, and then they just walk around the mall and just do whatever, buy a bunch of stuff, and then go get their kid, and then go leave. And that it was like the only place to buy anything. But now, again, the internet killed that. And then you have like it's called like big box retailers that killed it as well.
Yeah.
Because like back in the day, a lot of places didn't have Walmart, or like you might have had Kmart or something like that.
Yeah.
And like, but even way back in the day, like Kmart didn't sell groceries, or Walmart didn't sell groceries. Like that's more modern phenomenon. And now you could go to a Walmart and get everything that you need. Or you could go, they don't have Kmarts anymore, but you could go to one place and get everything you need. And the mall, like that ate into the mall's profits, because Walmart's going to have, let's say you just need underwear, plain white shirt or something like that. You could go to the mall and it's going to be $10. You go to Walmart, it's going to be $8. I've heard as well the mall the prices to rent places in the mall is the thing that killed them as well, because every year they have to renew their leases and they have to pay per square foot. So like back in the 80s it wasn't that expensive, but nowadays it's extremely expensive. And let's say you want to start your store, the Miss Aquarius store. Okay, you could go into the mall, which has nowadays low foot traffic. It's kind of a pain because you have to park outside and walk to it. Or you could have the Miss Aquarius store that's next to a Marshall's, or next to what was like once Bed Bath and Beyond, or where people can park right outside and walk in, and the prices, and you don't need to pay for a mall cop. You don't have to pay for all the lighting and all of the amenities of the mall. So if you're going to open up your own store, it's in your best interest to do it in a place that doesn't have so much overhead. And what kind of store would you have, Miss Aquarius?
I think it'll be cheap, so everybody can come in and make more business. So we can just have everything that people like, and it'll be cheap. It'll be cheaper.
So like
cheaper.
So like
probably not too bad like Dollar Tree. I won't let Dollar Tree be out of business, but yeah.
Yeah, now that's one. The dollar store used to be really big, but they're all closing down.
Yeah. That $1.25 on here. It's not $1 no more, they say.
Right, and it's like you used to be able to get cool stuff for $1, and now there's nothing there for that. And they started to Uber did this thing. Uber, the car app, they partnered with, I think it's Dollar Tree, one of those dollar stores, and they'll deliver to you dollar stuff. Uh, and so, like, basically, you don't even need to go to their stores anymore. The plan that I've heard is that in the future, this is maybe in the next 5 years or so, especially after the pandemic, the stores recognize they don't have to be open 24 hours because they used to, a lot of them would be open 24 hours, the big ones. And they don't need you to go inside the store anymore. So basically, what you do is just like I order all my stuff on the and it gets delivered to me and it's fresh and it's there within like whenever I want it to be. And so in the future, you won't and the big thing is people steal from stores. What happens is there's something known as shrink, and that means that the companies lose money. So instead of allowing people to go in the store anymore, you'll go and stuff up. You'll order it from an app. A machine will make it all for you and prepare it for you. The goal of these places, including McDonald's, it's been this way for a long time, and Walmart, is to have no employees at the store.
No employees. So they just sounds like they do it well with the automated check-in counters like they do Kroger's. They got have a Kroger out there.
Yeah. So our Krogers are known as Ralph's, but they're owned by Kroger, and everything just automated. And
Oh, wow.
I don't go to McDonald's, but I've seen online they have McDonald's that are purely automated, completely, no people working there, and that's the goal.
That's cool. Now, if you had a store, Rabbi, what would you name it? And what would it be in it?
It's a great question, Miss Aquarius. I would say, I mean, like, it's hard for me to say I wouldn't want to have like a Walmart-like store because because Walmart has everything basically, and it's clean and well lit and climate controlled and generally pretty safe. So I mean, it would be something like that probably. But if let's say I couldn't have that, if we had to specify what it would be, I would like to have. You can't even have these stores anymore, really. I was gonna say like a. They used to have something called like Electronics Boutique, which is or like GameStop, where you go in and you buy a game, but all of that is just online anymore. I'd like to have like a Best Buy, but again, like
I want to have a music store.
a building store.
I love music.
Oh, a music store.
Music.
Yeah, but like, what do you do? A record store?
Look, music, yeah, because it's bright music.
Yeah, but you just just download it.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like
well,
that.
They can do like Walmart. I can do the music. They can have candy. They have clothes. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. There's a good one. A candy store.
There we go. Yeah, candy store.
I'd have a candy store that's uh, like the Candy Castle in Candyland. Basically, the outside would look like it was made out of candy, and you go inside, and they'd have every kind of candy that you'd ever want, and that would be cool.
Yeah, that would be cool. I think we did that in school. Things you sort out business. I forgot what I said. Very interesting, Rabbi.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Everything will come and go up. wants to do it, you know. Yeah. All right, there we go. This next, hands together, take my hair, take my shower, so I can be relaxed.
There you go. And then we'll play.
You play later?
You got it.
Or you want to play now?
Nope.
Later. We
Later.
play later. Later, right?
That's correct.
Later. Later was like okay. But you had good time. Some people coming in, Rabbi?
Yep. It gets busier at night.
Okay. My ankle hurts. My ankle hit my ankle.
Go take your bath. Put your Neosporin on. Put your bandage on.
Yeah, I got a band-aid with Neosporin on it.
Oh.
Have you seen it, Rabbi? Seen it?
Bandage with Neosporin? Sure.
Have you seen it? I've seen it. You got to show it to you. Yeah, Neosporin in it. Yeah, because my finger and it started hurting.
Oh, with it in it, yeah.
Listen.
With it in it, yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen that.
Okay, yeah. I love it. And I'm not going to still tell that Neosporin I got, it got ointment in it, but it's also got for the burns. It goes fast, but you have to put that on like every day. I heard paper cuts take long. I think they take longer than here. You know, like bandages or something. They got to. I can't walk around wrinkled. I can't stand it. Especially at work. Ain't that right, Rabbi? It gotta be the part. Where's my belt? My belt. Okay. Plug this. Okay. Okay. This one. Everything. Look. Down some time like that to the bed. Rest me some YouTube. Watch me some YouTube. Mm-hmm. Oh. Where's his belt? I need his belt. I don't know what his belt is. Uh-oh. Let's go see where his belt is. Let's see. So they know that. They know your belt. I found it. I found the belt. Okay.
To solve the immediate pragmatic problems of his parishioners, trying to understand what they need and how he can keep them strong, not only in faith, but in body and soul as well. In his faith measures, they operated a soup kitchen, for example, in his study hall. He was definitely engaged in the material provision of his parishioners as well. So these two things make it a difficult document to study as a coherent whole, to argue that there is one single theological stream that flows through it evenly. I have already mentioned the relationship of the microhistory to the sermons. This definitely affects everything that you will read in the text, and I would argue that it's impossible to understand the sermons properly without knowing what happened in the ghetto, because he's very clearly over and over again speaking to those things. But the last thing that I should offer as a caveat was, we don't exactly know who he was speaking to. We fortunately have, because of the work of Rabbi Huberban, some sense of who actually came to listen to the Rebbe's talk on a couple of occasions, but the population of the ghetto was destroyed dramatically by the typhus epidemic and later by the Great Deportations. One gets the impression by just reading the sermons that in the beginning he had a very large crowd. One of the reports suggests that he had people coming to a holiday gathering. And the texts tend to be fairly short and borrowing from very limited but well-known sources like the Torah itself and the medieval commentary of Rashi. Later on in the war, however, they get much longer, 6, 8, 10 times longer, and they start borrowing very heavily from much more esoteric sources that the average Chassid would not be familiar with, various Kabbalistic sources and so on. One gets the feeling, not only in the length and in the depth of the sermons, but also in their tone, that the Rebbe may even be speaking to himself, that he may even be writing these things, perhaps just for himself or for a very, very small circle of dedicated survivors. We really don't know how to evaluate this public document because we don't know enough about the public. So, with those in mind, one of the greatest questions that has been rocking the world of Pia-Sechna studies in the last couple of years is occasioned by the work of my colleague, Dr. Shaul Mazid, who has written some very provocative things about the Pia-Sechna Rebbe, in particular arguing that the Rebbe lost his faith towards the end of the war. I'm going to give you a little bit of a timeline shortly that will suggest exactly when that intellectual and spiritual break happened. Dr. Mahdi's argument is essentially that is there an adjective for theodicy, like theodicial? Is that possible?
We argue about theodical theodicea.
Okay, let's try with theodical. You can see how frequently I use this kind of thing. That the theodical challenge of the war became too much, particularly in summer of 1942. There is distinct change in tone of the Rebbe's, of the way in which he explains or fails to explain God's railing at it. And Dr. Magid is not alone in this approach. In many ways, he follows Nathaniel Holland's path, who argued that when the summer of 1942 came around, the Rebbe essentially retreated into mysticism. That more conventional theodical approaches were insufficient to meet the existential challenge. So therefore, he simply went back into this idea of God weeping in his inner chambers because he had no idea what else to say. For Dr. Magid, that represented a dramatic break in his faith, and many followed that particular line of argument. Others, on the other hand, including myself and Dr. Reiser and Rabbi Weinberger, argue that I think that's kind of like it's an argument that finds an audience because it sounds kind of, intellectually lascivious, supreme Hasidic leader, man of faith, loses it in the end. That has a kind of ring to it that appeals to a certain audience, but I don't think it's historically accurate. So let's look at his theodical responses, and I'm just going to kind of summarize them here and pose some of the problems with understanding kind of like a straight line development of his thoughts. So if we break it up into the Hebrew years as he did, and he certainly thought in terms of like the cycle of the year, and we know that he reflected afterwards on what happened in prior years and so on. So it's a reasonable break. Of course, the Hebrew year begins in the fall with Rosh Hashanah, usually around September. So in the first year of the war, that's when the Nazis invade, actually right at the high holidays, and the Rebbe experienced personal tragedy almost immediately. A very, very tragic event in which the punishing bombardment of the city of Warsaw, civilians, by the Luftwaffe wounded his son mortally. He brought him to a local hospital, which was overflowing with patients, and while he ran out to try and find some doctor to help him because the medical staff in the hospital were overwhelmed, he left his daughter-in-law and her sister outside reciting psalms for the benefit of his son. Another round of bombing came and killed the daughter-in-law and her sister standing outside the hospital gates, and then the Rebbe's own son died a few days later as well. The Rebbe was already a widower at this point. He had one surviving daughter who was later taken in deportation in 1942. In fact, he didn't even know if she survived. One of the things he writes in his cover letter is, if anyone knows what happened to my daughter Rachel, please let me know. So the Rebbe suffers from the war immediately in a very, very deep personal way. In 1940, that's when the Judenrat is established. In particular, that's the Jewish Council that is widely responsible for administering the population. They build the walls. There's a horrible typhus epidemic that ravages the ghetto. And then in 1941, perhaps the most important thing for us is the Goyanowski report. A young Jew escaped from the nearby death camp of Chelmno, which had been operational since the fall of 1941, and smuggled himself into the ghetto to tell the Jewish resistance how the Nazis were planning to gas the entire population of Jews in Poland. This was an overwhelming piece of news. Recall, of course, the Holocaust doesn't start with like September 1, the Nazis invade Poland and immediately start murdering all the Jews. There is a process. There is a series of increasing persecutions. It really only gets underway in the summer of 1941 with the Einsatzgruppen murders, and then becomes especially acute with the creation of death camps at the end of that year and the deportations, which from Warsaw would occur in 1942. So when the Rebbe heard this report in early spring of 1942, you see a dramatic change in his writings. This is the breaking point for Magid and others. And of course, it follows through that the Nazis do deport the Jews beginning on Tisha B'Av, the National Day of Jewish Suffering in the summer of 1942. 6,000 Jews a day are deported to Treblinka and gassed, the vast majority of them within 24 hours. For the Rebbe himself, he was held back in the ghetto, along with as many as 50,000 other Jews who were put to work in slave labor. He remained in that status when the ghetto was basically decimated of Jews. The uprising, the famous Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, did not happen until 1943 and only represented a tiny fraction of the surviving Jews of the ghetto. But the Rebbe was then deported to a labor camp called Travniki, and there he was murdered in the context of an uprising. So this is kind of like the historical progression of the Rebbe's experience. Let us look at his theological response. So early in the war, you have an example of what I would like to call teleological suffering, which I'm sure you have studied tremendously in this class. Basically, that suffering has a purpose, that it is meant to edify, that it is meant to burn off one's sins in this world so one gets more benefit in the world to come. These kinds of arguments, which in my humble opinion, make a lot of logical sense, but on a visceral level, when you're dealing with this kind of suffering, they must be rejected. There is no, how can you, it's like going to someone's home who's sitting Shiva if they're mourning for a loved one, and then trying to give them this kind of story, that's utterly rejected. Maybe logical, that is so unpalatable that one simply cannot accept it. And in fact, the advice of the Talmud is that one should simply go and remain silent. There's nothing you can say. Then in 1941, you begin to see much more of an eschatological approach, a lot more of the birth pangs of the Messiah, justifying the suffering by perhaps saying that this is the unfolding of divine history. And after the Grolianowski report, that's when he seems to break with all of these logical arguments and say that God has somehow sheltered himself within a secret interior passage, and he has restrained his own suffering, his own, the word in Yiddish is mitgefühl, like co-suffering, his own sympathetic suffering with the Jewish people in the ghetto, and he knows that God has restrained himself, so to speak, from acting, because if he to react to the suffering, that would destroy the entire world, return it to creation. This is much more mystical approach that he's ever taken before. And so this is the argument of Dr. Magid and his theologians. Now the problem with this model is that when you get down the details, it doesn't fit. See, early on in the war, one of the greatest expressions of this mystical approach occurs in October of 1939. And I'm specifically referring to a passage that I believe you read about, one of the most startling passages in the entire Eish Kodesh, something which only a person of the Rebbe's stature, with the life experience in the ghetto that the Rebbe had, could dare write this under an Orthodox imprimatur, that God had gone too far in his allowance of the persecution of the Jews. I'll refer you to the writings that you've explored to look at it in detail, but the argument that he makes to God is of Abrahamic proportions. Hashofet kol haaretz lo yaseh mishpat. Will the judge of the entire world not do justice? Saying that this is too much suffering. So we see some of the radical kind of approaches that are typical of 1942 are already present in 1939. And to argue that there's some kind of progression, it is difficult to square with the results. Similarly, towards the end of this period, in his very last testament, which we're going to look at in the next slide, well, actually in a minute, there is clearly a reconnection with God, a reassessment of prior persecution, and an acknowledgement of how radical that persecution is. But at the same time, he clearly maintains that connection with God, that hope in God's salvation to the end, that is consistent with even pre-war statements. In other words, to try to say that there is a breaking point for the Rebbe does not make sense in the arc of his theodical response. And I hope we'll return to that in the question period. But let me just try and bring this to a conclusion in the next couple of minutes so we have time to talk. It's also important to bear in mind, although I have really spent a lot of time talking about the quotidian events of the ghetto and how they are so crucial for understanding the Rebbe's specific theological response, we must remember that this is a person who had a massive philosophical plan for how to save the world Jewry himself. It was an incredibly ambitious plan, which is articulated in his most popular publication of 1932, a book that I strongly recommend. This is my favorite translation, but there are several. The Student's Obligation. The subtitle is not his. By the way, I'm just curious, has anyone on the line actually read A Student's Obligation? And if not, I'm going to ask you a tough question that you can think about answering in a second. Okay, so here's the question I'll ask you again when we wrap up. What is the student's obligation? I know you haven't read the book yet, but if there is one obligation that a student has, what is it? It's amazing to me how many people I've met who have read the book, and when I ask them that question, they can't answer it. But maybe up in the Great White North, you'll have an insight into it. So he had this plan that is directly related to a way to approach Judaism in the modern world. And I would like to argue, as I am in a forthcoming book here, I plugged one book, I might plug this other one that's not out yet, but that he had an essentially postmodern approach to Judaism that emphasized the value of the experiential over the intellectual. That he experimented with visualization techniques, meditation techniques, and that this particular kind of approach helps us understand much of what he wrote in the Holocaust. I'm anticipating some great things from Daniel Reiser, who has written extensively on Hasidic visualization techniques and meditation techniques, and I anticipate he's going to apply what he's learned in his 19th century work to his studies of the Piasechan Rebbe as well. And we can't forget, of course, the Rebbe's personal connection. He was not, standing above the suffering of his parishioners. He was feeling it deeply himself. And we can see that graphically, for example, when we look at the manuscript itself. At one point, he signs his name to the cover of a different book not discussed here, the Mabor Sharim. And you can see in Hebrew on the top is his full name and patronymic, Hieronymus Thomas Ben Harav, Hagaon, and so on, Shapira. And underneath, there's something written and then violently struck out by the Rebbe himself, presumably. Dr. Reiser has analyzed this with some advanced photometric techniques and has determined that the text that is struck out is the phrase head of the Jewish court of Piasechan. And in other words, it's hard to imagine why the Rebbe would have struck out his own title, if not to say that he would be the head of the Jewish court of the Jews of Piasechan when there are no more Jews of Allah. It's in myself, I'm struck out. And he doesn't simply, strike it out with a single line. He violently and repeatedly, you feel the anguish in his pen of what he must have felt when he struck this out. So in conclusion, I want to thank you again for your patience listening to this very difficult story. I hope it has given you a little bit of insight into the Rebbe's theological approaches and some of the scholarship that swirls around it. I'm looking forward to our discussion, but before I conclude, just want to direct you to the Rebbe's last will and testament. This is the first page of it, in which he wrote as a cover letter, as many of the contributors to the Oneg Shabbos Archive did. He wrote his last will, and this was a cover letter to anyone who might find his manuscripts. And included in that text is a blessing that extends to all of you, because anyone who studies the work of the PSS Rebbe will merit the benefit of his holy ancestors to stand by all of you and your families, and may God have mercy on all of us. Thank you very much for listening to me. I look forward to hearing your questions.
If it's in your way, it's inconvenient, you kill it. If it has something you want, we take it. If those bees have honey, we take it. Like, it's just, we're not like helping them. We're not like trying to teach the dolphins how to talk. Like, there's still parts of the world where we're just eating them. Like there's, I don't know, nature suggests that apex predator, but maybe we're just, I think this is the other element that you're saying, is maybe evolution leads you past those primal nature at some point. The territorial primate instincts that we examine, like hopefully one day we can clearly run.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to tonight's webinar. Such a privilege and honor to have Dr. Abramson give tonight's lecture entitled Spiritual Heroism for an Era of Quarantine, focusing on the Holocaust writings.
No way, it fucking worked.
Shout
out to Debbie.
Tonight's webinar
No way, it fucking
is sponsored by Eve Taylor in honor of the York Center, her mother, Nina, Miriam Bas Shmuel Abba, Pearl Sabo, who was someone known in the community in Fair Lawn towards the end of her life. Mrs. Sabo was a survivor of Auschwitz who lost her parents and two brothers, and was freed by the Allies with two sisters. And she was someone who was a true survivor in the truest sense. And so we thank the Taylors for the sponsorship, and Shema should have an Aliyah. Tonight's speaker, Dr. Henry Abramson, is the Dean of Landry College of Arts and Sciences in Flatbush. Before that, he's the Dean of Academic Affairs and Student Services at Thurlow College, Miami Branch. More than just what's on his CV, he's really a part of the Darkei Noam Mishpacha. He is the father of Rafi Abramson, singer, Rafi and Chaim, singer, and more importantly, Zadie of Davy, singer. We want to wish the singers and the Abramson family Mazel Tov on I heard Davy had his upturn today, so it's very exciting. It's a big day with the Abramson family and the Darkei Noam community, so we look forward to being able to have these events in person in the future, and having Dr. Abramson and his family in person in the shul. We all come together at the right time. But for now, we really appreciate his time, his expertise, his passion in giving us tonight's lecture. Over the course of the pandemic, it's been something I've noticed. I've been turning a lot to the works of the Eish Kodesh in my own inspiration as a Rav. As we'll learn tonight, Rav Shapiro, Eish Kodesh, Rav, during the Shoah, and his speeches were so profound, the way he was able to stand by his community, stand by his followers, and to try to lead them through the darkest of times. And I noticed in this week's parsha, we opened up the book of Shemos. And the book of Shemos, one of the most famous images, the images of the sneh, the burning bush, that God appears to Moshe in that first encounter while Moshe's tending to the sheep. And I was always wondering, why is this the imagery that God appears to Moshe in this burning bush? The Midrashim asked, why not a mountain? Why not a tall tree? Why this thicket, this thorny bush? And Rashi makes a comment. Rashi says that the reason for Mitoch HaSneh, the Lo'ilan Acher, not a different tree, is Shuni Lo Anochi B'tzara. The imagery of the thicket, the thorny bush, is to conjure up the image that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is sending a message specifically to Moshe and to the Jewish people that I'm with you in your tsar, I'm with you in your difficult, precarious situation. And the idea of the fire inside the thicket is symbolic of the God, that HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that God is with us in our difficult situations. the Hasidic master, the Sfas Emes, has a slightly different interpretation, which is so profound, in which the interpretation of Sfas Emes says is that Labat Ish, the passion, the fire of that was inside of that thicket, is symbolic of the waves. The Labat Ish, the Torah describes, refers to the fire inside of our own hearts. And the Sfas Emes comments. Yachol says, when the tzaddik feels that he has this labat ish, he has this fiery soul that's aflame, he feels that he is no longer in galut. Yachol yot hagula al yadon, feels he has the ability, the strength to bring the gula through their capability. And I thought this notion of the fire inside of us, not just that Kadosh Baruch Hu is with us during difficult times, is also symbolic of the challenge all of us have felt over the course of the last number of months. The notion that no matter what we face, if we feel a passion, a fire burning inside of us, if we're continuing to flame our own fire and inspire ourselves, we'll be able to get through anything. We'll be able to feel the Pinat Yosef and then the Galut. If we have that Nekudat HaKadoshah, we have that inner sanctity of fire, feeling close to God, we will feel that we are not in Galut. Perhaps it was that midah and that ability that Rabbi Shapiro was able to tap into as the Rebbe could, that we are all trying to aspire to, in the way he was able to, facing the horrors of the Shoah, to inspire his community. And I know that in the course of the last number of months in our community, we've been learning more, turning more to Chassidut, we've been learning Chavas Talmidim during the week, and drawing on of the Ish Kodesh. And now to have Dr. Abramson here with us, to share his fire, his passion for history, the Torah, for bringing the historical context, help us bring the Torah to life. We have such a special opportunity to be able to have a delve into the historical background of was a Gaon with Thomas Shapiro, the Gazetz and the Ish Kodesh. It's really such a privilege that Dr. Abramson address us tonight. And without further ado, I'll turn it over to Dr. Abramson.
Thank you very much, Rabbi Donat, for a very kind introduction. I really appreciate it, especially because I know that my daughter and her husband are listening right now, so that gives me a lot of particular pleasure. And it's especially appropriate, I think, to touch on the topic of Galut, because as we shall see, it's Ashkafa Pratis. It's precisely one of the drushes that I'm going to look at in Ish Kodesh, looks at the concept of a Galut as central to my presentation. So let me just share my screen here, and I'll describe this. The plan for my presentation is to go through basically an introduction to the Ish Kodesh, because I know there are many people in your Kehillah who are well versed with the thought of the Ish Kodesh. We have many other people who are listening to the webinar, and I want to give kind of a general background to why this rabbi and why his work is so exceptional. I'd like to look at one specific aspect of his work, the question of theodicy, that is the justice of God, which is consumed the mind of a lot of scholars in the last couple of years in particular. And then I'd like to delve in a little bit more to what he might have as lessons for us in our far more attenuated, far incomparably more comfortable quarantine that we live in today. Obviously, it's incommensurate in every way with the Warsaw Ghetto, but nevertheless, perhaps from the extremity of his suffering and that of the Kehillah, we may gain some strength for our own situation today. I think that my presentation will probably take about 40 minutes or so, and at that point, you have some concluding remarks, I hope, and then we can open up for questions and answers, which I encourage everyone to write in the Q&A or the chat box. So I hope everyone can see the screen. Rabbi, can you see the screen okay? Excellent. Okay, so what is the Ish Kodesh, the document we're talking about? In December of 1950, a Polish construction worker was clearing the rubble
of the Warsaw Ghetto. And they were excavating under a particular building, and they found a number of these tin milk cans deeply buried underground. For those of you who were born before, let's say, 1960 or so, you'll recognize this, but for those of you born later, milk was delivered door to door, and the milkmen used to have the milk contained in these containers, and they were poured into glass bottles that would be left at your doorstep. I know it's amazing, but this is pre-Amazon. And when he opened up these containers, he found hundreds of pages of tightly packed Yiddish and Hebrew writings, as well as memoirs and documents. And he simply couldn't make anything of it, but he recognized the lettering, and so he brought them to the Jewish Historical Museum, where they languished for a few years until they were finally discovered by an envoy from the Jewish agency who had been sent there to specifically find them. They were one of the three caches of an underground archive called Oneg Shabbos, which was assembled by this man, Emmanuel Ringelblum, an extremely heroic and visionary young historian who found himself trapped in the Warsaw Ghetto and realized early on that this was a historic event of colossal proportion, and that the Jews living in the Warsaw Ghetto had to collect every bit of data they could for posterity. He assembled a number of well-meaning amateur historians whom he called Sammlers, or collectors, and he sent them out to collect everything they could about life in the ghetto. As I mentioned, memoirs and letters, but also playbills and programs and whatever he could find about what was going on in the ghetto, including commissioning much larger reports about nightlife in the ghetto, the mafia in the ghetto, smuggling in the ghetto, all kinds of things. Whatever he could find, the underground medical schools, the lending libraries, the theaters in the ghetto, whatever they could do, he tried to collect it and put it together in these caches. When they realized that, of course, the ghetto was going to be liquidated and they all were to die, the Sammlers largely wrote their own last wills and testaments, placed them in 3 different caches of documents, and buried them in 3 different places in the city. Only a handful of members of Oneg Shabbos, that was the name of this organization, survived, and they believed that they could be discovered at any time, so they kept themselves secret from one another, kind of like cells. So of the handful that survived, they only knew where one of the caches was buried. They went and dug it up in 1946, and unfortunately water had penetrated the tin boxes that they used, and the documents were largely destroyed. It was only the second cache, discovered by accident in 1950, that contained the writing of the Eish Kodesh of Colonist Thomas Shapiro. The third cache had yet to be discovered. One of the most important of his Sammlers was this man, Rabbi Shimon Huberband, who was tasked specifically with chronicling the life of religious Jewry in Warsaw. And so his job was to, try to calculate how many synagogues were there, how often were there services, how to get around the ban on Jewish congregation, how did they get around the ban on immersion in a mikvah and things like that. And he wrote some amazing things which, thank God, survived. Although if you're noting the dates, none of the members of the Oneg Shabbos survived, with the exception of a handful. Shimon Huberband was killed in the deportations of 1942, and Ringelblum and his young son and his wife were betrayed when they were in hiding, and they were also executed. But nevertheless, the Oneg Shabbos archive provided for us this remarkable document, the Eish Kodesh, the Holy Fire, which were the wartime writings of a Hasidic rabbi, and they gave us a week by week, blow by blow description of what was happening in the ghetto, and more importantly for our purposes, how religious Jews understood it
within the overarching worldview of Torah, how they were to accommodate the tremendum of the Nazi occupation, the phenomenal level of persecution that they were enduring, and how they could remain strong as Jews under these incredible circumstances. Now, to review very quickly how this documentation has entered the scholarly world, we really are very much in an exciting time when a lot of Eish Kodesh research has been produced. The volume, the printed volume of the manuscript was first produced in 1960. It's the front pages on the left there. The title Eish Kodesh is not actually the title that the author actually used for the manuscript. He called it Torah from the Years of Wrath, sometimes translated Torah from the Years of Rage, Torah Mishnah Za'am, which refers to this idea of divine anger with the world. But the word Eish Kodesh, actually, the phrase Eish Kodesh, holy fire, appears nowhere in the work. He does use it in other context in some of his other writings. The editors of the edition basically thought it was a really appropriate sounding title, and so they applied it to him, and it has been since applied to the author himself. He is called simply the Eish Kodesh, or the Holy Fire, although as you can see in the picture on the right, his actual name is Hieronymus Thomas, the scion of a Hasidic dynasty. The greatest contribution to advanced scholarship was by Nehemiah Poland, who was considered the Eish Kodesh studies, because he adapted this work and studied it primarily for its theological value. There are several other scholars of his generation who worked on it, but he really interested in a much broader world. However, the document was almost entirely exclusively studied for its theological value, meaning people wanted to know the answer to where was God during the Holocaust, and they hoped to find it in that answer to that question in the Eish Kodesh. In the 21st century, there has been some significant advances as well. On the left, you see Rabbi Moshe Weinberger, who is a neighbor of mine here in town. He, of course, the leader of the very influential synagogue named Congregation Eish Kodesh in Livnir, from Mashkia at the Yeshiva University, a very influential proponent of the teachings of the Piyasechner Rebbe. And by the way, his name, as I mentioned, is Shapira, but he is known primarily to his followers by the name of the seat of his court, which was a little town about 14 kilometers outside Warsaw, which is pronounced in Polish, Piyasechno. Since there's a couple of sounds there that are hard to reproduce in both English and Hebrew, it's sometimes rendered Piyasechna and Piyasechno, things like that, but Piyasechno is the correct pronunciation. The figure on the right is my colleague, Dr. Daniel Reiser, who is a professor in Israel, who did some absolutely amazing work, which is going to occupy our study today as well, because here's the thing. The manuscript is almost illegible. Here you can see a page from the critical edition that Dr. Daniel Reiser carefully put together, painstakingly working with the original manuscript. On the right is the actual manuscript with the Ksav Yad, the handwriting of the Piyasechner Rebbe himself. And on the left is the transcription that includes strikeouts and annotations and sometimes pieces pasted on top of the actual page with new information. And one of the amazing things that came out of Dr. Reiser's very, very difficult work was that the 1960 printed edition had omitted all of the deeper texture of the actual manuscript. The 1960 edition, which may have been motivated by piety and a desire to represent the thought of the Pia Section Rebbe in the most positive light, omitted all of his uncertainties when he crosses out a word and writes something else on top, and he crosses out that word as well and writes a third word on top. And at the other time, they wanted to be comprehensive, so even when he clearly indicated that certain passages should be deleted, they nevertheless printed them as well because they valued every one of his words like gems. So it's essential for modern students of the PSS Rebbe to work with the actual manuscript. It's a tremendous service that Dr. Reiser has done by producing it in this way. We also have some really exciting work, by the way, done by Shalom Matan Shalom in Israel, a young scholar who is working very hard on what promises to be a definitive biography of the PSS Rebbe, which is going to be absolutely fantastic. And there's my small contribution, which we're going to look at right now. I'm a historian rather than a religious studies specialist. And what I do, I followed the thought of a then graduate student who was a very nice paper, Judith Thibault, who wrote a graduate paper on, wait a second, the Pia Section Rebbe's writings are all dated, but he gave one of his sermons according to particular dates of the Torah reading cycle. Like we just read Parsha Shmos in Torah from Years of Wrath. There's an entry for Parsha Shmos from the year 5700, and she wondered, wouldn't it be interesting if we sort of lined up the history, the micro history of what happened in the ghetto that week with what he actually wrote. And that's essentially what I did in producing this particular book, is I took up her idea and I studied the various journals and memoirs and newspaper accounts, German records, Polish records, to try and understand what happened street by street in the ghetto. And then I looked at what the Rebbe wrote, and I found amazing correspondences. And here's one more important thing to understand. In the Eish Kodesh, it's so unusual, he never ever mentions the word Nazi or German or war in the context of the Holocaust. And in fact, if you didn't know when this book was written, you would think that it's just like a really depressing 19th century work of Hasidic thought, constantly asking the question, why do the righteous suffer? And you would never have any kind of connection to real life historical events. So most historians, thought it was kind of an unusual, novel thing that we have this book. There's nothing else like it in the literature that survived the Holocaust, but they basically said it was valueless for historical data. But as this one graduate student pointed out, it has phenomenal value, because when you study the actual words of the Eish Kodesh, you see that he is speaking in allusion to specific events that happened in the ghetto. You imagine his congregation filing into the base medrash, they just heard some terrible news, or there was some collective punishment issued, or there was, a horrible massacre, or someone important died from typhus, and they're looking to the Rebbe, please give us some direction. And week after week, he would do so. He would pull something from the Torah or from Rashi, and he would explain how this would eliminate their condition and specifically give them strength to go on for yet another week. An incredible act of spiritual heroism, week after week, a testament to human greatness to see what this spiritual leader was able to do under these incredibly difficult circumstances. So that's essentially what I studied, and that's what I hope we will draw on today as we look a little more deeply at what he might have to say to us in our, admittedly incomparable circumstances. Now, one question that has come up in the last year or so is, did the Rebbe lose his faith? And there are, in fact, some literary indications that have given some scholars pause on that question. let me frame that by indicating that in the Rebbe's theodicy, which is obviously the most important element of the entire series of lectures or sermons that he gave over the course of 3 years, is his approach to theodicy. Theodicy, of course, is a Greek word meaning the justice of God. Is God doing right by humanity or not, God forbid? So two crucial caveats about this particular question. First of all, we should remember that the Eish Kodesh is a public document. This is not private musings that he reserves for himself. He did keep a personal spiritual diary, which he decided ultimately when he realized he was going to be killed, he would give to the Oneg Shabbos archive, and it survived the war along with Eish Kodesh, and it is a chilling and powerful document. But what the Eish Kodesh represents is, it is a weekly, like parsha sheet. It is something that the Rebbe wrote every single week for his followers, and he did not know the future. He didn't know what was going to happen to the Jews, and he was working through this just like everybody else was. So it's not like a monograph that has a thesis and a beginning, a middle, and an ending. There are moods, there are ebbs and flows. You can feel like there are times when the Jews feel hopeful, there are times when the Jews feel despair, and the document reacts to that. So it's hard to make a generic comment about the entire document for that reason. Another reason that's important is it's written in ABS verse, meaning it's written as these events are unfolding. It's written not with kind of like a bit of hindsight, and not with kind of a prophetic vision into the future. It is a real-time document that makes a huge difference in how we understand. When we look at the micro history of the ghetto and the sermons together, we can determine a lot of really important things. So let us turn to that question for a moment, and in that context, we look at the history of the ghetto. One last detail I forgot to mention. We also don't know who he is speaking to. We don't know anything about the size of his audience. The vast majority of the Jews in the Warsaw Ghetto did not survive, along with the Rebbe himself. Shimon Huberband, the Zambler, who was involved in collecting data on the religious life in the ghetto, he did attend a few important meetings with the Piaseczny Rebbe. He did attend some of his gatherings, and we get the impression that, especially in the early period, they were huge. We had hundreds of people from all walks of life. I mean, not just Hasidic Jews, but also Misnagdim, Lithuanian Jews, also free thinkers, socialists, and in fact, one of the fascinating things about the Piaseczny Rebbe is that he was an incredibly broad-minded thinker. He was devoted to the community as a whole. Even when the Joint and other organizations, the resistance, offered him the opportunity to escape, he refused to leave his community. Even when he was in the work camp where he lost his life, and there was a planned escape, he said he would only join the plans if every Jew in the camp, every prisoner, including the atheists, were also part of the plan. He refused to leave literally any Jew behind. But when you look at the literature in the beginning of the text, it tends to be very simple in nature. It tends to be very parsha with Rashi, which is kind of like something that's accessible to anyone with a sort of basic Torah education. But towards the end, in 1942, these much more complex, much more Kabbalistic sources, much longer drashos, which might indicate that he's speaking to a dwindling audience, perhaps even just himself. We simply don't know. So my colleague, Dr. Shaul Magid, looking at the Eish Kodesh, argued that in 1942, the Rebbe lost his faith. And he wrote some articles that were quite incendiary. A lot of people got very upset because the Rebbe has many devotees from all across the religious spectrum. They see something in the Rebbe that really gives them hope and strength. And so many of them turned to me to say, would you please say something in defense of the Rebbe? And I had tremendous respect
for Dr. Naguib's phenomenal scholarship. He is really an amazing expert on Hasidism. On this particular point, he and I differ, as there are many other scholars who will differ. But let us look at that question, and in the context of our answer, we'll understand a little bit about the history of the ghetto that will help us understand the specific message of the Quran. So, as I mentioned, this is a document that takes place in medias res, right? Over a scope of time, every entry is written within a particular context. And the situation of Jews varies from week to week. It's hard to know exactly what is going to unfold in the next few months. If we break it up into the years that we have entries for, the first year, 5700, which corresponds to Rosh Hashanah 1939, of course, September of 1939 is when the war breaks out. This is a period of tremendous assault on the community and specifically on the Rebbe's family. And this is one of the things that gave him such credibility with his audience. Not to mention the fact that he was the leader of one of the largest yeshivas in Warsaw itself. He was known as the Piaseczna Rebbe, but he could easily have called the Warsaw Rebbe had he so chosen because of the tremendous demographic strength that he had in Warsaw. The Luftwaffe instituted wave after wave of punishing bombing runs over the city of Warsaw, bombing civilian areas without any restraint whatsoever. And in the middle of the high holidays, a piece of shrapnel flew through a window and struck his only son, terrifyingly. The Rebbe gathered up his adult son, and together with his son's wife and her sister, they ran to a hospital to get him some treatment. The hospital was overrun, also a strange echo to our own times. There was no doctors to be had anywhere, and by the way, there were still American correspondents in Warsaw at this time, so we have an actual Forward's report of the time published in America describing the situation. And so the Rebbe left his son in the hospital and ran to see if he could find some neighborhood doctor who could bring him to the hospital to treat his son. His daughter-in-law and her sister remained outside, reciting Tehillim, reciting songs, praying for the young man's recovery. While the Rebbe was away searching for some medical help, the Luftwaffe made another pass and they bombed the hospital. His son survived, but his daughter-in-law and her sister was killed. The Rebbe came in, rescued his son from the rubble and brought him home, and he died of his wounds 3 days later. The Rebbe maintained silence. There are no recordings of what he had to say for the next 30 days. And then he delivered one of the most chilling and powerful sermons of his entire literary career. He will come back to that. Nevertheless, he gathered himself up, he regarded himself and his role in the community as being crucial to maintain the emotional and spiritual strength of the community, and so he returned to giving drashos in the ghetto and doing everything he could to support the Jewish community. In 1940-41, the Jubilee of 5701, at this point you have the establishment of the Judenrat, that is the Jewish Council, that would essentially be the executive arm of the Nazis in imposing the various demands from the Jewish community and ultimately organizing their deportation to Treblinka. You have the construction of the walls around the ghetto. You have horrific typhus epidemics that killed as many as 500 people a night. Horrible orphans wandering the streets with no food to eat. The average ration, by the way, at this time was 250 calories per person in ration tickets, which is obviously not even close to what can sustain life. So there's a tremendous amount of a black market smuggling going on, and children were incredibly important in actually bringing food into the ghetto because they would climb over walls, under walls, and so on in order to bring food in. In 1941 through 42, this is when we have a tremendously important development in the Rebbe's thought. It's the result of the Groyanowski report. Up until this time, the Nazis had not yet constructed the notorious death camps like Auschwitz. The Nazis had experimented with so-called Einzelaktionen, or limited actions against Jews, or ghettoization, as we see in Eastern Europe, Warsaw, Łódź, places like that. Then they moved to the mobile killing squads called the Einsatzgruppen. That was in June of 1941. And then towards the fall of 1941, they began to experiment with the gas chambers. One of those experimental sites was a place called Selmno, not too far from Warsaw, where they were experimenting with using automobile exhaust to kill people. And a young Jewish man escaped from Selmno and made his way back to Warsaw, where he connected with the Jewish underground resistance. And there he gave a chilling report that was down to the color of the tiles in these gas chambers that the ghetto resistance managed to smuggle out to the Western world. And in fact, the essential report was published in the New York Times at the time. American Jews simply couldn't believe it. It was shocking. It was like literally, to use the words of Professor Dipshot, it was beyond belief. People could not assimilate the idea that such a thing was happening with one of the most major advanced culturally sophisticated societies in Europe. But at that point, there seems to be a real break in the Rebbe's thinking. There's a scene in his thought, and you see a real change in the way he presents his ideas. Shortly after the Trojanowski report was sent out to the West, the Warsaw Ghetto began to be emptied by the Nazis, and Jews were shipped out to a death camp called Treblinka, 6,000 per day, until the ghetto was virtually empty. The famous Warsaw Ghetto uprising would not occur until the next spring, in the spring of 1943, when there was only a tiny remnant of Jews who were in the ghetto, and those who had either managed to escape the Jewish police that were collecting them up to send them off to the death camps, and also some, like the Rebbe, who were reserved for slave labor. He remained behind in ghetto, in the Warsaw Ghetto, working in a shoe factory, and later he was deported to a slave labor camp called Stravniki, and there, in the context of another uprising, he was shot and killed in November of 1943. Now, if we look at his responses in terms of thought, and by the way, this entire presentation, I adapted it from something I gave to a graduate level seminar at the University of Toronto, so we went into much more detail here. I'm just going to kind of summarize it here in a couple of words. But this was the main point of it. In the beginning, in the early year, much of what he says fits along traditional lines of theology and Judaism. He speaks about what we might call teleological suffering. In other words, that this seems terrible, but there's a reason for it. That God wants us to suffer, we will become better for it, we will earn merit for it. He kind of like understands it within some kind of meaning system that would have made sense 100 years prior. Then in 1940-41, the suffering increases, it ratchets up a notch, and you see more of birth pangs of the Messiah appearing in his thoughts. More the idea that, this is exceptional, but it means that we must be getting closer and closer to Messiah. When we hear the report of the man who survived Selmno, then we get his most dramatic trait, and this is where, according to Dr. Mahmoud, we see the Rebbe losing his faith. And this is what Nehemiah Poland describes it as a retreat into Kabbalah. He becomes much more mystical in his approach, and he speaks of divine weeping. That God, as it is so overwhelmed with sadness for what is going on in the universe, that he must retreat to an inner chamber where he cannot be disturbed, and in that chamber, he weeps for the suffering of humanity. This is obviously a very problematic approach for traditional theodicy, but that's not our purpose here to try to understand it. But so that's the argument that says that he lost his faith. But it's a different. I would challenge it is because most people make this argument argue as I basically described it in their terms. But then, you see that some of his most profound, jolting, jarring writings were very early, such as, for example, in the Parsha Chaye Sarah, which was the first time he spoke after his daughter-in-law and his son was killed. He poses such a phenomenal theological challenge to God that it can only be described as Abrahamic in nature. He essentially argues to God that the suffering that he is allowed to happen is far too much. He doesn't exactly question God. He places it within the same kind of phraseology that we see really on a biblical level when Abraham says, "We're the judge of the entire earth, not do justice." It's a rhetorical question, but it waits for an answer as well. He says to God, essentially quoting the Talmud, which says that when you have meat and you salt it, the salt brings out the flavor in the meat. So too says the Talmud that suffering brings out character. Right? A person who never suffers in their life, has a silver spoon in their mouth, and never has any challenges, and always has good health and good fortune, you never know what their character is because they've never been tested. A little bit of suffering can bring out the character in a person. That's what the Talmud says. But the Menachem Mendel of Limonov says that just like too much salt doesn't bring out the flavor in it, it ruins the flavor of the meat. So too, there's too much suffering ruins that, breaks that. So the Rebbe essentially argues to God, saying, Rebbe, look at what's going on here. Remember, he's just lost his son, his daughter-in-law, his wife died a few years before the war. And you can imagine the total silence in the base medrash, as he says, this is not true. Too much suffering and breaking. And he suggests that Sarah, the mother of Isaac, actually gave up her life to demonstrate this in a form of protest to God over the binding of Isaac. An earth-shattering suggestion, one of many in this remarkable book, but it occurs very early on. It occurs in October of 1940. 1939. It occurs in October of 1939, very early on. So to argue that a break in faith was part of the progression of the news really contradicts the placement of these works. Furthermore, at the very end of the Eish Kodesh, when he writes his last will, which we will turn to, God willing, at the very end of this presentation, we also see that there is a remarkable restatement of hope, that he revises all of his earlier passages, and he places them within an entirely different framework. Like, for example, in Hanukkah of 1940, he's writing at a time when it was actually before the typhus epidemic really started raging and so on. And he essentially says, when we study Hanukkah and we look at the horrible persecution that the Jews suffered at the hands of the Syrian Greeks in ancient times, it helps us reflect on our own times, and we see that, history is like this. The Jews are persecuted, they survive, they go on, and it kind of like normalizes this suffering. Then in 1943, I'm sorry, this was actually in August of 1942, if I remember correctly, when he goes back over all of his writings, because he intends to give them to the Oneg Shabbos archive for burial, he writes a chilling footnote in which he says, I was wrong. He says, back then we had not seen the horrific, terrible things that would follow, especially in the year 1942. And we could not have imagined the horrible, grotesque murders that they would create for us. And then he says that Hashem should save us speedily and audibly. In other words, he realizes the overarching scope and how novel the Holocaust was in Jewish history. He says that there's nothing like this ever. It cannot be compared to anything Jews have ever suffered in the past. And he says, nevertheless, we have to rely on God to save it. So he reasserts his faith even in an understanding, an explicit understanding of the Holocaust. So let us look a little bit at the message that he has to offer us. We have to understand that we should place this clearly within his pre-war thought. In this context, it's important to remember that, the Rebbe's research and writing plan was very well developed when the war broke out. He had actually a secret document that he only circulated to his followers. It was later published with the Ger Rebbe, who felt that the Section Rebbe would have wanted to be known, a book that appeared in the title Bnei Machshavot Tova, that he had a plan for, on a literary level and on an establishment level, revolutionizing Jewish life and injecting it with a very profound Hasidic spirituality. The first book in this multi-book and multi-step plan, which involves seeding individual communities with essentially, we would call them Chabad houses today, or Lakewood Kohalim, like seed communities. He wanted to try and create these little like nuggets of highly radioactive, spiritually active young couples in all these communities in Eastern Europe. And he set out a manual for it. The first book in the manual was Chovas HaTalmidim, the obligation of the students. This is my favorite edition. It's actually been translated a few times. This is Mika Oppenheimer's very lyrical translation. And it's basically, this is a book for children. It was written for kids around 11, 12 years old. And it was teaching them how to prepare themselves to be spiritually active human beings. It is a work of phenomenal genius. I would love to talk about it the whole night, but you already study it in this Tehillah, and I think that's fantastic. But I will say one thing, that I often ask people, if they study Palestinian, and they say, well, of course, it's a very important book. And I say, so I ask them, what is the student's obligation? The whole book is about it. What is the student's obligation? Frequently, there's so much material in it that they miss the central idea. The central idea is a student has the obligation to become his or her own teacher. Meaning the student is obligated to take responsibility for their own education and to regard everything around them, including their teacher, as a resource for their own education. Not, like unfortunately so many of my students have this attitude that, teach me this so I know it, and then I can repeat it to you in a test, and I can move on to the next meaningless exercise. No, a student has the obligation to become his own teacher. There's so much to say about this. So one aspect that I want to focus on for our purposes very briefly is something that occurs in the last 3 essays, which are over the top brilliant. Here's a small book plug for something I have not finished yet, but this is forthcoming. It's my study of those last 3 essays, in which he argues for essentially a postmodern Hasidic spirituality, that in the absence of a clearly articulated intellectual path forward, the best approach for 20th century Jewry, and I would argue 21st century, how much more so, is an approach that emphasizes phenomenology, an approach that emphasizes the experience of the religious act. Much more to say here, I'm running out of time. I'm not going to go into it. But basically, this is all about the Torah, all about the Torah. The Rebbe, as a human being of these issues, one small indication I want to share with you briefly here is this is something that was found in the manuscripts that is probably something he wrote early in the war or even prior to the war. It's actually on the title page of Mabul Hasharim, another book that was found in the rubble. He writes his own signature there, Colonus Thomas, son of the rabbi, and so on. And underneath, there's something violently struck out. Not simply drawn out with a single line, but clearly something written with great pain and frustration. Daniel Reiser has been able to use some advanced modern technology to try and read what was written underneath that strikeout, and he deciphered it to read Av Beit Din Tehillah Piasech, the head of the Jewish court at the time of Piasech. As if to say that the Rebbe, in his frustration, struck it out because if his children, if his community were all dead, how could he be their Rebbe? To understand within the context of the suffering that he was going through, he was also a human being. Okay, sorry, I got a little bit off on that. Let's go to his message. So I'm just going to take one of many of the messages that we can find in his book, and this is something that relates directly to what Rabbi Donat said earlier about Shavuot. So if you look at January 27th, 1940, Parshas Yisro, which is coming up in a couple of weeks, 2 weeks on Jews and non-Jews were actually being executed in very small groups at in a forest called Palmyra, just outside of Warsaw. And this had been ongoing. The Polish resistance was trying very hard to fight against it. In particular, one young man, Andrzej Kot, who was at 21 years old, a very feared resistance leader by the Nazis. They happened to catch him, and by the way, he was ethnically Jewish. His parents were Jewish, but they had converted to Christianity years before he was even born, and so he was entirely assimilated Catholic, but originally of Jewish descent. He escaped from Paviak prison on January 20th, the week before, and the Nazis sent out these signs that said, 2,000 zloty award for anyone who can find the Jew Andrzej Kot. Of course, he would still be considered a Jew by the Nazis, as he would by traditional Jewish law as well. And similar, along with this reward, the Nazis also arrested about 200 Jews, and they specifically looked for anyone in leadership, and those Jews were all eventually killed. A very sad story about how the Jews tried to get their leaders back, but it was a classic example of Nazis destructive punishment. Now, what did the Rebbe write on the following Shabbos? He began his drasha with this passage. This is actually taken directly from the manuscript. And it may be a little difficult to work out. This is actually one of the clearer passages in his otherwise very cramped handwriting, but I'll provide some subtitles here. On the bottom right, you see he writes, Baruch Hashem, blessed is God, Yisro. That's the name of the Parsha, which occurred on that date, which allows us to date it to January 27th. And then right next to it, he writes the word Galut, in exile. Why did he write that? Because he was forced to hide. That he, like many other prominent Jewish leaders at the time, was being sought after by the Nazis. And so he wrote, I'm in exile. I can't be in shul. We have to assume that he delivered this drasha to nobody, or maybe a few who knew where he was hiding. We don't know. But then he changed his mind. He struck out the word Bagalut, and he wrote a little kind of curving line over the top of the words Yisro, and he wrote instead, the Shabbat said, Hayisi Bachbar. On this Shabbat, I was in hiding. Now, the distinction in words between in exile and in hiding is obvious. His first approach to this was, it's all over. I'm in exile. I have no connection. I'm completely removed.
But then he refocused himself. He said, no, I'm in hiding. I'm occluded. I am separated, but not forever. And in this context, let's look at what he actually wrote. Again, we don't know if he delivered this publicly or not. But, my translation here, he writes, the receiving of the Torah took place in the wilderness, right? The Torah was given in the Sinai, in the wilderness, at Midbar. Perhaps this allusion is implicit in the Holy Word Beit Aaron, he frequently quotes this word, which mentions Rashi's comment on the verse, Hear, O Israel, meaning that your heart should not be omnipresent. Holy Beit Aaron explains why you should not question. The omnipresent right should be questioned God. The Holy Beit Aaron explains that you should not say, under these circumstances, it is possible for me to serve God. But under other circumstances, it is impossible. Rather, under others, one must serve God. It goes on to say that consequently, had the Jews received the Torah in their own land, in Israel, they would have thought it's only possible to fulfill it in their own places, meaning when they're comfortable, in Israel, in their apartments, the weather is not, that's when you can keep the Torah, and not when they are beset by distraction, where they're sleeping. Who knows what will be. Therefore, God specifically gave them the Torah in the wilderness, on the road, while traveling, in order they might know that the Torah must be fulfilled under all circumstances. The message of Teresa that no matter what, you have to have that thought. And the Torah doesn't say, oh, forget about it when it's too hard. No, keep it up. Maintain your consistency. Maintain your dedication. Obviously, I'm not speaking on a halakhic level. That I will leave to Rabbi Donar. But the message is to have strength. And the Torah was given in the desert under difficult circumstances to teach us that just as it was given under difficult circumstances, it must be preserved under difficult circumstances. He reinforces this as well, specifically a story of Amalek and Yisro, but I'm running a little bit out of time. But I think the message there that's especially useful for me, and hopefully for you, is that maintaining spiritual identity, connection to the community, even when physically separated, is still a desiratum, still expected. I'd like to conclude then with a blessing from the Rebbe. This is actually the cover page of his last will, his message to his surviving nephew in Israel, who he hoped would possibly find his documents that he had given to burial, not knowing what would possibly happen. And in the context of this cover letter, he writes that he begs that his books be published, and he wishes that everyone study his books, and that the merit of his holy ancestors will then stand by anyone who studies them, and their families now forever, and may God have mercy upon us. So it's my hope that just as I have received tremendous blessings from studying the holy works of the Kodesh, that since you have engaged in study with me, this blessing will extend to all of you as well, and you all have health, and to see the end of this quarantine very soon, and express my gratitude to all of you for your engagement. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pizzas, for what a presentation. We learned so much. Those who are running a tabula learning from this meeting, really fascinating to see. And you mentioned also 11-year-olds. I feel that I've been trying to educate them. We're all children. We're all beginners. And a lot of people have been learning it that was mentioned, psychological sense as well. I'm curious if you know who was his Rebbe? Where did he?
It's an excellent question. It seems that was fairly wet in the
We don't have a sample of his library. We do have a sense of what he might have been quoting. It seems that he read what would be considered a lot of pop psychology. But also recall that one of his neighbors just down the street is the famous Janusz. And although we have no record of them actually meeting, it's impossible to imagine that Janusz Korczak, who was the famous psychologist and children's writer who did heroically went to the gas chambers with his charges and orphans. He must have received quite a bit of data from him. Also quite likely that he had a strong relationship with people like Emmanuel Lincoln, who had a larger scope of secular knowledge, but otherwise we don't for sure. He seems to be very well bestowed in pedagogic techniques. I think Korczak had a major influence there, and also on Freudian psychology.
I usually feel like our meetings should be required reading, not just for every educator, but for every Jew. Required reading. I want to take some questions from the audience here. We have a question about, we know, Dr. where the original manuscript is today.
The original manuscript was in the Jewish Historical Institute in Warsaw. It has never been outside of Warsaw. The first editors worked with a very difficult mimeograph or a microfilm copy of it, and but Daniel Reiser has produced a beautiful color edition of the original manuscript, so you can buy it and have it in your own home.
There's a question, when was Todas at Talmudim? I know that was the one work that he actually published in his lifetime. Do you know when that was?
1932, and actually it's a little bit of a misnomer because that other work, the secret work, only 12 copies were printed. One of them actually is here in New York in the Chabad Museum, Chabad Archives. That was also published privately, and only 12 copies. So I don't know if you call that public, but it was generated at the same time. So he clearly had the overarching plan at the same time.
Do we know how widespread the book got? Was he well known by the time in 1939?
Oh yeah, definitely. He had a huge yeshiva. It was called Das Moshe. And he had something like 300 students. And these were advanced students who, according to one memoir, they had to know 100 pages by heart, Baal Peh, to enter yeshiva. So we're talking about a very advanced yeshiva at the same time. 100 pages of Talmud.
A lot of questions here, so let's go through. You mentioned the editors gave this other name, Ace Coders. Do we know who these editors were?
Yes, we do. They were the surviving section of Hasidim, who largely were not in Warsaw during the war. They were in Tel Aviv. And they did an amazing job. They really did. There were very few errors in the text, although there are like these editing decisions that unfortunately distorted the manuscript.
Surviving children?
There are survivors who remember the Rebbe when they were children. There's some fantastic things, including on YouTube. There's some, and Shalom Matan Shalom, who I showed you a picture of, he has done a phenomenal job collecting every tiny little scrap of anyone who ever started such a Rebbe, and he's been coming out with a massive book in about the next year or so. That will blow your mind. And what I've seen of the Torah is incredible.
I can't wait. One of our readers wants to know, are there published copies of the Rebbe's journal?
Yes, it was published in a very able edition under the title To Heal, and it's a difficult work to read because it has even less structure than the Eish Kodesh. I tried to bring it into my own research to see if there's certain parts that can date. You know that some of it was written during the war because he reflects on his son's illness and so on, but much of it was written earlier. But it is a chilling work in which he shares with himself his own doubts and his own fears. And in many ways, I think it's fantastic that he chose to share it with the world. It's a very searing personal document, nevertheless, he said, I want everyone to be able to read it.
There were a lot of other rebels who were attempts made to try to rescue them, and they chose to stay behind with their flock. Was such attempts made to save them?
Yes. There were attempts made to save this Rebbe. The American Joint Distribution Committee was involved in some, and we have testimony from some resistance members who survived the war. But as I mentioned, he simply refused. He felt that his place was with his Hasidim. And he defined his Hasidim in a very broad sense, meaning that anyone who came to him for succor was a Hasid.
Dr. Anderson, can you comment also about his exercise plans to create Chabad style shul? Does he give credit for these liquid kollels and these kollels?
Well, does he give credit for it? I mean, unfortunately, he died before the seventh Lubavitcher Rebbe could set them up, and of course they could have them up. But it's it's stunning to look at how. Well, I'll tell you the differences. He didn't imagine the kind of Schlutern model that Chabad uses, with like one incredibly heroic couple going out there and learning to sex and getting their own color destroyer and stuff like that. He imagined small groups of about 6 to 10 couples going out to these communities, so it's probably more like Poland that he was thinking of, and they would form a special kind of like study circle. You have to think something like what the Ramchal had in Padua, where they would get together every night and they would be completely honest with each other, and they had the job of giving each other tokasa, of rebuking each other, and they had like a spiritual discipline that they had to maintain. And he wrote down the rules for the society and what they had to do every night and what they had to learn and how much alcohol they should be allowed to drink, and every little detail. It was an amazing book, really. It's eye-opening. So it's different from the Chabad Shluchim, which is very much based on that nuclear family model. And there was no discussion of how we were going to fund these or we were going to make these work. But he clearly wanted to see Jewish communities around Europe with groups of these people who were just inspired by their dedication to their spiritual development.
You mentioned before that he had this yeshiva of 300 students. Before the war started, did he have much of a communal role working with Alabati?
Yes, he had. It's hard to compare it to an American circumstance. What we do have from the 1930s in particular in Warsaw is that his main concern was always the educational system. And especially when he published Photos of Talmud in 1932, he was like a superstar. He was like, he was definitely I'm tempted to say something like he was the Oprah Winfrey of Jewish education, but I think that would be maybe taking some and he was a firebrand. And we read the sermons that he wrote and published, which we have preserved, in which he says some of this in Photos of Talmud too. He criticizes the establishment. He says, you're thinking about your stupid acts. You're thinking about how, this person isn't exactly like me, and this person wasn't held by this shita. Don't you realize the whole house is burning down? Don't you realize that while we are so busy being wrapped up in our minutiae, there are people who are just totally lost to Judaism? And he wants to engage in a re-envisioning of Judaism from the ground up, from that experiential level, all about the children, all about what do you think when you daven. He's very much into a mystical, and this is one of the main things that these small chaburas would do, is they would engage in visualization exercises. Urination Kodesh in Kodesh Talmud too, imagining Yetzias Mitzrayim, imagining the Ashes Chayil in particular is described there. That's really what he wanted them to do. So his involvement with Bala Batan is almost completely on the level of funding and being active with schools, getting schools to work. Everybody, not for the elite, everybody.
An appropriate way to end is the notion that our school and myself as a Rev, I think we came to the exact thing that we showed up in the pandemic of feeling as we bring the way school operates and what does our tutor look like, especially during the months when the entire was isolated on an ongoing basis. And it's in that, taking a step back and looking at that, we wanted to re-analyze our spirituality. And I started one Shabbos 14 months ago, reading Thomas Hamid, and I said, look at this, because that is giving us a roadmap. And that was really what captured my attention about his writings. He was giving you a roadmap towards developing your spiritual self. And that's really how we came to this tabura, learning Thomas Hamidim. I was debating whether we should learn the essay to the teachers. But it really is like you said, Dr. Abramson, he really educating that all of us are fundamentally our own teachers and our own primary teachers. It's been a journey that I think has really grown from, and we want to continue to grow from. And it's Kodesh Kezetzirot has become our Rebbe of all. I think seeing this renaissance in Neo Hasidus and what Rambam is doing in Kodesh, it's remarkable.
That's very inspirational to me as well.
We really appreciate the time. One last question: are there other Rebbes, Hasid Rebbes that also were doing similar work during this time period that we should also? Is it just that Ish Kodesh was ahead of his time? Are there other?
I'm not really an expert in Hasidus in general, but from my limited study, he is completely on his own, totally unique. And daring and bold and coming across all of the traditional boundaries. I would have to say in my limited study of the Pacific World, he was actually
I guess we stumbled across the right person to guide us during this time. And we're so grateful, Dr. Abramson, for your time, your connection to our shul, and we just can't wait to have you in person, just to celebrate Smachol and to learn from you. What you're doing for the Alga, for history of Tibet is really remarkable. And we thank you so much for sharing your wisdom.
My pleasure.
I agree. That's what happened
Look
to me.
forward
I
to more
fell down
opportunities.
this pyramid-shaped hole. And I was doing. I had quite a career before this in tech world. But I go to conferences and tech events, and the second that we're out in the break room, I'm talking about the Younger Dryas and pyramids and statues.
This video is intended for educational purposes only. Its content is entirely educational in nature. We will be studying the history of the ideology known as anti-Semitism to understand its roots and development. We are not in any way intending to promote anti-Semitism. If the latter is what you're seeking, you'll have to look for it elsewhere, or even better, not look for it at all. Thank you. One sort of general concept that has to be laid out before we enter this is the reality that the history of anti-Semitism does not have to be sensible. It doesn't have to be logical. In other words, we can't tie these ideas of hate to actual events or phenomena in society. They're often entirely divorced. In fact, as the great philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre once put it, in a very important book that he wrote right after World War II, Reflections on the Jewish Question, if the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent it. In other words, anti-Semitism is looking for some excuse to express itself. The reasons for this are complex and enter more the realm of psychology than of history. It's very similar in many ways structurally to misogyny, a similar kind of hatred, in which people basically displace their dissatisfaction with their current status or their state of life onto a scapegoat. So, for an example of this, we see One of the most notorious anti-Semitic works of the 19th century is the Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion, which purported to describe the cabal of Jewish conspiracy to dominate the world. And it was a forgery that was composed in the Russian Empire at the end of the 19th century. But it proved incredibly popular with all kinds of audiences, translated many, many times into multiple languages, and even as you see here, even into Japanese. Right? Remarkably, given a very, very tiny presence of Jews in Japan overall. The spelling of the word anti-Semitism, and this is significant not only on a pedantic level, but more importantly on the way we approach anti-Semitism. The term itself is an invented term, that was designed by this man, Wilhelm Marr, who was himself an anti-Semite. And he wished to find a more public alternative to the ruder terms Judenfeinde or Judenhass, which were kind of like rude. You wouldn't use that in the political discourse. So he coined the term anti-Semitism in this book, The Way to the Victory of Germanness over Jewishness. He made that essentially there was something called Semitism to which one could be anti. And so by using that term anti-Semitism, he was saying essentially, hey, I'm not anti-Jewish, I'm not racist, I'm not prejudiced against any group of people. I am against this philosophy that happens to be expressed by this group of people. And of course, since this philosophy is nonsense, it certainly makes no sense to say one is anti-capital S Semitism. Most scholars today prefer the term anti-Semitism as a single word because it refers to the phenomenon of hatred itself rather than displacing it onto some other fictional notion. Now, let us go to the actual history of the ideas. Looking at classical xenophobia, when we look at it closely, there's a significant number of nasty things said about Jews in much of Greco-Roman literature. But for the most part, speaking in generalities, it's the same kind of antipathy that the Greeks or the Romans had for non-Greek and non-Roman culture in general. And the kind of hostility that's expressed to Jews is often simply a reflection of their lack of understanding of who the Jews were and what they were all about. For example, because they observed one day of rest every 7 days, which was a novel thing in the ancient world, they were considered lazy. How can they take off so much time from work? Because they would only eat kosher food, they were considered very clannish because they wouldn't, go and participate in non-Jewish catered events. And all these things are simple misunderstandings of what Judaism is all about. But what we have to say about all of this is that classical xenophobia, as distasteful as it is essentially a kind of normal human hatred. In the very same way that neighboring cultures often misunderstand each other, even in the United States of America, there are lots of cultural tensions between ethnic groups, and that's just, a normal feature of humans bumping up against each other's worldviews. To see one example of it, if you look at the Arch of Titus shown here in Rome, which was a magnificent structure that was erected to commemorate the defeat of the Jews in the First Roman-Jewish War in the first century, there is one particular section underneath the center of the arch on one side, the Jews carrying away the spoils from the temple to their Roman captors. And this is sometimes interpreted as an image related to anti-Semitism, but it's really just war propaganda. It doesn't make the Jews look good, but it's not in any way special bias against Jews that you wouldn't see them celebrating against any other people or barbarian tribe that they may have defeated. Here, by the way, is what it would have looked like in the original, because the Romans rather garishly painted their statues, and it was recently reconstructed with chemical analysis. And you can see they're carrying away the menorah, very apropos since we are now in the month of Kislev, coming up to the holiday of Hanukkah. So anyway, that's what we can say basically about classical xenophobia, is that it is a kind of a normal hatred that, Jews were looked at negatively primarily because they were different than the dominant culture. On the other hand, when you come to Christian anti-Judaism, you have a very different kind of theological conflict, primarily because Christianity, which of course emerges in the first century, is an entirely Jewish phenomenon for the first century of activity of its existence. All of the early apostles were Jewish, and of course the founder was Jewish. And as they are separating and moving themselves away from the synagogue, and the synagogue is also taking steps to ostracize people with Christian beliefs from the synagogue, there's a level of anti-Semitism built up. But it is entirely theological. You see, for example, expressed in Gothic art, here's a remarkable structure, showed a trope that we hundreds of times throughout medieval art history. The Ecclesia et Synagoga on the left is a representation of the church. She's got her body properly, she's wearing a crown, she's holding a staff that is unbroken, whereas she's contrasted with the synagogue that is literally into a decline far away from the rock. Her staff is broken, indicating she's lost authority, and from her left hand falls the Ten Commandments. She can't even hold on to her own faith, and she is, of course, blindfolded to the truth. And this was especially important for educating illiterate peasants about the theological underpinnings of Christianity and how it should be distinguished from the Jews who were still living among them in many of these villages and urban centers. Sometimes these images had a more violent tone, such as in this 15th century stained glass window from Werben, Germany, which shows, among other things, the hand descending from heaven to crown the church on the left, whereas on the right, representing synagoga with the same kind of images as in Strasbourg, there is a sword descending into the top of her head, a much more violent expression of disapproval. So that's much more the first millennium or so of the Common Era, in which there is a theological overlay. It's more of a debate between a priest and a rabbi, rather than between cultures bumping up against each other. By the time we get to the 13th century, but especially by the 15th century, things go completely pathological, and all kinds of new ideas are invented, such as this bizarre blood libel that Jews somehow need to capture Christian children and then reenact the crucifixion and then drink their blood in order for various ritual purposes. Absolutely absurd, with no basis in reality whatsoever. This evolves, it devolves into images like the Judenzow that depicts Jews. And by the way, these are all designated Jews because they have a small circle on their cloaks, which was a part of the church regulation from 1215 onward. The Jews were supposed to have some kind of distinguishing feature, like a badge on their cloaks. And even the devil here is shown wearing a Jewish badge, and they're involved in various disgusting activities with a faith. Again, no real theological content to this, and way beyond anything you see in the period of classical xenophobia, but that's characteristic of the medieval period. I should point out that, especially in this very brief presentation, I am placing things into large chronological blocks, but there's a certain degree of overlap, such as, for example, a painter in Italy reproduced in absolute horrific detail another example of the blood libel, even in our own times. It's rather amazing how offensive this image could be, and yet it would be circulated in contemporary times. So that's basically taking us up until the modern period. In the modern period, there is a dramatic change that is largely the result of the thought of Joseph Arthur de Gobineau, Count de Gobineau, who started the notion of racism in a very famous essay on the inequality of human races. He articulated this notion, which borrowed heavily from Darwin in particular, that there are different qualities to divisions in humanity along racial terms, and this idea of race was actually quite new in the 19th century. Prior to that, we did have the sense of color bias, but the notion of a kind of a quasi-scientific distinction between peoples based on race is a huge innovation. And in terms of the various races, Africans were considered to be less intelligent, and the Northern Aryans were considered to be much more punctual and noble and so on. the Jews were viewed as a kind of a parasite race. That their genius was their ability to find healthy societies, to infect them like vermin, and then degrade them from the inside and ultimately take over and then move on to the next host. As you see in this 20th century Austrian election poster, the Jew is portrayed as a kind of a worm choking to death the Austrian eagle. Or here in a also 20th century German novel, Die Sünde wider das Blut, the sin against the blood, and then underneath says Ein Zeitroman, a novel of the times, which shows the Jew as a carrion-eating vulture that is somehow weighing down the healthy, muscular Aryan man, waiting for him to expire so he can put on his bones. This is the image you'll note has neither of these images have anything to do with theology, nothing to do with cultures bumping up against it and saying that the Jews are somehow different because we misunderstand them. This is a wholly invented ideology, but nevertheless was extremely influential and, of course, resulted in one of the bloodiest centuries in history. Another element of the modern period, not necessarily associated with the Goguenot, but building on it, was the notion that these Jews, constituting a separate kind of vermin parasite race, are engaged in a conspiracy. That's one of the skills of the Jews, that somehow they're able to join together around the world. So you see many examples, such as in this French example, which is late 19th century, that shows the Jews dominating the world, or in this Mexican publication of the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, which shows again the capitalist Jew with the traditional waistcoats, things like that, squeezing blood out of the earth. The caption reads, by the way, the invisible world government, right? Another way of saying the Jews, the Jewish program to subjugate the world. So this combination of racism and conspiracy is what especially is associated with the modern anti-Semitic trope. The Nazi strain essentially takes it to an extreme. Children's propaganda, like this book, Gift Pills, which is all about recognizing the difference between regular mushrooms and toadstools that are poisonous, saying that Jews may look like regular people, but they are actually a separate race and they are quite dangerous and so on. Lots is another example from some of these children's propaganda from the Nazi period, showing the distinctions between Jews and non-Jews, and in particular, and the notion of conspiracy. These are all tropes which were developed in the late 19th century, but the Nazis took to an extreme. Finally, to wrap it up and just think for a minute about how things might be changing in our times, we are now in a period where one of the most important ideas, at least in America, is this concept of the Great Replacement. That somehow the Jewish racial conspiracy that was first articulated in the 19th century is going to result in some kind of taking over, specifically of white male power in America that fuels a lot of the anti-Semitism on the right in particular. That's an extremely important phenomenon in America, and it goes right out of the 19th century. We also see some absolutely horrific anti-Semitic propaganda related to Israel, which sometimes comes from the left. Sometimes the criticism of Israel goes way past any of the normal boundaries of what we would expect as conflict, such as this image, which evokes the blood libel. So with that, I've concluded my lightning tour of a very narrow part of Jewish history. Thank you very much to hearing what the panelists say about our time.
But they'd also discovered the small void at the main entrance. If you look up at it today, there's that chevron box. Like above, you go in down here at the
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'd like to invite you to participate in a new online course that I've created on the history of the Holocaust. I've received a lot of feedback that these lectures, which I put on YouTube some time ago, have been very well received by individuals who just want to expand their awareness of this dark period in Jewish history, but especially from middle school and high school teachers who have used these lectures in part or in whole to supplement their social studies curriculum and to give their young charges an awareness of what exactly happened in the middle of the last century and why it is relevant for us even today, unfortunately. So please have a look in the information box below. There's a link to this online site, and I hope you find it meaningful. Thank you very much for watching.
2008 and 9, they finished their on-site work. They're ready to release the data. They put on a very small public lecture at Ghent University in Belgium. No one attended it. And then they got told to start again in the woods and form a coordinator because he waited like 2
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history.
He said that he was
I
told to cease any
have some sad news to share with you.
information from the Manama project, and him and his team members were
My wife called me yesterday at work to let me know that Dr. Michael Maris passed away. Dr. Maris, Professor Maris, was 81 years old, and he had taught at the University of Toronto for 49 years. He was a personal mentor to me. He had a huge influence on my scholarship, and I'm personally indebted to him for putting me on the path of becoming a historian. So the world has lost an extremely valuable scholarly voice, a voice of humanity, a tremendous individual who I think about with some frequency. In this short video, I would like to just tell you a little bit about who Michael Maris was, and share a little bit about what he meant to me, and give you some personal information about some interactions I had with him, which were very meaningful. I'm thanking you in advance for your indulgence. I first met Professor Maris in the 1980s when I was an undergraduate at the University of Toronto. I took his course on the history of the Holocaust. I'm not sure, but I think when I was a graduate student, I may even have served as his teaching assistant as well. What was he like as a scholar? I mean, his books are phenomenal, his classics. I recommend in particular a book called The Holocaust in History. I'm going to put all links to a few of his books in the information box. This is a tour de force review of the major historiographic controversies surrounding the Holocaust. And it was published, several decades ago, but it has an evergreen quality because some of the most important issues are still ones that we work through on a philosophical and methodological level, and he really clarified everything with an incredible degree of transparency and illumination. He also wrote on many other topics. He wrote on Vichy France. He wrote on the Nuremberg trials, on post-war refugees. And he's a very productive scholar, and his books are really worth reading in every field. He was a lifetime student. Long after I left the University of Toronto, he went back to school to earn a law degree at age 64. What he was like as an instructor was really phenomenal. This is, I studied with him back like in the 1980s, before PowerPoint even. He used no slides, just his voice. And there are a few YouTubes of him, so you can actually see what it was like to study with this great scholar. He never read from his lecture notes, but he always had them, and they were packed with concrete detail. I remember listening to him and saying, wow, he is so carefully crafted his lectures. He speaks directly in a conversational tone, but he's got his notes to provide the really important statistics and dates with tremendous precision. What I remember as a student was just how generous he was as an instructor. He was always deeply engaged, deeply concerned with our ability to absorb the complexity of the material. And he was filled with students. He listened to questions with attention. He considered questions very, very carefully, and he responded fully with great patience. I mean, I'll reflect on that more. What he was like as a mentor was especially important to me. I will share with you a little bit of personal background. I had the great privilege of having some fantastic mentors at the University of Toronto, but my first field of study was philosophy. I eventually earned a degree in ethics, an undergraduate degree, and actually I use the word eventually because I had a major hiccup in my undergraduate career where I sort of like had a crisis of conscience and big falling out with Professor Emil Fackenheim, who was an earlier mentor of mine at the time. And then when I met my wife, because I had become a ski instructor, and that was my lifetime plan. Just, be a ski instructor, ski in the winters in Canada, ski in the summers in New Zealand. That was the plan. But then I met my wife, and I had a serious accident during training, and I realized, I can't possibly build a family and pay day school tuition if I'm going to be a ski instructor. So I decided I have to go back to school. What do I like to study? And I realized I liked history. I realized that what I liked about philosophy the best was the history of ideas, how ideas changed over time in different places and so on. So I said, okay, I'm going to go back to history. And Professor Maris was, if I remember correctly, I think he was the head of the admissions committee for the department. But I had an interview with him, and I said, listen, Professor Maris, you can see on my transcript, for the first 2 years, I was a great student, and then I had this incident, where I kind of gave everything up, and my grades, dropped precipitously. And he listened to me with his, traditional, deep, intense listening skills. And he said that I should apply for graduate school, and they'll take my application seriously, even though my GPA dropped with that terrible year. And he said that many an academic's career has been rescued from a spotty transcript. I'll never forget the way he said a spotty transcript. And thank God I was accepted to graduate school on probation because, I did have that really bad year. And then thank God everything went really well. I was so fortunate that, especially when I was doc phase, I did a postdoc at the university as well. It's right behind Professor Maris's office, and he was right next to my supervisor, Dr. Machi, and they were very close friends. So I had the wonderful privilege of seeing two senior scholars interact as friends, and I honored over the transom and Sidney Smith Hall, their conversations and their jokes and their singing and so on, occasionally singing. And really, it made me feel really good about the whole field of the humanities and history in particular. But Professor Maris was so deeply invested in my progress that I feel a tremendous responsibility to live up to his example. He was really someone who impressed on me that history is an apprenticeship. It has elements of science, but really it's an art. And in order to learn this art, this craft, you have to train under a master. And in this context, I feel very much like I have had the opportunity to train under several masters. Michael Maris was one of them, and I'm deeply grateful for everything that he has given to me. To the extent that I'm able to continue his legacy in teaching you, I hope that you realize that you in turn owe so much to his example. I want to thank you very much for listening to this short tribute. You should have an Elias Neshama. Thank you.